I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Is the boss usually in this mental state? 10,000 words updated. Please subscribe. After hearing what Yang Ruoqian said about the so-called general direction, everyone in the company was stunned. Even the security guard ZHU Kithang, who didn't know much about anchors, was stunned for half a second after hearing Yang Ruoqian's outrageous words. What do you mean, a profession that is both liked and hated? This is not a general direction at all. This is just a brain teaser, right? Exclamation mark. When Lion Ji, who was originally very excited, savored Yang Ruoqian's words carefully and found that she couldn't understand them at all. Sister Weng, do you understand? In desperation, the agent girl could only look at Weng Zikin for help. It feels like what the boss said is very profound. Weng Zikin shook her head violently. I don't understand. Shaoyuki, do you understand? Aren't you known as the person in the company who understands the boss's thoughts best? However, Shaoyuki looked quite confident and at ease, unlike the dull expressions on the faces of others. Isn't this easy? Just do a reading comprehension. When Lion Ji leaned over curiously, reading comprehension? Yes, let's analyze the boss's words word by word, starting with failure is not scary. Shaoyuki said confidently, the subtext of this sentence is very simple, which is for us to learn from previous successful experiences and not be fooled by the appearance of a host. Weng Zikin suddenly realized and analyzed it in a serious manner. Then the meaning of it is scary to be afraid of failure should be to encourage us to boldly recruit some people who are unlikely to become popular to be hosts. No. When Lion Ji frowned and raised an objection, how can the boss's words be so simple? In my opinion, the meaning of the word failure is not failure in the traditional sense, but failure of the spirit of our Kuiguang company. If we follow the same old path, even if we become popular in the end, it is still a failure. Slowly, more and more people joined the discussion. So, what Mr. Yang really means is that he hopes we will not stick to a certain format or template and be as imaginative as possible? That should be it. Shaoyuki nodded and made the final decision. Very good. Then let's analyze what professions are both liked and hated by people. This question seems strange, but there should be a solution. The more traditional and conservative Song Lixin took the lead in putting forward his own opinion. Beggars? Sometimes I feel pity when I see beggars, but the decadence of some of them who get something for nothing makes me hate them unconsciously. No, pity is not liking. I think it's the intermediary. Sometimes when you are completely in the dark, the intermediary is really useful, but sometimes you hate this damn middleman. Having a demand does not mean liking it. I think it's those who work in funeral homes. Gratitude and fear coexist, but fear and hate are not the same. The office area gradually became lively, and people started arguing one after another, and there was no conclusion for a long time. Shaoyuki also frowned and thought, what kind of profession makes people like and hate it at the same time? Wait. Shaoyuki suddenly got an idea. He raised his head and stopped the endless arguing of other colleagues. I know. You all misunderstood what Mr. Yang meant. You got it again. When Lion Ji turned her head and looked at him. Perspective. We should understand Mr. Yang's words from different perspectives. Shaoyuki snapped his fingers and was confident. Mr. Yang meant that we should not analyze the problem from a single perspective. What do you mean? Ruin Minor didn't understand at all. What kind of profession is it that we hate when we face it, but we can't wait to do it if we are asked to do it ourselves? Shaoyuki prompted. It's annoying when facing it, but I wish I could do it myself. Teacher? No, there are only a few who want to be teachers. I know, it's the boss, the leader. When Lion Ji shouted, the boss means that the subject matter of our next anchor should be closer to the capitalists. But President Yang is not annoying. Speaking of this, Ruoqian, who had been bullied in a 4S shop, couldn't help but interrupted. President Yang is just an example. You haven't worked in other companies. In fact, most bosses are very annoying. Then let's find an anchor to play the company boss for the next anchor. What about the direction of the live broadcast content? The second generation rich Shaoyuki's eyes lit up. How about recording the boss's life? There was an anchor who became popular because of this. Someone immediately objected. No, didn't you say before that President Yang asked us not to follow the trend? Then broadcast something else, like a small theater, where a black-hearted boss was beaten up by smart employees. Let the workers who are usually bullied feel good. But soon this idea was rejected by everyone again. It's too fake and too awkward. It doesn't sound good to me. What should we do then? Don't worry, didn't the boss say in the last sentence that, if you encounter something you don't understand, you can ask Shanda? Leader? Shaoyuki stood up and walked to Chang Ziking, who was watching the show on the side. Well, Mr. Chang, give me some advice? How could Chang Ziking, who didn't know anything at all, give any advice? She crossed her arms and said casually, I suggest you ask the boss directly. Dare to kick the ball to me, then I'll kick it back for you. The employees who got the advice were silent again. Mr. Yang's suggestion was to go to Mr. Chang to solve any problem. Mr. Chang's suggestion was to go to Mr. Yang to solve any problem. Are you two playing nesting dolls here? Are the two leaders usually in this mental state? Fortunately, Shaoyuki has a college classmate relationship with these two adults after all. If asking in person doesn't work, sending WeChat privately is not a problem, right? Yang Ruoqian, we have analyzed the meaning of your words, but the direction has not been determined yet. In which direction do you think our live broadcast content should expand? Yang Ruoqian was watching a movie in the office. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a message. He could only press the pause button and lower his head to open his mobile phone. Looking at the message sent by Shaoyuki, Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but smile. Very good. Even I don't know what I'm talking about, but you have already made a whole set of understandings. With such a chaotic working environment, would it be difficult to train an 18th tier anchor? Yang Ruoqian had no idea what Shaoyuki and the group of employees had just discussed. But even if you don't know the content, you can still issue orders. Yang Ruoqian typed casually and made up an ambiguous order for Shaoyuki. Real. Chapter 102. We can't let Mr. Yang make money to pay us, right? Real. Shaoyuki, who was secretly hiding in the corner looking for the boss's off-field support, was confused by these two words on the phone. However, after waiting for several minutes, Yang Ruoqian did not send him any more messages. We are classmates after all. Will you die if you say a few more words? Shaoyuki couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Real. What is real? Getting the boss's spoiler not only did not solve his doubts, but made him even more confused. Shaoyuki put away his phone, turned around and walked towards the office area with a lot of questions, and announced loudly to other colleagues, I completely understand what the boss wants us to do. Wang Zikin looked over suspiciously. Is it true? You are not guessing again, are you? They are all comrades who have experienced being ruthlessly rejected by President Yang, and they all know who is in the dark. I will definitely not make a mistake this time. Although Shaoyuki felt guilty, he still insisted. I just dared to contact the boss and got a first-hand tip from him. Boss Yang gave a tip? Tell me what it is. Everyone was clueless, and suddenly this crucial help came, and they were all excited. Shaoyuki smiled and said, realistic. The boss has only one requirement, and that is authenticity. Realistic? Wang Zikin looked puzzled. Does it mean that we should film the real daily life in the company? Daily life in the company doesn't sound interesting. Everyone works hard 996 during the day, and when they go home at night, they watch videos or go to work. This sounds too boring. Although the employee benefits of Kuiguang Group are very good, because the employees are very conscious, most of the time everyone is still working hard, and there is nothing new. Or go and film the meals in the employee cafeteria, the company's constant temperature swimming pool, or the massage room that must be used every day. Shaoyuki smiled and said, you forgot our previous analysis. The subject matter should be closer to the capitalists. Do you mean that we should directly bring Mr. Yang over as an anchor and film his daily life? Wang Zikin was a little confused. That's not good. Isn't it the same as asking Mr. Yang to work directly and then pay us his salary? Let the company boss make money and then pay the money earned as wages to employees. then wouldn't these employees become beggars on their knees? It's too embarrassing to say it out. How is it possible? Shoyuki shook his head. The boss is busy with so many things every day. He has to deal with so many things every day. It's unrealistic to manage an entire company and then recruit him to do live broadcasts. Although they didn't know, at this time, the boss Yang, who was busy with all kinds of things in their mouths, was slacking off in the office, watching TV series and playing games. Managing a company? What kind of life is it with an income of 2,000 yuan a month? So what do you mean, we find someone from outside and let him play the role of the leader in the company? Wang Zikin probably understood Shoyuki's idea. Shoyuki affirmed his colleague's idea. That's right, we can live broadcast directly in the company, which can help the boss save the venue fee, props fee, clothing fee. Yes, it can help Mr. Yang save money. When Lion Ji, a member of the Moonlight clan, couldn't help but interrupt. Although Mr. Yang even bought a swimming pool, he certainly doesn't need their little money, but no matter what, this is also their little thought. As an operator, Wang Zikin is very concerned about the content of the live broadcast. Then, let's find an anchor who fits Mr. Yang's image and let him play Mr. Yang. Live broadcast the real life in the company? No. Shoyuki shook his head again. The reality that Mr. Yang said is not the reality of our company, because the situation of our company is actually inconsistent with most other companies. Song Lixin, Ding Daoi and Ruoqian, employees who have worked in other places, couldn't help but nod. Compared with other companies, the working environment and atmosphere of Kuiguang Company are really too good. So, what do you think Mr. Yang means? Wang Zikin asked. We need to recruit an anchor who fits the image of a black-hearted boss in the minds of most viewers. Shoyuki's mind unconsciously emerged with the majestic figure of his father, and his thoughts became smoother and smoother. Arrange some small scripts, take out some workplace situations to shoot, and add appropriate modifications, and you're done. Recruit an anchor to play the role of a company leader, and then shoot some small work scripts during the live broadcast. Doesn't this sound a bit boring and monotonous? Moreover, won't people hate it if you shoot like this? I was originally bullied by my leader at work. I finally sneaked out of work to watch a live broadcast and watch a video to relax, but I ended up seeing another me in the world. It's too depressing. And there was no other content to adjust the whole process. It was just a simple leader bullying employees. Now, whether you are watching a drama, a movie or a novel, there must be at least some content that can make the audience feel good. Purely being bullied, no one can watch it. Workers naturally substitute for workers. When they see the live broadcast content that is being exploited in various ways, they will definitely want to swipe away quickly. After all, it was the first time to recruit people on her own, so Wang Zikin was still a little hesitant, but I feel that broadcasting this kind of content is a bit unpopular. Don't worry, since it is the general direction set by the boss, nothing will not work. Unlike the cautious female colleague, Shoyuki has always been bold. Look at the anchors in our company now, which one was not optimistic about it before? You should learn to think with the boss's mindset now. Indeed. Wang Zikin was convinced. Let's make a final plan quickly, and let the boss check it. Shoyuki turned to look at the two colleagues. When Lion Ji immediately opened word, I'll draft a standard for recruiting anchor candidates. Then I'll write a general direction for the live broadcast content. Wang Zikin also perked up. In the president's office, Yang Ruoqian was watching a movie on his mobile phone, and suddenly saw that his agent and operation had sent him 2 files. You are quite efficient. Let me see how you understand my words. Yang Ruoqian was a little tired after a day of fishing, so he turned off the video app and clicked on the 2 files. In terms of personality, well dressed, with a big belly, and preferably a bald head. This personality is not bad. An ordinary midlife crisis. The audience will probably be discouraged after seeing it, right? Not bad, not bad. His own employees are really smart, and they came up with such an ordinary personality for the first time they recruited people. Very good. Yang Ruoqian, who received a pleasant surprise, opened the next file with hope, and couldn't wait to browse it. The content of the live broadcast is to let this anchor play the leader in the company, and perform a small drama to exploit employees. Good guy. This live broadcast content will not only discourage people from leaving, but will even affect everyone's work. It's killing two birds with one stone. So thoughtful. Yang Ruoqian picked up the phone and gave his reply to the two employees. Very good. Let's go along with this idea. Chapter 103. Don't let instinct get the better of you. At this time, it was almost time to get off work. After seeing the three words very good, the employees who were anxiously waiting for Mr. Yang's reply could not help but cheer in the office. See, Mr. Yang said that our idea was not wrong. We passed the review in one try. It seems that we have made rapid progress. We actually kept up with Mr. Yang's thinking this time. Don't be too proud. If Mr. Yang hadn't given us clear directions and guidance, we would still not be able to keep up with his pace. We should take this opportunity to absorb more experience and strive to complete it completely independently next time. Mr. Yang often has some extraordinary ideas and operations, but this time, the employees proved that they can do it too. Shoyuki nodded with satisfaction, completely forgetting his previous confused state. Then I will notify the Human Resources Department and ask them to quickly release the information for recruiting anchors. As he said, he got up and went to the Human Resources office. Ruoqian, who had just been promoted and given a salary increase, seemed very busy. She was quickly typing information on the computer and didn't notice that someone walked in from outside. Ruoqian, we are planning to recruit another anchor. Can you help post the recruitment information? Shoyuki glanced at the time and sounded a little anxious. It was almost time to get off work. If we didn't finish our work quickly during this last bit of working time, we would have to wait until tomorrow to continue. If we didn't get off work on time, Mr. Yang would really dare to pull the plug and kick people out of the office. Ruoqian realized that someone had come in and raised her head quickly. Please send me the information or put it on my desk. I don't think we can finish it today. Is he so busy right after taking office? Does the company still need to recruit people? Even if it is an elite company, one agent and one operator are responsible for 4 or 5 anchors, which is more than enough. Shoyuki asked curiously, what are you busy with? The company has too many people to hire this month. People responsible for the maintenance of the constant temperature swimming pool, lifeguards, coaches. The most important thing is that President Yang also asked to recruit 2 night shifts because the swimming pool is open 24 hours a day. Ruoqian said while typing quickly. Also, President Yang said that he would hire 2 more operations, agents, and publicity staff. I guess you 3 will be promoted to supervisors soon. So you're expanding the recruitment? Shoyuki didn't really care about things like promotions and salary increases, and he didn't care much about the swimming pool. He was more concerned about the company's overall structure now. There are only 4 anchors now. Plus the ones we plan to recruit, there will be 5 at most. Do we need so many backstage staff to serve them? There are 3 operations, 3 agents and 3 publicity staff, which means that there are 9 backstage staff to serve the 5 anchors. And when Lion G, it's only been a short time since she joined the company, and I guess she hasn't even understood the role of an agent yet, but she's been promoted? It feels a bit bloated. Ruoqian shook her head. This is Mr. Yang's decision. I'm only responsible for the execution. Oh, and if there are suitable candidates for the interview, I would like to trouble you 3 to come for the interview together. My professional level alone may not be enough. When a new person comes to apply for a job, Ruoqian can only judge whether the person is suitable for the company in terms of personality or other aspects, but the judgment of the business level has to be handed over to professionals. Although Wang Zikin is only an entry-level operator who has been working for a few months, Shoyuki is a publicity who came up with a sudden idea and relied entirely on his imagination, and when Lion G is a heavyweight newcomer with only theoretical knowledge. But at least, the 3 of them will be more professional than Ruoqian, right? Okay. Shoyuki could only compromise helplessly. It does look busy. The first time recruiting anchors, Shoyuki, a rich second generation, was still quite anxious not because of money, but because he wanted to prove himself in front of his college classmates. He was directly bad in front of his parents, but he had an urge to work hard in front of his classmates. This is Shoyuki's mentality. As if she could see her colleague's anxiety, Ruoqian comforted him. "It's okay. Mr. Yang is such a tolerant person. Even if you fail this time, he will definitely not deduct your salary. And Mr. Yang himself doesn't always recruit anchors at the beginning of the month. Don't worry." Shaoyuki wanted to say something, but suddenly the alarm sounded. It was time to get off work. Ruoqian immediately shut up, turned off the computer as quickly as possible, took her things, and rushed out of the office. While running, she did not forget to kindly remind Shaoyuki, "Hurry up, if you leave later, be careful that Mr. Yang will deduct your salary." Due to the expansion of the company and Yang Ruoqian's secret influence, it took 3 days for Shaoyuki to finally get a few resumes of job seekers. The backstage trio was in the company's conference room at this time, looking at the information of these people and discussing. Looking at nearly 20 resumes, Shaoyuki had difficulty making a decision. "How about the 3 of us each select 2 candidates we think are the best, and then have them come for an interview, and finally select the best one to be admitted?" Now that the Kuiguang group has gained a certain degree of popularity and reputation, not long after the recruitment message was sent out, many people came to apply. When Lion Ji nodded, "Okay, I agree, but we still have to reach a certain degree of consensus before making a choice." Wang Zikin flipped through the documents in her hand. "In terms of selecting people, should we focus on entertainment or more on reality?" Shaoyuki asked back, "What do you think?" Wang Zikin said, "I think reality is important, but it should be ranked below entertainment. At least I think that the anchor we choose should not be too realistic, so that the audience can at least subconsciously feel that this is just a live broadcast, just a video. Just a slight difference may be able to wash away the discomfort of many viewers. Completely restoring the image of an annoying leader is really too discouraging." "No." Shaoyuki, who thought he had mastered the reading comprehension level, immediately objected. The boss's reply only mentioned the word real, and nothing else. This shows that in the boss's view, real has a higher priority than other factors. At least, it must appear real on the outside. Wang Zikin, sometimes you need to overcome your instincts to really keep up with the boss's ideas. Hasn't the plan we submitted been approved by the boss? Why are you doubting yourself now?" Shaoyuki said earnestly. Wang Zikin was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. His eyes gradually firmed up. "Yes, you are right. I need to overcome my instincts." Seeing that everyone reached a consensus, when Lion Ji slapped the table, "Then now, let's start choosing." On Friday afternoon, Du Rulin sat in the waiting area of the personnel office, nervously waiting for the interview results. He held a bottle of mineral water in his hand and took a sip from time to time, trying to relieve his anxiety. Suddenly, the door next to him was opened, and the person who had gone in for the interview a while ago walked out with a nervous face. At the same time, a voice came from inside. "Okay, your interview is complete. Please wait outside for a moment. The interview result will be out today. Next, Mr. Du Rulin, please come in." Chapter 104. I'm completely relieved now. Hearing his name being called by the hours, Du Rulin took a deep breath, stood up with his head held high, and straightened the formal suit he had rented at a high price. Now there are many rumors about Kuiguang Company. Although the rumors are different, there are 2 basic points that cannot be changed: high salary and few troubles. Knowing that his image is very strange, Du Rulin really hopes that he can get this job. Before this, he had applied for countless companies. However, whether it was the front desk or the hours, when they saw his square face, Mediterranean hair, black framed glasses, and slightly protruding belly, they subconsciously thought that it was a big customer or a big leader who had never appeared before, and served him tea and cigarettes. There was even an hours who told him with regret, when he learned that he was looking for a job, that the company had no plans to recruit a general manager. Who would have known that he was like this, just because of running back and forth, and eating too much junk fast food, and because of his image of being too hard on his bones. He was repeatedly rejected by various companies. He had to continue running back and forth, and had to eat more foreign fast food. His image was also running in an uncontrollable direction, falling into a vicious cycle that made people extremely speechless. Du Rulin was about to despair, but 2 days ago he suddenly saw the recruitment information of Kuiguang Company. The recruitment requirements were actually very consistent with his image. And this company has a very good reputation. A great opportunity fell from the sky, and if you miss it, you will probably miss it for the rest of your life. Du Rulin did not hesitate at all, and immediately chose to apply for the job, even flying all the way from the northernmost part to come overpass. In the brief moment, when Du Rulin was reminiscing and tidying up his clothes, the person who had just gone in for the interview found a seat not far from him and sat down. As a competitor, Du Rulin subconsciously glanced at this person with his peripheral vision. He has a good temperament. Wearing a formal suit and combing a middle-parted hairstyle, he looks like a big leader. But compared to me, he is still a little worse. Pushing the door and entering the personnel office, Du Rulin saw 4 interviewers sitting behind the desk, namely Ruoqian, Shaoyuki, Wang Zikin and Wen Lianji. Du Rulin had experienced many interviews and quickly got into the state. He bowed politely to the 4 leaders and handed over his resume. "Hello, leaders. I'm Du Rulin. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to participate in the interview of your company," he said in a steady and clear voice. However, as soon as he said this, he saw the people behind the desk looked at each other and began to whisper to each other and did not immediately ask him questions. "What's wrong? What's wrong with me?" Du Rulin, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly became nervous. But at this time, he could only wait anxiously and could not do anything. Ruoqian whispered, "Hiss, when this person just walked in, I felt like I was back in the days when I was a salesperson in a 4S store and was arranged by my boss to work overtime." "What's his name?" Du Rulin, right. Shaoyuki nodded slightly. "Yes, just looking at his appearance, I would believe you if you said he could scrape oil out of a stone." The image of his father appeared in his mind again, but compared with Du Rulin in front of him, his father seemed so kind and considerate of his subordinates. "I think it's him. The others are a little bit worse." Wang Zikin also agreed with the opinions of other interviewers. Wen Lianji, the agent who is directly responsible for the anchor himself, was more cautious. "Don't just look at the appearance. What kind of character is he? Have you done the background check? Don't create any internal conflicts at that time." Although Wen Lianji had not yet joined the company when Ruoqian fell out with the company, no one wanted to have such a difficult boss under their command. "We have investigated and found him to be a good person, but his image, well, many people are afraid that recruiting him will affect the company's image." "Then it's him?" Shaoyuki asked. Wen Lianji nodded. "Let's pick him. But we haven't even asked a single question yet." Wang Zikin couldn't help but complain. "You hired him right away. At least you should pretend." Seeing that he was hesitant to speak, he must have been extremely well prepared and confident to face any tricky questions. In the end, they hired him without even asking a single question. "Our company is like this. Get used to it." After the 4 interviewers made their decision, Ruoqian raised her head, showed a faint smile, and said to Du Rulin, who was so nervous that cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead, "Mr. Du Rulin, congratulations on successfully passing our interview. We look forward to working with you in the future." Du Rulin, whose legs were shaking, was stunned. "What the hell? You didn't even ask a single question and directly hired me?" Exclamation mark. After all, it is a well-known and large company. How can it be so careless in recruiting? Ruoqian picked up the phone on the table and called the front desk. "The interview has been completed." "Yes, other interviewees can be asked not to wait." "Well, give them a bottle of cold drink before leaving, reimburse the round-trip fare, and be nice." The 2 new front desk staff have good business skills, but they still lack some experience and need her, a senior, to remind them of something frequently. After hanging up the phone, Ruoqian looked up at Du Rulin, who still hadn't reacted, and took out a labor contract and handed it to him, still smiling. "Mr. Du, this is a labor contract. If you have no problem with the salary and benefits, you can start work next Monday after signing. After signing the contract, go to the conference room. Our chairman wants to see you." Du Rulin walked out of the personnel office, still in a state of confusion. With this treatment, he almost thought he was being deceived and sold somewhere. What on earth is Kuiguang Company trying to do to give him such a high salary? Let's go to the conference room first to see what kind of person their boss is. Pushing open the heavy door of the conference room, Du Rulin saw a well-dressed young man. Is this the boss? Du Rulin did not dare to neglect it at all, and hurriedly stepped forward. Mr. Yang, hello. The moment he saw Du Rulin, Yang Ruoqian was sure that this was the talent he was looking for. Even though Yang Ruoqian had been a boss for more than 10 years, he could not help but feel inexplicably irritated and anxious the moment he saw this face, and he wanted this person to disappear from his sight as soon as possible, just like when a poor student suddenly saw the dean and the head teacher passing by when he went to school. Just this face can bring negative feedback to the audience. It seems that his employees are very good at recruiting such an anchor. Reading comprehension is very good. The contradictory and ambiguous orders he gave to his employees obviously worked. This Du Rulin will never become popular. Yang Ruoqian was completely relieved. Chapter 105. Award? No mention of what award. But frequent unexpected successes have made Yang Ruoqian develop the habit of taking extra precautions in everything. It is a traditional project of the company to trick new employees into failure. You're welcome. Sit down. Yang Ruoqian pointed to a seat casually. Do you know why you are paid so high? Facing the big boss directly, Du Rulin was a little nervous. So direct, straight to the point. Exclamation mark. He mentioned the salary right away and emphasized the high salary. Isn't it just paving the way for the high intensity and difficult work to be arranged next? Du Rulin knew that the boss was about to criticize him, so he quickly pretended to listen attentively. You say. The high salary is to make you not have too much pressure. If you fail, think about your no liability guaranteed salary. Don't you suddenly feel that failure is not so terrible? Don't you have the courage to fail, to move forward on the road of exploration? Yang Ruoqian cheered up the new employee. We are an innovative company. Here, not innovating is more terrible than failing. Do you understand? Remember, you would rather fail than not innovate. Du Rulin looked at the well-dressed and heroic Mr. Yang and actually said such a thing. He immediately suspected that he was drunk. Generally, most bosses will require employees to use any method, whether conservative or innovative, as long as they can make money. When did innovation become more important than success in an entertainment company? You are not a science and technology company. Du Rulin nodded. Okay, boss, then Yang Ruoqian put away his laptop and handed the employee handbook to Du Rulin. You will start work next Monday. The company will have a special team to tailor live broadcast content for you. If you have any ideas of your own, you must tell your agent, and let's brainstorm together. Do you understand? After all, new employees have not experienced the previous brainstorming. It is easy for them to accidentally come up with a shocking live broadcast content and become popular overnight. So they must be restricted to the framework of the 3 smart people in the backstage. 3 people make a tiger. Even if Du Rulin feels that something is wrong, he will subconsciously obey under the deception of Shaoyuki and the other 2. This is the plan. Du Rulin nodded in a daze. It is a good thing to have an expert to help create live broadcast content. He will definitely not talk nonsense to cause trouble to his colleagues. Although Du Rulin looks like a stubborn leader, he is still a worker in his heart. Yang Ruoqian pointed at the employee handbook again and reminded, this is the employee handbook. You must be familiar with all the regulations on it. There are no typos or grammatical errors in the handbook. All the contents are literal. If you think there is a problem with the company, please refer to the employee code of conduct. What the hell? Du Rulin, who has been refreshing his worldview since he came to Kuiguang Company, was confused again. What does it mean that there are no typos or grammatical errors in the employee handbook? What does it mean that, if you think there is a problem with the company, please refer to the employee code of conduct? If it weren't for the sun shining in the sky, Du Rulin would also be a firm materialist. He almost thought he was playing a game of rules and strange talks. An employee handbook was described by General Manager Yang as if it were a flood and a beast. Du Rulin swallowed his saliva and nodded frequently. I will definitely memorize it. Soon, it was time to get off work, and a big boss with a monthly income of 2,000 yuan went to the next door to eat as usual. Yang Ruoqian was in a very good mood because he had recruited another general. The company's employees are busy with their affairs, so he doesn't have to worry about it for the time being. Now Yang Ruoqian has only one problem to consider. In the company's expansion task, one of its anchors is required to win a city level award with a certain gold content. It just so happens that the Shark platform's quarterly grand ceremony is in full swing, and the city level regional competition will be held in a few days. It seems that the system wants him to play this game. Similar competitions only look at revenue and not popularity. The company's capital pool is extremely abundant. It is still easy to win the city level competition with hundreds of thousands of dollars. But there is a very serious problem. Once you win this kind of competition, you can get a huge push from the platform, and the champion will even be directly hung on the homepage. In this way, won't the fans increase again? Isn't that contrary to Yang Ruoqian's goal? No, absolutely can't do this. Anyway, the system only requires winning a prize in a competition at least at the city level, and it doesn't say what competition it is, nor what award it is. Marathon competitions, fishing competitions. As long as the organizer is not too shabby, they all meet the standards. Want me to fall for it? I didn't expect it. However, there don't seem to be any athletes among their own anchors. As for the dance competition, well, it's no problem to let Ruoqian participate, but it's more or less difficult to win an award. Wait, other competitions are not okay, but esports competitions are okay. Can't Ruoqian just participate in a city level, slightly more reliable esports invitational tournament? Besides, this girl never shows her face during live broadcasts. Even if she participates in the competition and wins an award, no one will recognize her. By then, she will win an award, and it won't bring any traffic to the live broadcast account. Kill two birds with one stone. Ding ding ding. Eat seriously. What are you thinking about? You're so absorbed in it. Chang Ziking knocked on the bowl with chopsticks in dissatisfaction, pulling Yang Ruoqian out of his beautiful fantasy of the future. Yang Ruoqian came back to his senses, took a bite of his meal seriously, and looked up again. I think our company should expand some more business. Chang Ziking taunted mercilessly. What business to expand? Your super luxurious swimming pool family bucket package that no one paid for in a week. Don't you think that our first 3 anchors, except for Ruoqian who opened up a new path, the increase in fans of the other 2 has gradually reached a bottleneck period? Yang Ruoqian said without blushing. It's time to open up a new track and develop a new way of playing. It's time to use the grouping mechanism given by the system to dilute the fans of Ruoqian and Gaonayan. Yang Ruoqian has no idea how to dilute Gaonayan's fans. But Ruoqian, can't we dilute it by forming a 5-person esports group for fun? Ruoqian's dilution failed, and he can't fail every time. Ruoqian's gaming level is indeed high, but there is still a big gap between her and the top, and we are not afraid that she will become famous and suddenly become popular. Just say what you want to say. Chang Ziking crossed her long legs habitually. I plan to take Ruoqian to participate in a city level esports competition to see if she has any interest in this. I can't write esports plots, don't worry. Chapter 106. The company has no boss. Who will be the king? Chang Ziking frowned and asked, you take Ruoqian to participate in the competition? Just you? Then why don't the whole company go as a group? Yang Ruoqian stretched and asked. The whole company stopped working just to watch a small competition that can be watched online. It will definitely be counted as passive operation by the system. You too, an internet addicted girl who has been addicted to games for many years, and a big boss who has never touched water. It's good enough not to lose yourselves, and you still want to go on a business trip? Chang Ziking flicked the soup bowl with her fingers. I'll go with you. Yang Ruoqian nodded in agreement. Okay, but this is just my idea. I will ask Ruoqian her opinion next Monday before making a final decision. If Ruoqian is very resistant to playing in the game, Yang Ruoqian will not force her. Money is not easy to make these days, and there are many competitions of all sizes. There is always a competition suitable for his anchors. Then hurry up and eat. You made the rule that no work-related matters are allowed after get off work, and you took the lead in breaking it. Look at how you are as a boss. I'm the boss, and I made the rules. It's okay for me to break them. Monday. It's the happiest working time of the week again. All the employees in the company are full of energy and vitality. Chang Ziking called Ruan Miner, who was jumping around, and asked, "Ruan Miner, the boss wants you to try to participate in a city-level esports competition. What do you think?" "Huh? City-level competition?" Ruan Miner blinked. I have no problem. Esports competition sounded like fun. Anyway, she doesn't show her face in the live broadcast, and no one can know that she is participating in the competition. "Then I will help you sign up." Chang Ziking nodded and took out her mobile phone. "What is your current rank?" "King of 1200 points." Speaking of this, Ruan Miner was a lot more excited. "I have been gaining points in the past 2 months, and I have a chance to rush into the top 10 of the national server. King of 1200 points! Exclamation mark. When Ruan Miner joined the company, the screenshot of her rank was only that of a master. Chang Ziking looked up and said with a slightly surprised tone, "Your rank has risen so quickly?" "Yes, before, when I played games, I was always affected by my mood and was interrupted by my boss at any time." Ruan Miner sighed. "I was always running around, and I was not in good condition, and had no time, so of course I couldn't rank up well. Playing games depends very much on the player's mentality and state at the time. If you are affected by some insignificant trivial matters all day long, even if you let professional players play, they will not be able to play stably." Since coming to Kuiguang Company, Ruan Miner no longer has to worry about her parents nagging, no longer has to rack her brains to please her boss, and no longer has to worry about her livelihood. She doesn't even have to swallow her anger when playing games. Her competitive state is directly maximum doubt. Yes, if Ruan Miner can maintain this state, the city level competition should not be a big problem, and she can easily win it. "Okay, tomorrow's flight, we are going to Shancheng." Chang Ziking directly booked 3 first-class tickets on her phone. "You don't have to go to work today. Go home and pack your luggage." "Okay, Mr. Chang." Seeing Ruan Miner leave the company, Chang Ziking took out her phone and sent a message to all employees of the company. "At ALL members, tomorrow Mr. Yang and I will be on a business trip for a week. Everyone must consciously abide by the company's rules and regulations." When Chang Ziking walked into her office, all the employees' eyes lit up. 2 big leaders are going on a business trip at the same time. It seems that this is the first time such a thing has happened in the company. In the small group that did not pull the leaders in, the employees began to discuss. Is there anyone who knows the inside information? Is the boss going to discuss a big project this time? Will he buy us a yacht to play with? I actually want to say that this is unlikely, but after thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not completely impossible. The new employee Duruan looked at the chat content in the group and wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. The employee code of conduct is enough to refresh people's 3 views. Now the employees are actually saying that the boss bought a yacht for employees to play with. Play? Is this human language? Seeing his colleagues chatting about fantasy with normal faces, he couldn't help but typed and asked, "Excuse me, are you guys kidding? Oh, it's a new colleague. You will adapt to the environment here after living in the company for a month. We are all experienced people. It's no big deal." I'm not kidding. This month, the boss just bought the heated swimming pool on the rooftop of the office building and let us use it for free. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, so it's not impossible for us to say that the boss will bring us a yacht this time. At this moment, the person involved, Ruan Miner, finally spoke. "Don't guess randomly. Mr. Yang wants me to participate in any sports competition, but the venue is out of town, so I have to be on a business trip for a week." "Oh, is our guild going to send out any sports player?" "Sure. When will you win the world championship and show it to the company?" Ruan Miner made a helpless expression. "It's just a regional invitational tournament, which is far from the professional league. Don't praise me anymore. My keyboard is already praising me before the game even starts." Colleagues, Shaoyuki, who likes to watch the fun, suddenly asked a soul-searching question. "By the way, have you realized that, now that the boss and Mr. Chan are gone, our company seems to have no senior management? If there is no senior management, then there is no senior management. It's not a big deal. If you have any questions, can't you just call the leader? Anyway, Mr. Yang's role in the company is mostly to monitor whether the employees get off work on time. He is on a business trip now, and the company may be able to run more efficiently. Shaoyuki sighed and sent another message. What I mean is, can we take advantage of the time when the two leaders are on a business trip to secretly run the new employees' projects beautifully and then give them a surprise when they come back? You ask the leaders about everything. How can we give them surprises? When Lion G was the first to support, I think it's okay. Usually the boss gives us surprises, such as massages, swimming pools, and bonuses. This time it's our turn to repay the boss, right? Isn't a week a little tight? Mr. Yang has been trying to reduce the pressure on us as much as possible. Can we just give up with peace of mind? Yes, we have to tell President Yang that, even if he is not in the company, even if he has an emergency, we can be self-reliant. Agreed. This is the first time that President Yang has let us do a project. We must give him a surprise. Seeing that most people in the company agreed with his opinion, Shaoyuki smiled. Since everyone agrees, the company cannot be leaderless. I suggest that I be the temporary commander-in-chief of the company this week. What do you think? 2W updates are presented. By the way, the update plan in the future. 6,000 to 8,000 updates per day. Less is considered a debt, and more is considered an addition. In the future, the number of words in a chapter will be more, and the number of chapters will be fewer, but the total number of words will remain unchanged. Don't think the author is a scumbag, just because there are fewer chapters. Chapter 107 The Happiness of Leadership Additional Update, and report on the achievements so far. The next day, Yang Ruoqian, Chang Ziking and Ruan Minor flew to Shancheng. The atmosphere in the company without the two leaders was obviously different from before. Specifically, the employees could finally talk about work during lunch break without worrying about a boss suddenly popping out from a corner to deduct 200 yuan from their wages. In the employee cafeteria, everyone sat together for the first time, talking happily about Du Ruin's live broadcast plan and more detailed scripts. Eating a big meal and talking about work is a rare happy time in the company. Wang Zikin, who has been promoted to the head of operations, greeted the two new operators to sit down. We have decided on the general direction now. What do you think of the specific script? It is indeed necessary to decide on the script. As the self-proclaimed temporary leader, Shaoyuki nodded. Do you think we should come up with the script, or find an outsourced director? As a rich second generation, Shaoyuki can more or less contact people in this area. When Lion G stopped eating and looked up, saying, I have to think about it myself. We only have 4 days at most. If we outsource it, it will probably be at least the weekend before we get the script. What if we are not satisfied with the script? Then, are we the only ones to think about the script? The new operations guy asked in a low voice. What are you afraid of? The general direction has been decided. Isn't it just the daily routine of the company leaders bullying the employees? Shaoyuki said indifferently. We have so many people who have changed jobs here. Can't we brainstorm and come up with a script? What director to look for? How can the scripts adapted by many people through personal experience be less down to earth than those of directors who have been away from the grassroots for a long time? Even Shaoyuki himself has heard countless times in his own company how the employees privately arrange their fathers. The material is simply inexhaustible. Speaking of this, Song Lixin was the first one who couldn't help but complain. When I was working at a TV station, the elevator was broken, and my boss actually asked me to climb the stairs to get to key it for him. There was a cafeteria, but he didn't even want to make do for a day. Lu Shuiwen also nodded vigorously. Your boss will at most ask you to run errands. When I was a salesperson, my performance might even be robbed. When President Yang bought a car from me, my performance was almost robbed. Me too. It's okay to have my performance robbed, but the most infuriating thing is that the best employee was also robbed. The white-haired security guard ZHU Kifeng also joined the discussion. Your leaders are okay. At most, they just want money, but ours is simply deadly. They work overtime until the early morning every day, and sometimes they even spend the night in the company. Overtime should be quite common in the security guard's era. By the way, security guard, can you share your maintenance secrets? You are so energetic in your 70s. I'm quite envious. Seeing the topic gradually going off track, the temporary leader Shoyuki hurriedly said, "Let's talk about health preservation later. The most important thing now is the script material. I've also heard that some companies temporarily notify employees to go to the company to work overtime on weekends. If they are less than half an hour late, it will be considered late, and if they are less than an hour late, it will be considered absent from work for a day." He heard this from an employee of his family's company. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but it could be used as material anyway. Have you ever seen a company that forces us to eat in the employee cafeteria and then is very stingy? Yours is nothing. My previous company also had a bitter memory meal, but I think it was fake. They were really trying to make money under the guise of a bitter memory meal. Yes, there are also leaders who deceive their superiors and subordinates, reporting 200,000 yuan in funding to the higher-ups, but only 30,000 yuan was left when it came to an intern like me. The final result was not good, and I even asked him where the 200,000 yuan went to. It's okay, at least you were just bullied. No matter how much money it is, it's always something. The young agent who just changed jobs also joined the topic. Nowadays, many small companies even require newcomers to pay training fees. Have you heard of paid work? Isn't this illegal? Payment for work is nothing. There are also places that force employees to kneel and kowtow to their leaders. The company next door to us asked someone to work overtime for 3 days. After a sudden death, they actually asked the employee's family for compensation because it delayed the company's project progress. I heard that the city next door was exposed for arrears of wages for 3 years and the boss ran away. The province next door. My parents told me. I heard the auntie over there say last time when I was buying groceries. As everyone talked, the topic gradually began to develop in a wrong direction. At first, they just talked about their own personal experiences or things they had seen with their own eyes. Even when it was time for massage after lunch, the massage room, which should have been silent, was noisy, and everyone was expressing their emotions one by one. But I can always complain about my own things, but the resentment towards a certain group of people becomes deeper and deeper, and the more I talk, the angrier I get. Now that I have talked about everything I have seen and heard, what should I do? Then recall the reports on the online news, then search from my ancient memories, or simply make up stories with my imagination. As a result, everyone gradually began to change from providing materials to complaining, from complaining to telling stories, and finally from telling stories to comparing. Comparing whose story the leader's behavior is more appalling and more cruel. Shoyuki listened to the heated discussions of the employees, nodded with satisfaction, and recorded some interesting materials that are easy to arrange into a script. What is real? This is called authenticity. The employees told all their stories, and then made these stories into the script for the live broadcast. Isn't the so-called sense of authenticity that young Ruoqian needs immediately? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, working hours. The 3 giants of Kuiguang, Shoyuki, Wengzikin and Wen Lianji, met secretly in the conference room. How is it? Did you write down everything they said? Leave it to me. I've written down everything that can be filmed. You can see which script to use this afternoon. Shoyuki sent what he wrote to the 2 colleagues. Wengzikin took a look and nodded. They all feel good. Should we shoot a plot similar to a unit drama, or a slightly more coherent plot? Although it is a live broadcast, the 3 must also consider the market for recorded broadcasts. I think we should do both. When Lianji suggested, the best content is a unit drama with a weak plot that can be a continuation of the previous chapter, but new viewers will not be confused when they come in. What do you think? Okay, I agree. I agree too. Then let's think about the title of the live broadcast room. Build your own happiness on the pain of others. How about the happiness of leadership? So far, there are 1,700 first orders, 2 more chapters are owed, and the monthly votes have increased by about 100. 1 more chapter is owed. Now after the extra chapter of this chapter, it still owes 2 more chapters. There will be another 8,000 words updated normally today, but the time is not sure. Chapter 108 no problem. Your salary is 68,000. Pengcheng, Yufu Company. In the office, a shrewd young man rushed in with a cheerful tone. Hey, did you hear that Zheng Weileng, the old man, took his lackeys to talk to clients today? Several people immediately raised their heads. Are they all gone? Yes, they are all gone. The young man nodded vigorously. They probably won't be back for a while. They all left, and they won't be back for a while. If they don't slack off, they will be unworthy of their workload and salary. Work. We have to work harder when the leader is not here. The other employees in the office shouted a few times tacitly. Then they either opened the game icon hidden on the desktop, or opened the new movie they had been coveting for a long time, or took out their mobile phones to open the live broadcast software. Since Lin Ko was fired, their treatment has been getting worse day by day, and the resources they have at hand have been snatched up by other groups, so they gradually started to work in a sloppy state. Although Lin Ko always asked them to work overtime, he still paid them overtime and the resources at hand were still abundant. Now, after working so hard for a month, it's hard to say whether the commission can be increased by 200 or 300. It's better to just eat and wait for death and live on the savings. Brother Pang, which girl are you looking at? A man in the slacking team leaned out and looked at his colleagues. The man called Brother Pang picked up his mobile phone and shook it to prove his innocence. I'm too old now. Now I just watch some light and funny things to relax. Okay, I also like to watch funny live broadcasts and funny videos. Recommend to me. Shh, don't tell others that I recommended them. I personally think the ones from Kuiguang Guild are actually pretty good and fun. Ah, Brother Pang, you are watching too? I'm watching too. You are watching too. I'm watching too. The two 25-year-olds were speechless and stared at each other in shock for a full 7 or 8 seconds. I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually 25-year-olds like me. Then, the two people with common interests immediately colluded with each other and immersed themselves in discussion, talking excitedly. You're watching too? I wait for song licks and street interviews on time every day. What about you? I used to do the airplane dance for the macho dance troupe every day, but now they've become big and they need rockets to do it. Hey, by the way, have you heard that they recently hired a new anchor, and I don't know what he does yet. It's said that he's going to start broadcasting today. Do you know when? It seems to be. Shit, it's now. Go watch it. The happiness of the leader. What is this? Could it be that the boss of their company is personally on the stage? You'll know after you watch it. I have a feeling it's definitely a tough job. As they were talking, the two people who shared the computer screen saw the live broadcast room at the same time and saw Du Rulin, who looked like he was sucking the marrow out of his bones, with an extremely annoying smile on his face, staring closely at the audience on the other side of the screen. The two 25-year-olds were so scared that they almost threw the mouse in their hands away. Fuck this anchor. I almost thought it was our leader who came to check on him. So scary. I saw it too. It doesn't seem like an act. In the camera, Du Rulin was sorting out the information. It looks like the ordinary life of a company leader. Du Rulin sorted out the information in his hand, with a bright smile on his face, and shook his head helplessly at the camera. Today is the day to pay wages. I finally calculated the wages of the employees. I feel bad. The bright smile and the helpless expression blended perfectly together, coupled with this sentence that was hard to hear as human words for a while. Very good. I'm already angry. Due to the reputation of the Kuiguang Guild, when Du Rulin just started broadcasting, there were already quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. Who is this? Which leader of the Kuiguang Guild personally went to the live broadcast? Listen to what he said. What does it mean to feel bad in my heart? Why do I feel irritated when I see this face? Du Rulin ignored the barrage, holding 3 red envelopes in his hand, and strode into the company's meeting room. Inside stood the employees who were guest starred by the 3 giants of Kuiguang. Ah Weng, this is your salary for this month. 500 yuan. Take it. Du Rulin smiled and picked up one of the red envelopes and handed it to Weng Zikin. Weng Zikin looked at Du Rulin's face and felt involved. Isn't my salary 2,000 yuan? Why is there only 500 here? But you worked overtime for 120 hours this month. After deducting the water and electricity costs for overtime, there is only 500. Is there any problem? Du Rulin smiled and took the red envelope and forced it into Weng Zikin's hand. By the way, you were late for work for 14 seconds today. Remember to pay the 200 yuan fine. After get off work, Wang Zikin walked out of the office without saying anything. Awen, your salary is 800 yuan. Do you have any objection? The leader played by Du Rulin smiled and shook his head and handed a slightly bulging red envelope to Wen Lianji. No objection. Okay, pay 200 yuan for toilet paper usage at the front desk. After get off work, you went to the toilet 5 times in the company this month. 40 yuan each time. Wen Lianji snatched the red envelope and left the office angrily. Du Rulin still had a smile on his face. He turned his gaze to Shaoyuki and asked, "Little naughty boy, why don't you leave? Do you have any questions about your salary? Mr. Du, was your salary sent to you incorrectly? Why is there only 6 yuan in my red envelope? Didn't we agree on 6 to 8,000 yuan at the beginning?" Shaoyuki asked angrily. "No problem, 6 to 8,000. Haven't you got 6 yuan now?" Du Rulin put his hands in front of him politely. "Why don't you go to work quickly? You just ask boring questions. You will be fined 200 after get off work." Shaoyuki asked angrily, "My salary is only 6 yuan, and you fined me 200. Do you still have any shame?" Du Rulin turned and walked away, waved his hand, and said generously, "No, thank you." The camera was always facing Du Rulin's face. While walking inside the company, he said to the audience in front of the camera in the half-dead tone used by most leaders, "The company's elevator is broken, so it's a good opportunity for the employees to climb 24 floors to get me to cure it and exercise their bodies at the same time." As he said that, Du Rulin took out a thermometer. If the takeaway is cold, it means the employees are lazy and their wages will be deducted. As soon as he finished speaking, a breathless employee ran over and handed over a plastic bag. "Mr. Du, your takeaway." Du Rulin picked up the thermometer and pointed it at the inside of the plastic bag. He pointed at the employee and smiled. "It's cold. Deduct 200. As he said that, he took the ice cream in the plastic bag and continued to smile at the camera. As a leader, you have to be smart. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. At this point in the live broadcast, the audience in the live broadcast room can be described as a sea of people. I suggest that this company be investigated strictly. Host, send me the address. I'll go to the kitchen to get you some local specialties. Fuck, this tone, this appearance, is exactly the same as our company's leader. I finally took advantage of the leader's absence at work to take a break, and you show me this? Don't say any more. After watching this live broadcast, I can't wait to go to the leader's office and punch him. The scene of picking up the takeaway is so vivid. The leader who knows nothing asks you to make ice cream and then complains that the temperature is too low. In the camera, Du Rulin's eyes were curved with smiles. He took a few documents from the printer and distributed them to the employees. Tomorrow the company will have a half-day power outage, so I have arranged for the employees to work overtime all night tonight, so that they won't be bored. Then he took a small notebook and collected red envelopes from the employees one by one, and smiled at the camera and explained his motivation for doing so. Of course, the money for printing documents must be reimbursed by the employees, and they can't think that your efforts are natural. Du Rulin collected the red envelopes while bowing politely to every employee who paid. While doing things worse than animals, he was so polite, which perfectly reproduced the image of those black-hearted leaders in everyone's mind. After collecting the money, Du Rulin quickly walked to the company's electrical box, put his hand on the switch, and smiled. Finally, remember to turn off the company's power supply so that employees can adapt to the power outage environment in advance. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether it's turned off early or late, so any savings are good. This is the happiness of the company's leaders, sweet with a pop sound. The live broadcast room instantly went black, leaving only the confused audience. Du Rulin completed his first broadcast and went offline smoothly. "Leaders, did I do okay this time?" After making sure that the camera and microphone were turned off, Du Rulin immediately put away the expression on his face and asked with some uneasiness. Of course, he couldn't really turn off the switch. This plot was carefully written by the three giants to end the live broadcast. It had a plot, and the end of the broadcast was reasonable. Wang Zikin, who sat back at her workstation, nodded with satisfaction. The backstage data is very good, and the audience retention rate is extremely high. The next thing to do is to quickly record and edit the content of the live broadcast and post it on various platforms. Except for the unique comments from the audience, Ruoqian's live broadcast data is perfect in all aspects. Some people are even still frantically posting barrages in the live broadcast room where the screen has turned black, hoping to have a cordial exchange with Ruoqian offline. Shoyuki, who was in charge of publicity, waved his hand and called over his two newly recruited subordinates, saying in a generous manner, "Come here, you two newcomers. Let me, Brother Sheo, personally demonstrate to you how publicity is done. Watch and learn carefully." When Lion G, the agent's supervisor, nodded to Ruoqian repeatedly, "Not bad, very good, just keep up this state. Try to mobilize the audience's emotions with every action, every sentence, and every word. Keep up this momentum, and when Mr. Yang comes back, he will be surprised. I wonder how happy and relieved Mr. Yang will be when he comes back from his business trip and sees that the company can still develop so well after leaving him for a week and can still cultivate a popular anchor." She put herself in the boss's position and was deeply moved. It's too early to be happy. Wang Zikin was also a little excited, but she remained sober to a certain extent. We need to think about how to arrange the next script so that it will not affect the viewing of new viewers, and it can also make old viewers feel that the book is connected to the last time. This time the plot ends with a power outage, and the next broadcast starts from here. Wang Zikin immediately shook her head to express her opposition. New viewers will definitely be confused if the plot is arranged like this. After all, the correlation between the two scripts is too strong. Viewers who don't know what happened in the last live broadcast may not be able to understand the content of the subsequent live broadcast at all. As the live broadcast continues, the subsequent viewing threshold will become higher and higher until any new viewer is completely discouraged. Weekly related unit dramas are different. On the one hand, it can make new followers have no viewing threshold, and on the other hand, it can exchange secret codes with old viewers, leaving them with enough expectations and increasing stickiness. This is a very critical question. Shoyuki pondered for a long time and suddenly looked up. "What do you think? We should use the change of the supporting role's identity as the entry point." "The entry point of the supporting role's identity? What do you mean?" Wang Zikin didn't understand it all at once. "Have you forgotten that I played a guest role as an intern in the live broadcast? Or we can use this identity as the entry point," Shoyuki said. Wang Zikin showed an expression of enlightenment on her face. "Oh, I understand. You mean, every time the live broadcast, the identity of this intern will improve. For example, the next time the live broadcast, his identity will become a formal employee. The change of the supporting role's identity will not affect the overall plot. Whether new viewers can realize it or not, it will not form a barrier to watching the live broadcast. And old viewers can smile knowingly, wow, this kid's position has actually risen. Will it rise again next time?" In this way, new viewers have a sense of freshness, and old viewers have a sense of expectation. Why worry about not becoming popular overnight? Shoyuki nodded, yes. But considering Ruoqian's image as a black-hearted leader, promotion will definitely not be that fast. I'm an intern in this video, so I will become a senior intern at most in the next one. In this way, the image of the company in the script immediately became three-dimensional. Wang Zikin agreed. This is the details. Why is Mr. Yang always successful? It's because he pays attention to details. Now that they have been working in the company for nearly half a year, they finally realized one of Mr. Yang's secrets of success. Yes, I think this is what the boss wants to teach us. He not only wants to see us succeed, but also wants us to know how to succeed. Mr. Yang is really well intentioned. Shoyuki was very satisfied with the first answer sheet he gave to his college classmates. He wanted to call Yang Ruoqian back now and show him his results. "Did you see, my old classmate, during your business trip, I managed the company in an orderly manner. The anchors were all prosperous, and the whole corporate atmosphere was thriving. Employees who think so much about the boss and help the boss make money should get the top 10 employee award at the end of the year, right? It is already November, and there are less than 2 months left to the end of the year. This wave has directly contributed to a big performance. Money is a small matter for the rich second generation. The most important thing is that he can prove himself in front of his old classmates. Okay. 4,000 word chapters, more in the evening. Finally confirmed. 1,800 first orders. The author is very satisfied. Thank you all for your support. So far, 3 chapters are owed. The promise of adding 1 chapter for every additional 100 monthly tickets is valid this month. Everyone, please use your monthly tickets to hit me. Finally, an announcement. In order to thank everyone for their support, I will open a V group in a month, and all readers who have subscribed can join the group to draw a prize of 10,000 yuan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. This is the effect we want, and it's a sure thing this time. While the company employees were trying their best to give the boss a surprise gift, Yang Ruoqian himself was running around for Ruin Miner's competition. He had no time to pay attention to Du Rulin's affairs. Fortunately, the weather in Shanxing in November is no longer hot. At least you won't sweat when walking outside. The 3 of them booked 3 rooms in the hotel. After a day of rest, they set off for a super shopping mall in the city center. The city-level invitational tournament was held there. In the luxury car, Yang Ruoqian asked Ruin Miner, who was sitting in the co-pilot, "How is it? Are you nervous? Do you have the confidence to get a place?" Although it is a city-level competition, Shanxing is still different from other cities. There are probably many masters. Moreover, the game is different from the game between passers-by after all, and it requires more cooperation. Ruin Miner, who is used to playing games with randomly matched teammates, may not be able to adapt. "Don't worry, boss." Ruin Miner turned around and looked at the 2 leaders with no trace of nervousness on her face. "I have studied my opponents carefully and watched their game videos. I feel that they are as bad as masters and will definitely be killed by me. As bad as masters. Aren't you also a master?" Yang Ruoqian, who did not get first-hand information from Chang Ziking, silently complained in his heart, completely unaware that his game anchor has long been different from the past and is now a king player with a score of 1000. Pride will lead to defeat. After all, this is a team game, and you must not be careless. Yang Ruoqian was worried that Ruin Miner would be careless and underestimate the enemy and go home in disgrace without getting any awards, so he couldn't help but remind her. If that's the case, he probably has to find a city-level competition of some scale, otherwise he won't be able to complete the task given by the system. Ruin Miner nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I have a great ability to withstand pressure." A player who is on the road, if he doesn't have a little ability to withstand pressure, his mentality would have exploded long ago. As for teamwork, as long as one person is strong enough to beat 5 people, there is no need for teamwork. Ruin Miner is no longer the weakling who was blocked by several people. You can't be careless. Seeing that Ruin Miner was still full of confidence, Chang Ziking said earnestly, "There are 5 games today. I looked at it, and the strongest opponents are in the 3rd and 5th games. Especially in the 5th game, your state may not be able to maintain that long. The organizer of this invitational tournament is not particularly famous, and most of the contestants are indeed average, but there are always people like Ruin Miner in the world, so there are still some masters. Even if a game is fast enough, it will take 40 to 50 minutes. After 5 high-intensity and high-concentration games, it is not an easy thing to maintain the competitive state without declining. If the competitive state declines, it is not impossible to lose to a weaker player than oneself. Don't worry, Mr. Chang." Ruin Miner patted his chest hard. "I won't beat them to shit today, even if they poop cleanly." Ruin Miner's shocking words not only shocked the 2 company leaders, but even the driver who was concentrating on driving couldn't help but look at her sideways. This girl looks so delicate. Why does she speak so? What about the esports players? The roads in the mountain city are enough to drive any navigation software of this era crazy. Fortunately, the driver of the special car is a local and professional enough, so the journey is smooth. After a dizzying number of twists and turns, the luxury car finally arrived at the 8th floor of the shopping mall. Although it is the 8th floor of the mountain city is often on the 1st floor with a busy entrance, and the back is on the 8th floor, facing the cliff. Master, take care. Great. After a simple greeting, the three of them walked into the shopping mall together, found the internet cafe, where the competition was about to be held, and completed various procedures. Ruoqian Minor walked into the internet cafe and waved to the two leaders. Then I'll go practice my skills first. Goodbye, Mr. Yang and Mr. Chang. Yang Ruoqian watched the little girl enter a private room happily and shook his head with a smile. This girl, you say she is polite, she always says something shocking. You say she is not polite, she often behaves like a good child. In the whole company, Ruoqian Minor is actually the youngest. Everyone is also most worried about her, afraid that she can't manage so much money at once. But fortunately, from her daily clothes and expenses, it can be seen that this child is likely to have listened to Yang Ruoqian's words and saved the money honestly. In fact, judging from her behavior, she has received a good education. Chang Ziking said with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about her. There is still some time before the game starts. Where should we go shopping? Is there anything to shop around here? Yang Ruoqian still remembered the last time he went shopping, and he refused without hesitation. I suddenly feel a little tired for some reason, and I don't want to leave. How about I just find a random place to buy some snacks? Anyway, there is only an hour before the first game starts. The last time Chang Ziking said she wanted to buy a chiangsum, it took her nearly half an hour to get it done. The last time Chang Ziking said she wanted to buy a set of clothes for Yang Ruoqian, it took Yang Ruoqian's legs to break before he could finally get it done. Don't bother with all this nonsense. It's better to buy some popcorn, 2 cups of coke, and grab a better seat to watch the game. Chang Ziking was stunned for a moment. You also like to watch esports competitions? The two have known each other for so long. Chang Ziking notes that Yang Ruoqian is not very interested in competitive games. He mainly plays some standalone games, and he is not addicted to them. Most of the time, he watches anime, TV series, and movies. After starting a business, his free time suddenly became less, so he could only do more fragmented entertainment, such as watching live broadcasts, watching short videos, reading novels, etc. Care about the status of employees. Yang Ruoqian shrugged his shoulders, although she can't see whether we are there or not. After all, this is the first time that our anchor has participated in a city-level competition, which is also a milestone. And the most important thing is that whether she can win a prize in this competition is very critical to the future development of the company. As long as she is in the top 3, she will be considered a prize. But the problem is that even in such a small amateur competition, the top 3 are not so easy to get. There are too many people playing this game, and the esports players who enter the industry make too much money. Under the dual temptation of interest and profit, it is not surprising that a potential dragon emerges from nowhere. Okay, then I'll watch the game with you. Chang Ziking glanced around. You go and take a seat. I'll go buy some snacks. An hour later, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking sat side by side in a relatively good position, with a bucket of honey popcorn in the middle. The big screen in front of them suddenly lit up, and the two teams entered the selection interface. I didn't expect that there would be so many teams participating in such a small competition. Chang Ziking picked up a popcorn and put it in her mouth, saying with some emotion, it will take 5 games to decide the champion. Of course. Although Yang Ruoqian didn't play competitive games very often, he would occasionally watch esports competitions as a side dish. You know, our division has the most players, but we haven't even won a world championship. Everyone is holding their breath. Yang Ruoqian, who had memories of his previous life, knew that this situation of not being able to win the championship would have to continue for another 3 years, and it would not be until 18 years later that he could be proud of himself. Yeah, the game has started. Chang Ziking, who had no interest in esports at all, said casually, which one is Ruoqian? The red side, the one taking the upper road. Oh, After all, she was a complete layman. Chang Ziking said a few words casually, and after watching the game for a while, she couldn't help but take out her mobile phone and started reading a novel. There was no other reason, she just couldn't understand it. On the other hand, Yang Ruoqian, although his level was not very good, watched the game with relish and even commented from time to time. Ruin Miner's strength does look stronger than the opponent, but she is too easy to be targeted. She stepped into a trap. Ruin Miner's ability to fight two people alone is indeed a bit of luck. It feels like there is no cooperation between Ruin Miner and her teammates. We won, but it was a close win. This is only the first game. Yang Ruoqian looked at the big screen while eating popcorn one by one and began to analyze this game in his mind. Although Ruin Miner's strength looked good, he was too aggressive, which made it easy for him to die. Moreover, she did not have much tacit understanding with her teammates and brought many of her bad habits from playing games into the competition. Therefore, Yang Ruoqian made a judgment on Ruin Miner. This girl is okay in playing in public games, and it is okay to play in city level competitions, but if she wants to go further, it should be impossible. After watching the first game, Yang Ruoqian was more determined to let Ruin Miner set up an esports team by herself and let 5 people dilute the number of fans. Huang Rush's dance troupe was just an accident. If Ruin Miner formed a team, she would definitely not achieve any results in the end, and she would not be promoted to the highest level of the league, and naturally there would be no talk of a sudden popularity. Moreover, Ruin Miner usually does not show her face during live broadcasts, which further ensures the separation between her identity as an anchor and her identity as a professional player. Who would have the time to pay attention to the members of an obscure small team? Thinking of this, the second game began again. Just like the first game, the tacit understanding between Ruin Miner and her teammates was still very poor. The two teams fought for nearly 50 minutes before Ruin Miner's team barely won and successfully advanced. Then came the third game. As Chang Ziking said, the opponent this time was stronger than the previous 2 times, and Ruin Miner's team almost fell into a disadvantage from the start. In the end, it was because the opponent made 2 collective mistakes that they barely won and advanced. Seeing this, Yang Ruoqian lost interest in the next game. Even such a small game took so long to win. Ruin Miner's professional competitive level should not be very high. After the game is over, I will discuss the formation of a team with her. As for now, there are still 3 games to go, nearly 3 hours. Where should we go for a walk? Yang Ruoqian looked around. I finally came to the mountain city. What fun things are there? Why are you looking around? Don't you care about your own employees? Chang Ziking noticed Yang Ruoqian's actions almost instantly. How did the game go? Is it going well? Yang Ruoqian casually said, very smoothly, perfect promotion. There should be no problem in winning a prize, so why don't we take this time to see where there are fun things to do and come back to see when the last game comes. Chang Ziking, who had no interest in esports, suddenly lit up her eyes. Okay, where do you want to go? No, I don't want to go at all. When he was in college, Yang Ruoqian had a wide range of hobbies. He was interested in animation, movies, TV series, etc. Unfortunately, due to work problems in his previous life, he could hardly relax for a whole 10 years. These hobbies were slowly put aside. Now that he finally squeezed out some free time, Yang Ruoqian certainly had to revisit these hobbies that he had forgotten for more than 10 years. Let's not go shopping anymore. Let's search for activities nearby. Yang Ruoqian picked up his phone and did a random search. It didn't matter that he searched, he actually found something. Not far from here, a comic exhibition was actually being held. Yang Ruoqian was not a senior 2D and had never participated in similar activities before, but thinking that such an event was right next to him, it would be nice to go and broaden his horizons and satisfy his curiosity. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Chang Ziking asked curiously. As for men's resistance to shopping, Chang Ziking said that she could accept and understand it and did not force it. Without thinking, Yang Ruoqian said, there's a comic exhibition nearby. Do you want to go and have a look? It shouldn't take much time. Comic exhibition? Chang Ziking was stunned. Do you like comic exhibitions? I didn't see you go there when I was in college. Yang Ruoqian threw the empty Coke cup in the popcorn bucket with only a few unopened popcorn kernels into the trash can and smiled. I just haven't been there, so I'm curious. Do you like the outfits at the comic exhibition? Chang Ziking asked casually. Well, not really. I'm just a little interested in the feeling of blending virtual characters with reality. Yang Ruoqian thought about it carefully, neither denying nor confirming. Sometimes role-playing is quite exciting. Just like himself, he also likes to play role-playing computer games. Okay, let's go to the comic exhibition. 2 hours later, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking returned to the shopping center again and walked towards the internet cafe. The only difference was that Yang Ruoqian had 2 more bags in his hands, which were all filled with various clothes and peripherals bought from the comic exhibition. At this moment, Yang Ruoqian felt mixed emotions and wanted to give himself 2 slaps in the face. If a woman wants to go shopping, there are many places she can't go shopping. Want to avoid going to the comic exhibition? Too naive, too childish. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly came from the direction of the internet cafe. This is the decisive team battle. Whoever wins will be the champion of this invitational tournament. Today's 10,000 word update is presented. By the way, I would like to thank Zio Xiao Adujan. I have a girl named Lel, a pig who loves reading. Online novel rankings Ape, Daoyua, Perfect World 03. I should say something for your awards. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much. I still owe 3 chapters. The contrast is good, you can tell from the title, and it's a single female protagonist. Old boutique author, Sweet Cake. If you are interested, you can support it. Chapter 110. I temporarily declare you the best employee. More. The final victory? Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking looked at each other and walked towards the big screen together. The seats they had originally taken had long been occupied by others, and now was the peak time for the shopping mall, so there was no place to find a seat. Fortunately, you didn't wear high heels this time, otherwise you would be exhausted. Yang Ruoqian laughed. Look, most of the people who came here to take seats are not here to watch the game. After all, it was not a big game, and no famous players were invited to come. Most people just came to join in the fun. If you really want to watch the game, who would leave the highest level league and come to watch such a small regional game? HMM. Chang Ziking did not comment on the matter of wearing high heels and abruptly changed the subject. Then why don't you analyze which side has the greater advantage in this decisive battle? Yang Ruoqian glanced at the big screen and shook his head. Ruin Minor has already won. Even if it is a small game, she is more or less a champion. Let's go and congratulate her. This kind of city level competition, even if there is an award ceremony, it will not be too grand and cumbersome, and it will only take a few minutes to go through the motions. As expected, as soon as the two walked to the door of the internet cafe, they saw Ruin Minor holding the trophy and walking out excitedly. Boss Yang, Boss Chang, this way, this way. The little girl looked very happy. I'm the champion. So happy. Yang Ruoqian smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Take the trophy back and put it in the company's exhibition hall. Okay. Okay. Ruin Minor still didn't get out of the joy of victory, and the whole person was in an extremely excited state. Boss Yang, there is also a champion bonus. 20,000 yuan. As she said, Ruin Minor handed Yang Ruoqian a red envelope containing 20,000 yuan in cash. The moment he saw the red envelope handed over, Boss Yang, who earns 2,000 yuan a month, was deeply moved. System, can I accept this money from Ruin Minor and then use the company's funds to give her a bonus? If the bonus collected is deposited into the company account, the behavior is not illegal. If the bonus collected is deposited into a personal account, it is illegal. Depositing the bonus into a personal account and returning the 20,000 yuan to the employees by adjusting their salaries is also a violation. The following behaviors are also violations. Looking at all the possibilities that were blocked, Yang Ruoqian sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there are no loopholes to exploit. If he swallowed the 20,000 yuan directly and did not return it to Ruin Minor, it would not be considered a violation. But Yang Ruoqian could not do such a thing as swallowing other people's prize money against his conscience. You earned the prize money by winning the game yourself. Why do you keep it for yourself and give it to me? Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. We have already booked a restaurant and I just have something to ask you. Let's talk while we eat. Thank you, President Yang. Ruin Miner smiled happily. Although each of the 5 games was not beautiful, it was just a painful process. When they saw the prize money and the trophy, the pain disappeared. The 3 of them entered the hot pot restaurant and found a seat in the corner. Yang Ruoqian picked up the menu, ordered a few dishes at random, and then handed the menu to the 2 people opposite. Take a look. Is there anything else you want to eat? Chang Ziqing glanced at the menu and shook her head. That's enough. The appetites of the 3 of us are not that big. Why did you order so much? Because this is considered a business trip, all expenses can be reimbursed by the system, so it's a waste if you don't spend it. Anyway, it's not out of Yang Ruoqian's own pocket. Ruin Miner won a championship. Let's celebrate. Don't worry about the money. Yang Ruoqian, who was generous to others, said very generously, I have a few more questions about this competition. Ruin Miner nodded. Boss Yang, you go ahead. I don't know much about esports. Why don't you review it yourself? How do you feel about today's game? Before letting Ruin Miner form an esports team by herself, Yang Ruoqian had to make a final insurance. Review the game. Ruin Miner sighed and thought for a moment. There are some experts, but not many. The scene seems to be stressful, and it seems that the cooperation is not in place. But our opponents often make various low-level mistakes. In this level of competition, it feels like it's not about which side plays better, but which side makes fewer mistakes. In general, it's hard to evaluate, because this is still an amateur competition. Yang Ruoqian listened, nodded frequently, and gradually put his mind at ease. Even in amateur competitions, he couldn't beat his opponent. When he got to the professional league, he would only be beaten more miserably. Not bad. Then what was your mentality during the game? Yang Ruoqian asked the waiter to put down the dishes. If you have a bad mentality, you will easily break the defense, which will affect your state, and it is generally difficult to achieve any results in the game. Overall it's okay. Ruin Miner thought for a moment and put a piece of boiled fat lamb into the bowl. It's just, I feel that my teammates are too bad, and I almost couldn't help complaining a few times. However, I remembered in time that this is a competition, not a live broadcast, and contestants are not allowed to curse. Hey, if I meet teammates like this during a live broadcast, I will definitely not indulge them. Seeing Ruin Miner talking freely, Yang Ruoqian put down his last bit of worry. Very good, very good. Huang Rush's unfinished work of diluting fans is now handed over to you, little friend Ruin Miner. Ruin Miner, do you have any ideas yourself? Yang Ruoqian asked. Do you have any ideas about playing professionally, or are you satisfied with just being a streamer? Ruin Miner blinked. Mr. Yang, to be honest, I actually wanted to play professionally from the beginning. But those clubs saw that I was a girl and basically rejected me without even thinking about it. There was really no way to enter the professional league, so the internet addicted girl had to settle for the second best and choose to be a game streamer. Do you know that being a professional game player is harder than you think? Although Yang Ruoqian was eager to make money, he still reminded her. When a hobby becomes a job, when a relaxing and leisurely thing becomes a pile of data that weighs on your head, even the things you like will become annoying. Hey, Mr. Yang, you have seen me endure hardships. Ruin Miner chuckled, and I'm quite satisfied with my life now. If I can't play professionally, then I can't play. Life is always made up of regrets one after another. Seeing that Ruin Miner was not hot-headed, Yang Ruoqian nodded. If I say that the company supports you to set up a team, just like Huang Rush's studio, you don't need to bear any responsibility. Do you still want to try your dream? Set up a professional team by yourself? And you don't need to bear the pressure of performance? Just like Huang Rush's dance studio? Exclamation mark. Ah, really? Ruin Miner was immediately moved, but she still kept a certain calm. But isn't that a benefit only for the best employees of the company? I now declare that you are the best employee of this month. I still owe 2 more chapters. There are still 8,000 words to be updated normally today. Chapter 111 Stereotypes. 4,000 words. Announce now. Announce the best employee award in a hot pot restaurant. Ruan Miner's hand holding the dish was suspended in midair, and she didn't react for a moment. Mr. Yang, have you always been so careless in judging the best employees? Don't you think about it more? Mr. Yang, I don't think I was the best employee last month. Ruan Miner thought about it and reminded a little embarrassedly, brother Huang and sister Gao both have higher incomes than me. Although Ruan Miner's fan base is growing rapidly, she doesn't show her face after all, and the poor guys who play games are more or less inferior to the rich guys in the living area, so her income is not eye-catching among the current anchors. It was only recently that she took over an external device advertisement and hung it in the live broadcast room, which made her income look better. Isn't it a bit too hasty to directly judge the best employee in a hot pot restaurant? The best employee, as the name suggests, is the best, not the one who makes the most money. Yang Ruoqian said without hesitation, if we only look at how much money is earned to judge who is the best, then it is a bit putting the cart before the horse. Chang Ziking couldn't help but nod and said, if we only look at how much money is earned in a month or a period of time, the company's employees will inevitably be short-sighted, and some very promising talents and projects will be buried. Yang Ruoqian said seriously and solemnly, moreover, you have won a city-level honor for the company. Although there is no bonus, it is very meaningful. So this time, the best employee must be you. It must be you. It must be. The best employee is obviously an honor, and it obviously represents an opportunity for countless people to realize their dreams. Why does Mr. Yang sound as if he can't wait to make himself the best employee? Then, just when Ruan Miner was about to say that she was disrespectful, the screen of her mobile phone on the table suddenly lit up. Hiss, it's my dad. Ruan Miner swallowed her saliva. I want to answer the phone first. Go ahead. Yang Ruoqian was still very reasonable in this regard. Ruan Miner was not very old to begin with, and she traveled back and forth between Pengcheng and Jinhei by herself. She had never told her colleagues about the situation of her parents at home. This sudden call must be something very important. Ruan Miner nodded, pressed the answer button, and raised the phone to her ear. Hello. You still know how to answer the phone? You still know you have a father? Although the speaker phone was not turned on, a man's roaring voice still reached Yang Ruoqian's ears from the other end of the phone. It is conceivable how angry the person on the other end of the phone was. Dad, Ruan Miner looked at the two leaders embarrassedly and spoke in a much lower voice. Have you had enough of being out there? You haven't called home or sent me a message for so long? You want to make a big fuss, do you? The roar interrupted Ruan Miner very savagely. You are not doing your job all day. Where do you get money to eat? Come back quickly. Do you hear me? Do you know how worried your mother is about you? You left alone without saying a word. Do you have money? With your education, can you find a good job? Ruan Miner, who was interrupted continuously, finally caught the opportunity when her father was talking and spoke quickly. I found a job. It's very stable. What good job can you find? You learn to lie after running out, right? Ruan's father's tone was still irritable. In the eyes of the older generation, playing games and doing live broadcasts are all not doing their jobs. The best job is to take a test, be a teacher, a doctor, or a lawyer. The second best is to go to the most stable company, such as a bank, to be a white-collar worker. The next step is to do some small business at home like Ruan's father, and be a small boss. For an internet-addicted girl like Ruan Miner who plays games every day, she can only find a job as a network administrator in an internet cafe at most. She stays up late every day and faces a computer every day. What future does she have? I really found a job. I have saved a lot of money now. Ruan Miner felt a little aggrieved. She was just named the best employee by the company, so how could it not be a good job? The atmosphere of the boss's company is so good, the benefits and salary are top notch, and even the work arrangements after the live broadcast career are in place. You spend money lavishly at home, but can you save money outside? Although Ruan's father didn't quite believe his internet-addicted daughter, his reason told him that his daughter did find a job. Otherwise how could she survive without any income during the days when she had no news? Come back soon and teach you how to do business. Ruin Minor let out a sigh of relief. This is why she didn't want to contact her family for so long. The older generation is sometimes kind, but they are too stubborn and always want to impose their kindness on the younger generation. Dad, I can't come back. I have to live broadcast recently and prepare for the next game, and I have to find teammates, so I don't have time. Live broadcast and also compete. This child is incorrigible. Ruin's father was trembling with anger. Do you know that the child of the Ding family next door was hired by a high-tech company and now earns 10,000 yuan a month? How much can you earn? 10,000 yuan? I can earn more than 30 times that. But Ruin Minor didn't want to tell his father for the time being. Prejudice is secondary. After all, in the face of absolute income, any prejudice seems pale and self-deception. The most terrible thing is that live broadcasting can interact with the audience. If you tell your relatives, it will definitely spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. When the broadcast starts, the whole family and friends will come for collective team building. By then, the screen will be full of white words. My Zio minimum is really amazing. This live broadcast is really interesting, and other water army barrages. Ruin Minor doesn't dare to think about it anymore. Social death on the spot is considered light. Don't worry, your daughter earns more than him. Ruin Minor gave the two leaders who were watching the show a look for help. My boss is asking me to work overtime. I'll hang up first. After saying that, without waiting for her father to roar again, Ruin Minor hung up the phone directly and then quickly set her phone to the do not disturb mode to reject all incoming calls. Sorry, Mr. Yang, Mr. Chang. I'm making fun of you. Ruin Minor scratched her head embarrassedly. My dad is a bit stubborn. Stubbornness is good. The more stubborn your dad is, the more you want to prove yourself, right? Yang Ruoqian nodded to show his understanding and stepped up his efforts to paint a rosy picture for Ruin Minor. So, do you want to form a team by yourself and use the actual situation and results to tell your father that you are right? Besides, didn't you say that you have to be very careful when speaking in other people's teams, and you are very unhappy? Now that you form your own team, you can do whatever you want in the team, have fun playing, and realize your dreams, and stop the relatives from talking. Killing two birds with one stone, isn't it wonderful? It is difficult to convince these predecessors with words alone, because they have lived for decades, and used their entire lives to establish their own complete worldview. Only by putting the facts in front of them can we truly change their stereotypes about esports and the live broadcast industry. Ruin Minor was both expectant and worried. I want to, but can I? I only know how to play games, not how to manage people. If you can't, you can recruit people who can. Yang Ruoqian couldn't wait to let Ruin Minor build the team. The company will provide you with funds. Just do it boldly. Yang Ruoqian recognized Ruin Minor's gaming skills, but he didn't think she could make a name for this so-called team. The most critical point is not the irrelevant factors such as how difficult it is to form a team, or how expensive the equipment is. It's the team members. Now is the era of the barbaric development of the esports industry. Not only are the players crazy about internal competition, but even the esports clubs are also competing at all costs. Whether it is a famous player, or going to other competition areas to invite foreign aid, or a good seedling in the league's youth training. As long as there is potential and outstanding performance, as long as you dare to stand out, there will be countless clubs spending huge sums of money to offer high salaries to dig them into the club in order to tie the players to death. There are also sky-high liquidated damages clauses. With the current financial resources of the Kuiguang Group, even if the system funds are fully drained, it is impossible to dig up a decent player. So if Ruin Minor wants to form a team, she can only start from the internet cafe team, recruit some teammates with low salaries, and step by step through one game after another, so that the team can be promoted from the lower league to the highest league. Only when it reaches the highest league can it be considered to have preliminary commercial value and the ability to attract fans. This possibility is too low. So in the end, this team will most likely become a money printing machine with 5 members plus a substitute, a total of 6 people, to divide up the total number of Ruin Minor's fans. The bonus will soar in an instant. Yang Ruoqian firmly believes that Yuan Rush's success will never be repeated in Ruin Minor. Anyway, training and live broadcasting do not conflict. Even if the team does not achieve any results, it will not affect Ruin Miner's live broadcasting career. Mr. Yang, thank you. Ruin Miner clenched his fists and whispered, I will definitely achieve results to prove that you did not choose the wrong person, and prove that my father was wrong. You still want to build a team in such a low voice? Yang Ruoqian joked. Ruin Miner immediately raised her voice. I will definitely achieve good results, and prove that the boss did not choose the wrong person. Prove that my father was wrong. Yang Ruoqian looked at the young man's high-spirited appearance, as if he saw himself in his previous life, who almost lost all his coffin money, and smiled with relief. But, very energetic. We will book a ticket to Jinhae the day after tomorrow, and it's just right to give you a day off tomorrow to relax. Come to the company on Monday, and we will discuss the details in detail. Friday afternoon. The pleasant and short business trip to the mountain city came to a quiet end. After saying goodbye to Ruin Miner at the airport, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking returned home together and had dinner together as usual. When leaving, Yang Ruoqian put the bag of clothes and peripherals bought from the comic exhibition on the ground and reminded Chang Ziking, who was cleaning the table, this is your stuff. I helped you carry it all the way. Remember to put it away. I'm going back to rest. See you on Monday. Chang Ziking glanced at the bag of clothes and absent-mindedly hummed twice. See you on Monday. See you on Monday. Back to his room, Yang Ruoqian lay comfortably on the bed, took out his mobile phone, and clicked on the shark platform. Hey, I just finished a big project to dilute Ruin Miner, and when I get home, I can see Du Rulin, who has no popularity. The happiness of double happiness. Who understands it? Not bad. It's off. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Du Rulin's online status and praised. It seems that during my business trip, the employees still abided by the employee code of conduct. And if it is a normal person, it should not be very likely to take the initiative to work overtime for free after work, right? Discussing work matters while eating. Aren't you afraid of losing your appetite? Yang Ruoqian is still very confident in his employees. Let me see the number of fans of the new anchor. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000. Yang Ruoqian, who was originally in a good mood, gradually weakened his tone. After several seconds, Yang Ruoqian threw his phone on the bed, his tone full of puzzlement and confusion. These days, broadcasting the life of a company leader, broadcasting the daily life of a leader bullying employees, there are so many people watching. No, you like to watch, you go to work and have an immersive experience. It's so hard to watch a live broadcast. Can't you watch something light and happy? If not, can you watch something in depth? A full 230,000 people, their daily life is too smooth, and they want to add some trouble to their beautiful days? This is unscientific. What kind of mentality do people have when watching this kind of live content? It's completely incomprehensible. But even if he complained, Yang Ruoqian struggled to crawl to the end of the bed, picked up his phone, clicked on Du Rulin's live broadcast room, and clicked on his latest live broadcast replay. He wanted to see today why Du Rulin gained so many fans during his business trip. The happiness of leadership. The screen lit up, and Du Rulin's face, which needed no further elaboration, appeared in front of Yang Ruoqian, and he felt that the sky was 3 feet high. Du Rulin had a bright smile on his face. While adjusting his suit, he said to the camera, yesterday, I saw many viewers saying that I exploited my employees. This is really a stereotype. Our company cares about employees and goes deep into every aspect of life. It just so happens that I just checked the employees and found that the intern who came last time has a birthday today. Du Rulin stood up and walked towards the office area, coming to the side of Xiao Yika's position. The two of them appeared in the same frame on the screen. One of them was working hard on the documents on the table, and the other was smiling at the camera. The contrast was full of comedy. Du Rulin smiled brightly at the camera. Let him buy a cake to honor me. After all, it was not easy for me to give him a job opportunity. It is only natural for him to repay me on his birthday. Next, the scene turned to the table, where a luxurious big cake was placed, with a few candles on it. Du Rulin, holding a knife and fork in his hand, was not in a hurry to eat. He turned around and urged Xiao Yiki beside him, make a wish quickly, I want to eat. Millimeters, it smells good. Yang Ruoqian did not watch the next live broadcast replay. He clicked and turned off the screen of his mobile phone. Go to sleep. If I keep watching, I will not be able to sleep tonight. Does the content of this live broadcast have anything to do with the truth I said at the beginning? Exclamation mark. Where did you get all these materials from? Exclamation mark. I must check it carefully. When I return to the company on Monday, the monthly ticket increased by 100, and I owe 3 chapters again. There are still 4,000 words to be updated in the evening. Chapter 112. Mr. Yang, he is warm, I cry. On Monday, the company was filled with a festive atmosphere. All the employees were ready to give their boss a surprise gift when he came back. In their opinion, Mr. Yang, who was busy with business trips and a lot of business, had countless things to do, so he definitely had no time to pay attention to a little new anchor. Little did they know that Yang Ruoqian had already watched Du Rulin's video on Friday night. He was tortured for 2 days before he finally went to work on Monday. Ding. Yang Ruoqian walked out of the elevator listlessly. The new front desk girl stared at the elevator nervously. The moment she saw Yang Ruoqian, she sent a pre-arranged code to other people in the company. Mr. Yang is back. Welcome. Has Mr. Yang done any big project this time? Yang Ruoqian saw the employees' expressions and knew that they had no good intentions. He said unhappily, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mr. Yang, take a look at Du Rulin's homepage. It's guaranteed to be a surprise. When Lion G was the first to be unable to resist and reported the news before everyone else. Would I tell you that I had seen it a long time ago? Can I tell you that I was tortured at home for 2 full days? But seeing that the employees were so excited and looked like they were coming here to take credit, Yang Ruoqian couldn't just brush off their kindness and enthusiasm. The original intention was all for the good of the company. Oh. Yang Ruoqian could only pretend to know nothing. Opened the page he had opened a long time ago. Watched the video he didn't want to watch for a long time. And pretended to be surprised and happy. Not bad. You did a good job. Yang Ruoqian praised the employees forcibly. And then pretended to ask casually, where did you find these materials? Shaoyuki, the temporary commander in charge of this matter, immediately jumped out. I launched a company-wide discussion meeting and asked them to tell us all their personal experiences and what they saw and heard. How about it? Isn't the idea good? There are many employees who have jumped from other companies in the company, and these are all sources of materials. Moreover, the company is getting bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more employees in the future, and similar materials are countless. This is called sustainable development. Your source of materials is company employees. Yang Ruoqian was stunned. No, do you believe everything the employees say? When everyone recalls a black-hearted boss in the past, they must subconsciously want to discredit him. How can what they say be the real image? Not to mention those so-called hearsay and the so-called I remember. Most of them are historical records. It is a miracle that half of the 10 sentences can be believed. This damn rich second generation has lived in a golden nest and silver nest since he was a child. After graduation, he directly relied on rent to make a living. Did he really take the words of the employees seriously? Did he think that those were the real situations? Yang Ruoqian finally understood at this time why Du Rulin failed to follow the plan he had made. It turns out that the culprit is you, Shaoyuki. It was you when Huang Rushi was there, and it is you again when Du Rulin is there. This damn rich second generation is really the biggest stumbling block on my road to success, failure. But after all, they are college classmates, and they have done a good job of broadcasting data. There are many viewers and rewards. Yang Ruoqian can only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, revealing a smile. Haha, you did a good job. I'm very satisfied. Keep up the good work in the future. No, the next time he goes on a business trip, he must find someone to suppress him by force and not let him play freely. Yang Ruoqian walked into the office tiredly, turned on the computer, and looked at the background data of the live broadcast. The more he looked, the sadder he felt. If nothing unexpected happens, his income this month will be the lowest in the company again. Although he will not get only 2,000 like last month, the income of 7,000 yuan is still miserable. Ruin Minor is about to start forming a team, but this thing is different from the dance troupe that Ruoqian put together casually. It takes time to support teammates, coaches and other logistics staff. If you want to make money from Ruin Minor's team, it will take at least 2 months to see results. Am I incompatible with the live broadcast industry? After countless successes, Yang Ruoqian finally began to doubt himself. Why don't I just hire anchors next time and recruit video bloggers or something like that? It's not that he doesn't want to be in the live broadcast circle, but he really can't make it in the live broadcast circle. Just when Yang Ruoqian fell into deep self-doubt, Chang Ziking pushed the door and walked in with a coaxing tone. Don't be angry. Employees also want to do good for the company. There is no malice. Yang Ruoqian was a little confused for a while. What anger? What malice? Am I angry? Why don't I know it myself? Chang Ziking sighed and pushed a bottle of cold drink taken from the entertainment room over. Others can't see it, but I can't see it. Your unhappiness is almost written in your eyes. Is it so obvious? But it has little to do with anger. Why does this girl think she is angry? Why do you think I will be angry? Yang Ruoqian took the drink, took a sip, and asked curiously. Chang Ziking had a look on her face that said, don't pretend. Isn't this nonsense? You eat well and live well every day. You have good benefits and high treatment, and you never exploit your employees. As a result, they shoot this kind of script to discredit the company and your image. Who wouldn't be angry? Yang Ruoqian, who was still annoyed, was suddenly sobered up by Chang Ziking's words. Discrediting the company's image, discrediting the boss's image. Yes, I always care too much about the small profits in front of me, and I actually ignored this layer. Although Ruin's live broadcast is popular and cannot provide system bonuses, it is of great significance it can hit the company's image that was accidentally established in front of the public before. It can make talented people stay away from their own company. It can reduce the brand effect of the Kuiguang Guild. The benefits are in the present and in the future, so why bother with the gains and losses of a little bonus? Anyway, this anchor is popular, and I can recruit another one next month. Recruiting an anchor will make one popular, and I can also change the track and recruit some video bloggers or something. But such a great opportunity to discredit the company's image was almost wasted because of my lack of open-minded thinking. Yes, yes, yes. Yang Ruoqian, who had completed his change of mind, was no longer annoyed. He raised his head excitedly. Yes, you are right. Why didn't I think of it? Chang Ziking looked at Yang Ruoqian's expression and instantly became happy and felt strange. I just said a few words, and Yang Ruoqian suddenly didn't care about the ungrateful behavior of the employees. Is it so effective? If you feel uncomfortable, I will talk to them and ask Ruin to change the content of the live broadcast. Chang Ziking asked tentatively. Don't be angry, huh? No, don't stop. Yang Ruoqian raised his head suddenly, his tone full of excitement. Not only don't stop, but also increase the content and try to let Ruin hint that this is the normal situation in the company. Discredit the company's image, change the audience's stereotype of the Kuiguang Guild, and drive away the high viscosity fans who have begun to gradually crystallize. Starting today, Chang Ziking never expected that her coaxing would have the opposite effect. Boss, are you mad? Or does her landlord have some special hobby and like to be scolded? No, it is the employee's right to broadcast whatever they want. Yang Ruoqian immediately entered the performance state. We can't curb the creativity of employees because of personal preferences, right? If employees want to do something, the first thing they consider is not whether it is good to do so, but whether it will offend the leader. That will be a devastating blow to the creativity of our entire company. Chang Ziking listened and couldn't help nodding in agreement. Although it was her landlord who was smeared, she had to admit that what he said was right. Once this gap is opened, it will not only kill the creativity of the company, but over time, it will even cause the whole company to gradually spread unhealthy trends. If you do some live video today, you have to consider whether it will offend the leader. If you do some videos tomorrow, can you consider whether it can please the leader? I understand, boss. Chang Ziking nodded, and when she saw that Yang Ruoqian had indeed come out of his unhappy state, she smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so generous. Yang Ruoqian laughed, of course. At the same time, outside the president's office, the atmosphere among the employees seemed a little wrong. Just now, Mr. Yang, was he a little upset? The workplace veteran Song Lixin was the first to break the silence. Although Mr. Yang was smiling and encouraging us, it seems that he is not very happy. Although he could not see anything wrong with Mr. Yang's performance from the outside, Song Lixin had seen many leaders at the wine table, and observing the expressions of others was his survival skill. He was almost certain that Mr. Yang was not very happy, but for some unknown reason, he forced himself to pretend to be happy in front of the employees. Wang Zikin, who was also sensitive to other people's emotions, nodded. Yes, I also think that Mr. Yang was not particularly surprised after seeing Du Rulin's homepage. I just don't know if Mr. Yang is not surprised or not happy. At present, it seems to be the latter. Is it that the data did not meet Mr. Yang's expectations? The new operator asked somewhat anxiously, but I think we did a good job. A new employee who had worked hard for the first time to achieve good results, but instead of receiving praise from the boss, made the boss unhappy. Anyone would be uneasy. No, Mr. Yang is not that kind of person. Gaonayan, the most experienced, immediately shook his head. There must be other factors. What factors? The new agent asked weakly. Is it because of lack of creativity? No way. We are the only one in the entire network that broadcasts live like this. Then, is it because we didn't broadcast it according to Mr. Yang's wishes? Gaonayan emphasized again. Mr. Yang is not that kind of person. Let's analyze it and we'll know. Shaoyuki, who is best at analysis, jumped out again. First of all, let's make sure that Mr. Yang is really unhappy after seeing Du Rulin's data, rather than that he was in a bad mood to begin with. If he was in a bad mood to begin with, then it is understandable that he was not surprised after seeing Du Rulin's data. After all, he has personally cultivated several top anchors. At present, it seems that he is a big boss with a net worth of at least 20 million yuan. For him, an anchor with more than 200,000 fans is really not a good news worth celebrating. Ruan Minor, who was on a business trip with Yang Ruoqian, denied it. No, Mr. Yang was very happy before and after the business trip. The trophy won from Shancheng is still placed in the company's exhibition hall. Is it possible that Mr. Yang and Mr. Chung had a quarrel, so he is in a bad mood? Someone else asked. When Lianji immediately denied it. That's not quite right. I just saw Mr. Chung working with Mr. Yang as usual. He walked into Mr. Yang's office casually, so he shouldn't be angry. Could it be that he had a stomachache this morning, so he is in a bad mood? A passing chef asked casually. It sounds even more unreliable. How could the boss of such a big company bring his emotions to work because of eating? Shaoyuki was immediately surprised. This is not it. That is not it. Why is the boss unhappy? The whole office fell silent. Yes, why? After thinking for a long time, Du Rulin raised his hand weakly and asked the leaders. I have an immature idea. Can I tell it? Speak freely. Wang Zikin nodded. I think it might be the content of my live broadcast that made Mr. Yang unhappy. Du Rulin asked. What's wrong with the content of the live broadcast? Shaoyuki didn't understand. Isn't the content of the live broadcast quite joyful and the audience likes it? Du Rulin shook his head and continued. Everyone, you might as well put yourself in the shoes of Mr. Yang. He sent us an employee handbook that showed how much he cared about us, offered us a salary far higher than the industry standard, hired several chefs to make free lunches for us, and even bought a swimming pool directly, hoping that we could take better care of our bodies. Everyone, let's ask ourselves, is Mr. Yang good to us? Is the company atmosphere good? But how do we arrange him in our live broadcast content? How do we describe the internal environment of the company? He is simply a black-hearted leader who eats people without spitting out bones. A black factory that exploits employees. No one would be happy to see it, right? After Du Rulin finished speaking, the entire office area fell into a deathly silence. So that's it. So the problem lies in this place. Everyone suddenly had an epiphany. They only cared about the content of the live broadcast, only cared about making money, and only cared about finding ways to attract viewers, but they forgot Mr. Yang's feelings. Kuiguang Company is his hard work, and so many benefits are his intentions. But what did they broadcast? The employees who had figured everything out were suddenly filled with guilt, and they wanted to rush into the president's office and apologize to General Manager Yang. Then, why didn't General Manager Yang say anything just now? Gaonayan glanced at Du Rulin and said in a serious tone, because if he doesn't say it, it will only affect his mood. But if he says it, it will affect the career of an employee. Yes, how embarrassing will the position of an employee who is hated by the boss be in the company in the future? General Manager Yang actually took such details into consideration. For the future of an employee, he was even willing to pretend to be very happy. General Manager Yang, he is so gentle, I'm crying. Today's update of 10,000 words is presented. Please give me votes. Chapter 113 Misunderstanding, resolved, updated. Cry your heart out, but you still need to think about remedial measures. If you offend Mr. Yang in Kuiguang Group, do you still want to work there? What should we do? Wang Zikin fiddled with her hair anxiously. Should we apologize to Mr. Yang? Since Mr. Yang pretends to be happy, it means he won't bother with us. Apologizing would be hypocritical. How about giving him a small gift? An employee suggested. Mr. Yang is a big boss worth tens of millions. Will your small gift be acceptable to him? It's better to apologize directly. Then what should we do? Dozens of employees in a company were stumped by this question. Shaoyuki looked at the arguing employees and sighed softly. You guys are too straightforward. If you apologize now, you're really doing something wrong. Why? When Lion Ji, who was hesitating, turned around and asked, how can apologizing to the boss offend the boss? Think about it, Mr. Yang is not an ordinary boss. Shaoyuki gave the employees the most professional analysis. The reason why he forced himself to smile is that he doesn't want us to know his thoughts. But if we apologize now, wouldn't it be equivalent to telling Mr. Yang that we already know his privacy? Wouldn't it be equivalent to telling him that his efforts to protect employees are in vain? We have to be more roundabout in doing things. Du Rulin suddenly realized, I see, then how should we be roundabout? What is the boss's heart not? It's the content of the live broadcast. Shaoyuki said seriously, from today on, the script of the Black-Hearted Leader series will not be filmed. Our professional team will write another set of scripts for you, and it is guaranteed to be popular. Okay. Indeed, let's quietly change the content of the live broadcast. Just when everyone was about to reach a consensus, Chang Ziking suddenly walked out of the president's office. Everyone be quiet, Mr. Yang has something for me to tell you. Chang Ziking clapped her hands. The whole office immediately became quiet, and all the employees sat upright, as if they had done something wrong, waiting for the leader to lecture them. Chang Ziking nodded slightly. Boss Yang just told me that he doesn't want to see the live broadcast program Black-Hearted Leader disappear. On the contrary, he hopes that more profound content will appear in Du Rulin's live broadcast room. This project must not be stopped. The people who had just made a collective decision to cancel Du Rulin's live broadcast project were all confused by Chang Ziking's words. What? Boss Yang personally said that the Black-Hearted Boss project cannot be stopped! Exclamation mark. This project that may damage the company's image and is extremely detrimental to the boss's image. Boss Yang actually said that it cannot be stopped, and more profound content will continue to appear. All of Boss Yang's words are literal, don't overinterpret them. After saying that, Chang Ziking stepped on high heels and returned to her office, leaving the employees who had just finished their analysis staring at each other. Could it be that Boss Yang has some kind of mind-reading ability? Just when the employees here decided to cancel the project, he got the news over there. Otherwise, how could he reject this decision so quickly? Why doesn't Boss Yang let us stop the Black-Hearted Boss live broadcast program? When Lion Ji was completely confused about Yang Ruoqian's motives. President Yang doesn't look like someone who doesn't care about his image. I understand. Shaoyuki threw his arms. Think about it, even we noticed that President Yang was in a bad mood. How could he not notice it? I guess President Yang realized this problem as soon as he returned to the office. Wang Zikin tugged at her clothes. You mean, President Yang is taking care of our emotions? Don't want to dampen our creative enthusiasm? Yes, that must be the case. Then, Should our black-hearted boss series continue to be broadcast? Broadcast. And broadcast it well, and never let President Yang down. Since President Yang cares so much about us, we must make Du Ruoqian more popular, and have more fans to repay President Yang. At the same time, in Pengcheng, Youfu Guild, use your own time to breathe. The company won't pay you for breathing. If you waste 1 minute of the company, you waste 1 minute of all employees, so the cost of this minute will be borne by you, little naughty. Today is the day to pay wages again. The employees mortgaged their houses to me because they couldn't pay their wages. Click. Zheng Weineng turned off the live broadcast playback and looked at his employees with a bad face. He was in a very bad mood. Not only because he had a funny thing when he lectured his subordinates last time, which caused him to lose prestige and face, but also because the overall revenue this month was lower than last month. Now, not only can he not stand up straight in front of other directors, but even a major shareholder on the board of directors has noticed the problem of the live broadcast project. Just now, this shareholder expressed his kind concern for Zheng Weineng. For example, he was worried that his salary was too much and he would not be able to spend it all. For example, he was worried that his benefits were too good and would affect his health, and so on and so forth. Generally speaking, Zheng Weineng only sets the general direction, and the specific operations are handed over to his subordinates layer by layer. But now, if the revenue continues to fall, it will be a problem whether he can keep his position. The most important thing is that the live broadcast industry has not seen an overall decline. Zheng Weineng doesn't know how to shirk responsibility. For example, the annoying Kuiguang Guild, although its size is just an ant compared to their Youfu, and its monthly profit is not at the same level, but their data is growing rapidly. A newly established small guild with little resources and experience can stand at the forefront of the market again and again, but they can't! They must take action themselves. Zheng Weineng looked at his employees and gave cold orders. I asked you to make a list of the anchors with poor performance. Have you done it? Several managers thought of Zheng Weineng's embarrassed appearance during his last speech and handed over the documents seriously while suppressing their laughter. All are listed. President Zheng. Zheng Weineng nodded. Very good. Let these anchors with poor performance submit their resumes to the Kuiguang Guild at different times. If he hadn't discovered that Yang Ruoqian was the only shareholder of this guild, Zheng Weineng would have started to play the hostile takeover game long ago. As for poaching, Zheng Weineng sent people to contact several anchors of Kuiguang several times, but no one paid attention to them at all. Acquisition is not allowed, poaching is not allowed. But big companies are big companies, and Zheng Weineng has too many cards in his hand. Sorry for getting up late. I owe 2 chapters at present, and there are still 8,000 words to be updated normally today. Chapter 114. High-end business wars often only require the simplest tactics. Soon, it was the end of the month again. The passing of November marked the end of autumn and the arrival of winter. For the Youfu Live broadcast department, whose business has further declined, this winter is particularly sad. Boss Zheng, this is our group's performance report for this month. A broker manager handed a report to Zheng Weineng. Please take a look. Zheng Weineng took the report, glanced at it casually, and his ugly face finally relaxed a little. It has increased a little, not bad. Looking at the expression of his boss, the broker manager secretly congratulated himself on his wisdom. Did his data this month really go against the current and increase? Of course not. When the data soared before, he was very aware of the crisis. By changing the revenue algorithm, he deliberately moved back the settlement time of many long-term profits and revenues, just to play the most critical role at a time like today. Suppose an anchor receives an advertisement for 3 months. Some broker managers would like to put all the expected income of these 3 months directly into the account of the first month, so as to make the data of that month look better. As for the following things, we will talk about it later. However, this agent manager did the opposite and piled up all the work until the last month, when everyone else's data was soaring. No matter how much his data increased, it was just icing on the cake. The leader would be happy, but he would not remember such things. But when everyone was falling, the advantage of being the only one to stand out was reflected. Even if the increase was low, it was at least rising. Relying on this little trick, This agent manager successfully became Zheng Wenung's confidant. No, it's all thanks to you, President Zheng. Zheng Wenung was very happy with the flattery of his subordinates. Not bad. How about you tell me why the entire live broadcast industry is rising, but our live broadcast business is declining so badly? The agent manager thought for a while and said uncertainly, I analyzed the data from SYNOPSIS a few days ago, and they didn't rise. In other words, it's not that they sucked our volume away. SYNOPSIS Group is the #1 rival of UFO. So, I think the live broadcast circle has been noticed by more and more companies. Not only are small shrimps like the Kuiguang Guild trying to get in, but even many old traditional entertainment companies and internet companies are starting to get in. Humph, as soon as they see a certain industry gaining momentum, they rush in and spend money like crazy, and then everyone will have no food to eat. Zheng Wenung complained, not realizing that his own group also started in the traditional entertainment industry. Seeing that the leader's mood was gradually getting irritable, the agent manager immediately changed the subject. By the way, President Zheng, there is news about the resume I sent to Kuiguang. Zheng Wenung looked up. What news? To UFO, Kuiguang Group is like an annoying mosquito. Insignificant, but very annoying. It's very uncomfortable to be unable to shoot. If you want to acquire it, they hold 100% of the shares, and Zheng Wenung has no way to start. If you want to poach people, the penalty for breach of contract may not be able to make up for the investment. If you want to discredit it, you have no way to start. I wanted to place some people there, but I didn't receive a single offer letter for half a month. Of course, in order to paralyze the people on Kuiguang's side, or those who submitted resumes would hide their experience of having worked in UFO. Otherwise, even the dumbest fool would find it strange to see so many resumes from former UFO employees at once. Of course, those anchors with strong money-making ability and many fans would definitely not be given to Kuiguang. The agent manager nodded. A video blogger with tens of thousands of fans under my command was hired by them. He is waiting outside now. Can I call him in now? Call him in, and you go to work. The agent manager pushed the door and left. A man with an ordinary appearance, simple clothes, and who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old came in from outside. Yan Guang, right? Come here and sit down. Zheng Wenung greeted the video blogger enthusiastically. Why did I call you to the company today? You know it yourself, right? Generally speaking, unless there are special circumstances, video bloggers and anchors work at home, and even if they join the guild, they will not enter the company. There are countless anchors under a big guild. If all of them are squeezed into the company, it will definitely be a mess. Only Yang Ruoqian's strange guild can do this. Yan Guang was not in Pengcheng originally because he couldn't find a job after he lost his job, and he didn't want to drive an online car-hailing car or deliver food, so he thought about doing self-media. He started to make videos complaining about various products, scenic spots or anything else that could be complained about. However, after doing it for a long time, he only accumulated a few 100,000 fans and earned a meager living expenses by video creation incentives and advertisements with almost no advertising fees. Recently, the agent of the guild suddenly contacted him and said that if he sent a resume to Kuiguang, he would be rewarded with a 20 yuan red envelope. Of course, he didn't think about it and hid part of his resume as required by the agent and then sent his resume. But he never expected that a few days later, Kuiguang's company actually sent a reply saying that he was asked to go for an interview. The next thing was very simple. The UFO Guild reimbursed his air ticket and meals to Pengcheng and called him to this place. Yes, did you sign a transfer agreement with the company called Kuiguang Guild? Although Yan Guang had a bad feeling in his heart, he kept comforting himself and tried to guess in a good direction. Unfortunately, Zheng Wenung's next words ruthlessly defeated Yan Guang's fluke mentality. If it's just a transfer, why should you make a long trip? Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world, such as reimbursement of air tickets and free food and accommodation. If you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. These big company leaders are really more evil than each other. Yan Guang made up his mind that he would decisively refuse whatever the other party said. The worst thing is to lose this job, and if he loses it, he loses it. Anyway, he is not a big shot, and he will not starve to death after working so hard to shoot so many videos. Leader, you said that, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Although Yan Guang's tone was respectful, he still kept a certain distance from Zheng Wei. What you have to do is very simple, and we promise that no matter whether you successfully complete the task or not, as long as you do it, we will give you a reward of 10,000 yuan. Zheng Weineng had obviously investigated Yan Guang's background carefully and knew what an extra income of 10,000 yuan meant to this person. As for such a large company, it is not short of money, so why not give more? A little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit from each employee. The money collected can be exchanged for a villa or a sports car. It must be given as little as possible. As expected, the effect of the money offensive on Yan Guang was huge. His back straightened a little, and his tone immediately became a little hesitant. Yes, what is it? Don't worry, it's not something illegal. Zheng Weineng laughed. After we terminate the contract, you will go to work at Kuiguang Company. And what I want you to do is to collect the black material inside their company and then expose it at a suitable time. Understand? Collect black material and then expose it. It really doesn't sound like something illegal. There was also a video blogger who sneaked into a fast food restaurant and exposed the food hygiene problems that shocked the entire network by secretly shooting videos. However, there are certain risks in doing so, especially the high possibility of retaliation. Mr. Zheng, young man, don't rush to make a decision. Listen to me. Zheng Weineng waved his hand. First, we don't require you to show your face when you are exposed. Second, even if the exposure has no effect in the end, we promise you that after you leave Kuiguang Company, we will arrange a job for you with a monthly salary of at least 3,000 yuan. How about it? After saying that, Zheng Weineng looked down at the documents on the table, and he was already confident of winning. This condition was tailor-made for Yan Guang, and every detail was stuck at the right point. For example, Yan Guang urgently needed 8,000 yuan to turn around, so he offered a bonus of 10,000 yuan. For example, Yan Guang's current video income was only over 2,000 yuan, and he promised to provide him with a job with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan after the matter was completed. Can you sign a contract? No problem. Seeing the fish taking the bait, Zheng Weineng smiled, and 10,000 yuan is just a guarantee. If you do more, I can give you more bonuses. Yan Guang swallowed his saliva. Do more. Yes, for example, accidentally touching their power switch at the most critical moment of the live broadcast. Zheng Weineng laughed. Just kidding. How could I let you do such a thing? Okay, let's not talk nonsense. My conditions are here. Do you agree or not? If not, I will go find someone else. Kuiguang has recruited a lot of people. Since the acquisition cannot be made and no one can be poached, then do some small actions and do some small damage. Not to mention spreading rumors about turning off the power switch and splashing paint, even stealing official seals, changing door locks, pouring hot water on the fortune tree, and replacing the god of wealth with Ultraman are not isolated cases in the business war cases of major companies. High-end business wars often only require simple methods. Why use financial means when you can use physical means to solve the opponent? Moreover, even if something goes wrong with a small person like Yan Guang, it is very easy to cut off completely. I promise. Hearing that the opportunity was fleeting, Yan Guang agreed repeatedly. Mr. Zheng, where can I sign the contract? Anyway, it's just exposing some shady and shameful things of other companies, not doing anything wrong. Thinking of this, Yan Guang felt much less guilty. Sign it now. Zheng Wei took out a contract from the drawer and grinned. Happy cooperation. Far away in Jinhei, Yang Ruoqian curled up in bed, and the familiar panel of the system appeared in front of him. 18-line artist training system. Host, Yang Ruoqian. The company currently has 5 artists. Gaonayan, Huang Rushi, Ruan Minor, Song Lixin, Du Rulin. Among them, there are 4 big names, and 1 small name. The total bonus amount is 7,000 yuan. The 3-stage expansion task has been completed. The company's anchors have won the city level award. The company's area has reached 8,000, and the number of employees in the company has exceeded 60. The monthly quota has been increased to 5 million. Rewards have been issued. Company funds 13,010,891.22. 5 million monthly quota. 7,000 celebrity rewards. Company profits and surpluses. Note, the monthly quota cannot be used to repay loans, and all company funds cannot be transferred to the host's personal account in any form. 7,000 yuan, not bad. After experiencing the low point of 2,000 yuan a month, Yang Ruoqian's mentality is very good at this time. Anyway, I will never touch the anchor again. People can't hang themselves on a tree. After hitting the south wall countless times in a row, Yang Ruoqian finally made up his mind. Change track. The anchor road doesn't work, so he will recruit video bloggers. Just when Yang Ruoqian was about to close the system panel, a new message suddenly popped up on the system. Congratulations to the host for cultivating many high-profile anchors. The system is now upgraded to version 1.1. Upgrading. Upgrade completed. 18-line artist training system version 1.1 now rewards the host with an extra quota for recruiting anchors every month. Note that the extra quota only applies to anchors, not other artists. It's upgraded. After giving itself a bonus of 2,000 yuan, this system finally became a human. Well, it rewards the quota for recruiting one more anchor every month. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the system panel and was a little surprised. Okay, let the employees handle this extra quota. Anyway, Yang Ruoqian doesn't plan to continue to invest too much energy in the anchor business in the future. There is no other reason. He was hurt too deeply, and a person's energy is limited. In the past, the company was not large, and Yang Ruoqian could personally inquire, recruit, and review every new person he recruited. But as the company develops, he can only set a general direction for many projects and hand them over to his employees. In the future, Yang Ruoqian's focus will be on the business of video bloggers, and anchors and the like will not be taken care of for the time being. So, what kind of video blogger can't attract fans? Recalling the memories of his previous life, Yang Ruoqian gradually had an idea in his mind. First of all, he must go against the trend. What is the trend of video bloggers? Short videos of about 1 or 2 minutes in length. Nowadays, people are getting busier and busier, and their entertainment time is becoming more and more fragmented, so short videos that are short, straightforward, and entertaining enough can be popular. Moreover, the platform pushes the flow, and most of them tend to be short videos with vertical screens, rather than long videos with horizontal screens. The anchor that Yang Ruoqian wants to recruit must do the opposite. First of all, he looks for a long video blogger, and then the video content must be boring enough, preferably with various analysis, and look more professional explanation videos. For example, a long-term evaluation of a certain product, a detailed analysis of a certain book. For this type of video blogger, even if he occasionally releases 1 or 2 popular videos, it is difficult for the number of fans to increase. It belongs to a very safe type of blogger. Yang Ruoqian feels that his thinking is very correct. If I can't suppress the fans of the anchor, can I suppress the fans of the video blogger? The anchor chapter has come to an end. The future plot about anchors will be a side story. The content about video bloggers is just a transition. The next plot is about to enter the entertainment industry. There are still 4,000 words tonight. Chapter 115. Let me see what's wrong with this company. On the plane, Yan Guang held his mobile phone and watched the live broadcast replays of the anchors of the Kuiguang Guild over and over again, especially Du Rulin's video. He downloaded the live broadcast replay to his mobile phone before the plane took off. For this infiltration activity, Yan Guang also found an app with a hidden camera. This app can record videos and can also block the camera page with a browser web page. Even its photo albums are stored independently in the cloud. Even if someone checks the phone and looks through the photo album, they will never be caught. It is definitely a weapon for sneak shots. Yan Guang even found a channel to order a pinhole camera that can be hidden in the collar. For the bonus of 10,000 yuan, and for a stable job in the future, fight. Yan Guang knew that, as long as he did this kind of thing, no company would dare to want him in the future. But sometimes, a person does not have the right to choose his own life, and can only be chosen by life. If it weren't for the conscience of Youfu Group and reimbursement of the air ticket, Yan Guang would even have to take the cheapest green train from Pengcheng to Jinhei. Kuiguang Guild. I'm sorry. With the discomfort in his ears, the plane landed smoothly on the runway and slowly slid into the parking space. Please take your carry-on luggage with you, passengers. Yan Guang waited until most of the passengers behind him had left before he stood up from the cramped economy class seat, picked up his slightly old backpack, and left the airport. New city, new company. It would be great if it was a normal job. Hey. Yan Guang still had some self-knowledge, knowing that with his level, even if he changed to a new guild, the conditions offered by others would not be too good. There might not even be a guaranteed salary. After taking the checked luggage, Yan Guang got on the bus and took several different means of transportation. Finally, he cleaned up the small room in the cheap rental house he shared and tidied up his appearance. Although the resume sent by the Kuiguang Guild said that he had been hired until the moment of signing the labor contract, this promise would always remain only verbal. If due to various unexpected factors, the other party regretted it temporarily, it would be completely over. After simply packing up his things and making sure the doors and windows were locked, Yan Guang left home with peace of mind, walked to the subway station, and followed the navigation to the direction of Kuiguang Group. Fortunately, Jinhei in December is no longer hot, otherwise he would have to pay a high taxi fare. After 2 hours of trekking, Yan Guang finally arrived at the gate of Shengjingheian. What a high-end office building. The strength of Kuiguang Guild should not be underestimated. As the task approached, Yan Guang's uneasiness became stronger. For a giant like Youfu, this may not be a big deal, but I'm just a small person. If the secret filming is discovered, the consequences will be unimaginable. A company has countless ways to discipline a person, and just filing a lawsuit can make most people collapse. Even if he can win the case in the end, the time cost required is amazingly high. If it really comes to that kind of field, with the Youfu Group's practice of pulling tendons and peeling skin, they will definitely quickly draw a clear line and never wade into muddy water. After all, in this kind of thing, they are the ones who are not right. Even if some dirty stuff is really filmed, as long as these dirty stuff cannot rise to the level of illegality, the Kuiguang Guild will only lose a little face at most. In short, the risk is huge, but the benefits are only so little. It's okay. It's okay. How could there really be a company with a completely clean bottom? How could there be a guild that can't find any dirty stuff? As long as these things can be made public, at least in public opinion, the public will definitely support him. Yan Guang comforted himself with self-deception. The company is on the 24th floor. Yan Guang confirmed the appointment information on the front desk phone, while recalling his secret filming plan. First of all, the easiest place to start is the working environment. In Durulin's live broadcast, the office environment of the Kuiguang Guild looked very good, but in Yan Guang's view, this was just self-deception. The more people lack something, the more they can't wait to show it, just like Durulin's live broadcast, which interprets the black hearts of the leaders everywhere. Isn't the fundamental purpose to show the magnanimity of the guild? You see, even this kind of live broadcast content can be broadcast in our guild. Isn't it very generous? This childish method may fool others, but it will never fool Yan Guang. Even listed companies like Youfu Group, leading companies in the entertainment industry, sometimes cannot guarantee the working environment of their employees. How much better can the smaller Kuiguang be? Therefore, it is definitely the easiest thing to discredit a company's working environment. Yan Guang picked up the temporary access certificate, walked into the elevator, swiped the card, and pressed the 24th floor, and continued to recite his plan in his mind. In addition to the working environment, taking the leader's words out of context is also a good way to discredit the other company. A very simple example to take out of context can be excerpted from "Don't take out of context." As long as you cut off the beginning and end of the words of the company's leaders and only record a section, sometimes you can present extremely outrageous content. When you publish it on the internet, it will definitely attract a lot of abuse from the public opinion. This kind of behavior is even troublesome to refute the rumor. Who keeps recording all the time? There are thieves who can do it for 1,000 days, but there is no thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Discredit the working environment, discredit the leader, and discredit things like overtime. In this type of company, the phenomenon of unpaid voluntary overtime is common. In the company introduction, Yan Guang also saw that Kuiguang Company has its own employee cafeteria, which gave him more room to play. Generally speaking, a company's cafeteria will be outsourced to a restaurant or a unit, and rarely hire a chef and do quality control by themselves. After all, it is just to solve the food problem of employees, not to open a restaurant, so why make it so complicated? And this kind of employee cafeteria, generally speaking, is very likely to eat some extra protein snacks, such as cockroaches or other insects. It is also possible to eat metal, such as iron wire for washing dishes. Then go to the back kitchen to take a picture, and every photo will definitely be a classic among classics. In short, it is not too easy to find something wrong. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 24th floor. After confirming the information with the front desk lady, Yan Guang took a look at the office area. Then he was stunned. Two words came to mind: spacious. It was really too spacious. The content shot during the live broadcast of the happiness of leadership was actually true. The office space of Kuiguang Guild is actually much better than that of Youfu Group, a listed company. Even if he looked at the office environment from the perspective of finding faults, Yan Guang could hardly think of a point to criticize for a while. Hello, Mr. Yan Guang, just go to the front of the interview point. There is no one in front of you, no need to wait, just go in directly. Oh, okay, thank you. Yan Guang was stunned for several seconds before acting. As he walked, he secretly marveled in his heart, why does the layout of this Kuiguang company feel weird? Why can a company's office area be smaller than the entertainment area? Why can employees play games in the entertainment room during working hours? Exclamation mark. It's over. Looking at the current situation, it seems unrealistic to blacken the Kuiguang Guild from the perspective of the work environment. If you force it to be black, it is very likely that the majority of netizens will think that you are speaking in a sarcastic way and being versils. Then change the angle to black. Dong dong dong. Yan Guang gently knocked on the door of the personnel office. Mr. Yan Guang, right? Come in. Lu Shuiwen's voice came from inside. Hello, Manager Lu. Yan Guang pushed the door open and went in, temporarily putting aside the task of spying. Let's pass the interview first, otherwise all the plans after that will be empty talk. Regarding the issue of his future life, Yan Guang's heart became nervous again, waiting for the interviewer to ask him questions. However, the various questions he imagined did not come. Lu Shuiwen just took out the labor contract and employee code of conduct and pushed them in front of Yan Guang. Take a look at the terms of the contract. If there are no problems, sign them and start work tomorrow. After you go home, remember to take the time to read the employee code of conduct. You must strictly abide by the above rules in your future work. Yan Guang was still waiting for the last wave of tests. He didn't expect that the interviewer would not ask any questions and directly took out the labor contract. Yan Guang said stupidly. You don't want to interview? What is the process of signing a contract without asking any questions? No need. Lu Shuiwen smiled. We have already judged your workability when reading your resume. The interview is just to confirm your character in the end. The interview is just to confirm your character? Without waiting for Yan Guang to savor the meaning of this sentence, Lu Shuiwen continued with a smile. I can see that you are a hard-working person, Mr. Yan Guang, who creates value with your own hands. So you passed the interview. Hard-working people. People who get rich with their own hands. Yan Guang, who had just arrived at the new company and was about to lurk as a spy, was stunned. How to make a person feel guilty with just one sentence, nothing more than this. But it was just a few seconds of days, and Yan Guang, who was almost moved to tears, immediately regained his composure. Yan Guang, wake up. These are just the company's rhetoric to buy people's hearts. Don't be fooled. Thinking of this, Yan Guang's vigilance against Kuiguang became even stronger. It turned out that they could play this trick of attacking people's hearts when recruiting people. The means are too clever. Take a look at the thick employee code of conduct, and you can see how strict the terms are. After getting home from get off work, I must take a picture of this employee handbook, and then write an article to severely criticize the company's exploitation of employees. I almost fell into the sweet talk made up by the boss, and I almost succeeded in being pumped up by the boss. These are all tricks used by black-hearted bosses to make employees excited and then work hard from the bottom of their hearts to contribute to the boss's new house. Old tricks, all old tricks. After repeating it several times in his mind, Yan Guang finally stabilized his mentality, took the labor contract from Ruoqian, and nodded. "Thank you. I don't know how much my salary is." He vaguely remembered that the minimum wage standard in Zhenhe City is 1,300 yuan a month. "I estimate that it is at most this number. Even if it is more, it will probably be difficult to exceed 1,500. Well, then this labor contract can also be used as a black spot of the Kuiguang Guild, and a photo will be posted on the internet. Then choose an eye-catching long title such as work 12 hours a day, a monthly salary of 1,300. I don't know how to spend so much money." Thinking of this, Yan Guang opened the labor contract. 9,600 basic salary per month. 80% of the income from video playback belongs to me. Even though he warned himself to be calm many times in his heart, Yan Guang couldn't help but exclaimed and looked up. "Manager Lu, are you sure there is nothing wrong with this contract?" Lu Shuiwen sighed silently. Questioning the authenticity of the labor contract is really a fixed part of every new employee. Since Lu Shuiwen became the human resources manager, she has encountered the same problem every time she asked new employees to sign a labor contract. Whether it is the two front desk ladies now, the newly hired operation agent, or the coach lifeguard at the swimming pool upstairs, questioning the labor contract is a must for every new employee. Lu Shuiwen's ears are about to be caladoused by the same questions. There will be no problem with our contract, and the employee code of conduct is the same. Lu Shuiwen maintained a decent smile and repeated what she had repeated countless times. "If you have no objection to the salary and benefits, just sign it." At this moment, Yan Guang had an impulse with this salary. Why would I be a spy? It's worth it to work 996 all my life at Kuiguang Company. A bonus of 10,000 yuan and a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan are nothing compared to this labor contract. However, such hesitation only lasted for a moment. Pies don't fall from the sky. How can a blogger with an income of 2,000 yuan, and who can barely reach the threshold of 3,000 yuan, if he can get an advertisement, get a salary of nearly 10,000 yuan after tax? And how can he get 80% of the money earned from the video? What value can they get from themselves to be worth such a high salary? Kuiguang Company is not a charity company. Behind the high salary, there must be a terrifying workload, strict task requirements, and dazzling salary deduction regulations. Anyway, it is impossible to get this 9,600 yuan so easily. And if the task volume is not up to standard, maybe I will be fired next month. Oh, okay. Yan Guang carefully read the terms of the labor contract, and after confirming that there were no obvious pitfalls, he filled in his name and pressed his fingerprints. Anyway, the labor contract and the actual work are basically two different things. You will start work tomorrow. Remember to read the employee code of conduct carefully. Lu Shuiwen reminded him at last. I will definitely keep it in mind. Thank you, Manager Lu. After saying goodbye politely, Yan Guang left the office, took the subway home, and took out the employee code of conduct on the way. The next day, in the meeting room of Kuiguang Company, Yan Guang, who had been at a loss for the whole night, looked at the young CEO Yang in front of him with a blank face. He originally had only one question in his mind: which science fiction novel did this company's employee code of conduct copy from? Now he has a second question in his mind. It turns out that the leader of the company is not Du Rulin. Today's 10,000 word update is presented. Please, forget it. I don't ask for anything else. Just subscribe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Toilet Plunger. Additional update. Yang, Mr. Yang, what do you want to talk to me about? After all, he was still carrying out a spy mission, so Yan Guang felt a little guilty about facing the company boss directly. Yang Ruoqian was watching Yan Guang's various 2KO evaluation videos with relish. This guy can 2KO and evaluate everything, from various electronic products, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, movies, and TV series, to tourist attractions or internet celebrity check-in points. As long as it is a thing, there is nothing he can't find fault with. Occasionally praising something, it goes without saying that he has received advertising fees from others. But whether it is 2KO or bragging, the only thing in common among all Yan Guang's videos is that they basically can't become popular. Very few videos may have more than 100,000 views, which is considered a small explosive model, but most of these videos are just taking advantage of the current hotspots, and the successful experience is completely unreplicable. The biggest impact of the great fluctuations in video quality is that the video is attractive, but the fans can't stay. This is the effect Yang Ruoqian wants. As long as the content of the video does not change, it will take at least 2 or 3 months to break through 50,000 fans. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happens, Yan Guang can help him earn 5 million from the system twice. Looking up at the 5 million that was about to sit down, Yang Ruoqian asked casually, "Which guild did you sign with before? Why do you suddenly want to change jobs?" As soon as this question came out, Yan Guang was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, and his butt, that had just touched the seat, bounced up. He didn't know what Yang Ruoqian was thinking, but the sensitive identity of a spy reminded him all the time that, as long as he took a wrong step, his future life would be over. "Boss Yang, Yan Guang struggled for a moment, and finally chose to tell half the truth. "I used to sign a contract with UFO Group, because there was no way for them to provide me with any new live broadcast materials, so I wanted to try another guild. Anyway, when the agent notified me to submit my resume, he asked me to conceal my work experience in UFO. In fact, this is not even a serious work experience. Only those who are focused on training and have the potential to become the top are qualified to sign a labor contract with the guild and go to work in the company. For example, Ruan Minor was like this before. For people like Yan Guang, at most they would sign an income sharing contract with the guild, not a labor contract. UFO is good." Yang Ruoqian nodded, without any objection. "You said they can't provide you with new live broadcast materials?" In Yang Ruoqian's current understanding, the last time UFO poached the food broadcaster, the fans of the food broadcaster instantly increased to 100,000. If UFO hadn't poached the food broadcaster quickly enough and let the system settle the bonus in advance, Yang Ruoqian would not have been able to get the 5 million bonus. After careful calculation, it turned out that UFO had helped him. As for doubts about Yan Guang's identity, Yang Ruoqian had none at all. Giants like UFO signed countless anchors and video bloggers every day, and countless anchors and video bloggers left them every day. It's normal to meet someone who jumped ship. However, the most serious problem now is that Yan Guang has no live broadcast materials. If a video blogger does not post videos, the fans will certainly not increase, but it will definitely be counted as passive operation and the bonus will be deducted. This won't do. Yes. Yan Guang was relieved to see that his boss was in a stable mood, and once again lamented that his task was really like walking on thin ice. If he said the wrong thing by mistake, he would be doomed. Fortunately, nothing has gone wrong so far. It's okay. If UFO can't think of live broadcast materials, I'll help you think of them. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand very arrogantly. If UFO can't offer the salary, Kuiguang will offer it to you. Isn't it just the material for complaining about the evaluation? What's the big deal? In this day and age, good things can't be found, and useless broken things can still be missing. Wait a moment, I'll help you find it. After saying that, Yang Ruoqian got up and left the meeting room and walked into the company's utility room. Anything that the company doesn't use, such as extra live broadcast equipment that can't be sold, such as various used live broadcast props, will be stored in this place. However, Yang Ruoqian looked left and right and was not very satisfied with these sundries. These things are too useful. Even if they are recorded as a long video of 20 to 30 minutes, there are still a lot of content to talk about, which may not necessarily fail to attract viewers. Suddenly, Yang Ruoqian saw a brand new, unopened toilet plunger in the corner. His eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this thing just right for a view material? Even if you describe a toilet plunger in detail, including its shape, purpose, brand, material, smell and even how to use it, it is impossible to make up 20 to 30 minutes of content. You can only count the words and content. It perfectly meets the standards of long videos, boring and advertising like. A video made in this way will definitely flop. Yang Ruoqian reached out and picked up the toilet plunger and walked quickly back to the meeting room. Yan Guang looked at the boss of the company holding a toilet plunger and walked over with a hesitant expression on his face. "Boss Yang, what are you doing? Didn't you say that you didn't have any video materials?" Yang Ruoqian put the unopened toilet plunger on the table in the conference room and raised his chin to it. "Here, this is it." Even though the main goal was to come to the company as a spy, Yan Guang's mind turned into a mess the moment he saw the toilet plunger. Boss Yang, what is this toilet plunger? Yan Guang, who was not very culturally accomplished, made a typo. "Is this the material for my next live broadcast?" "That's right." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "Just follow the style of the previous videos and complain or praise this toilet plunger for 20 minutes. How about this task? Is it simple? Simple. How can you make a 20-minute video with such a broken thing? Exclamation mark. Countless thoughts flashed through Yan Guang's mind, but he still didn't dare to raise any objections to the first task assigned by his boss on the first day of work. He could only bite the bullet and said, "It's very simple, but, you know, video editing takes a certain amount of time, and I may not be able to publish this review quickly. It's okay, as long as you are making a video, it is not considered passive operation." Yang Ruoqian wished that Yan Guang would spend 10 days or half a month on a video and would delay it as much as possible. It doesn't matter, slow work produces fine work, and video quality is the most important. This is your first video, you must do a good job. Yan Guang nodded. "Okay, Mr. Yang." After speaking, Yan Guang picked up the toilet plunger and walked out of the meeting room with a blank face. Just like he walked into the meeting room with a blank face just now. There are still 8,000 words today, and I still owe one more. But it seems that there will be 100 more monthly tickets soon. I have to owe more. Chapter 117. I can't control my employees, and I can't control you. The first 5 million has been arranged, and the next thing to arrange is to prepare for the second plan. Esports team fan dilution plan. Ruin Minor has 1 million fans, and it is not realistic to earn 5 million with her, but 500,000 a month is still within her reach. The system rules show that the members who can be counted in the team include 5 players, 2 substitutes, and a coaching team of no more than 5 people. Ruin Minor's fans are just over 1 million now. After being diluted by these dozen people, the system bonus level can barely reach 500,000. Of course, the premise is that these coaches and teammates are not famous people. No, I still have to check it out, and there can't be too many accidents. After Yang Ruoqian sent Yan Guang away, he was not so relieved about Ruin Minor's formation of a team. When he went on a business trip to Shancheng, he could roughly hear the content of the phone call between Ruin Minor and her father. This girl should be from a well-off family and have a small business to make money. Maybe this girl has inherited her father's talent and is born with the ability to run a team well. Ruin Minor should be in the training hall now. I'll go take a look. After a few days of preparation, Ruin Minor has found a training ground for the team and has initially formulated a procurement plan. Yang Ruoqian, who was relatively idle, got downstairs and got in the car and soon arrived at the training base chosen by Ruin Minor. Ruin Minor was waiting on the roadside early and waved to Yang Ruoqian vigorously. "Boss Yang, this way." Yang Ruoqian parked the car, looked around, and frowned slightly. There is not much traffic, not many supporting facilities around, and the building where the entire training room is located looks a bit old. The environment, isn't it a bit too bad? Ruin Minor can only form an internet cafe team at most now. Most of the teammates she recruited have never seen the world and are used to eating instant noodles in internet cafes all night long. So no matter how difficult the environment is, it may not affect their competitive level. Similarly, most of these esports players do not have good self-control and are easily indulged in a comfortable life. Isn't the place you chose a bit too remote? Yang Ruoqian looked unhappy. Can I really concentrate on training in such an environment? Ruin Miner blinked habitually. Mr. Yang, don't you know the living environment of us before? It's not like I haven't experienced junior high school and high school. There's nothing I don't know. Even if I don't know, I've heard it a lot from parents and teachers. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Yang Ruoqian's face became more serious. Look at the surrounding facilities. The team members have to order takeout when they want to eat. Is this healthy? Esports is a physical job, and health is the most important. Look at your old and dilapidated building. The sound insulation must be bad, right? Not to mention, whether others will affect you. You gamers can't avoid shouting. You can't affect others, right? The game is so tiring, and there is no entertainment or leisure place nearby. How can the team members relax? And this place is so old. What if there is a power outage or a disconnected network? What will you do? Stare at each other? Ruin Miner listened to Mr. Yang's various theories. In fact, she really wanted to remind the boss that these people might not have enough self-control. If the training hall is really set up in that kind of place, what will they do if they try their best to be lazy? However, she is just a gamer after all. Wouldn't it be a bit rude to rashly point fingers at Mr. Yang, who is always successful and seems to be successful forever? But she really didn't want to mess it up. After all, playing in the highest domestic league and even appearing in the world game has always been Ruin Miner's biggest dream. Now she finally has a chance to become famous in the professional arena without having to stay in the company as a small anchor. Ruin Miner really cherishes it. Ruin Miner was a little hesitant to speak. Unfortunately, Yang Ruoqian didn't give her a chance to object and directly made the decision. This location is not good. If you want to choose one near the downtown. Just rent a shop in the Kyanda building opposite the company. This way it is close to the company headquarters, and the surrounding facilities are good. There is everything for eating, drinking, and playing. If you are tired of eating outside, you can cross the street and come to the employee cafeteria. How great. Well, since the boss has made the decision, what else can I say as an employee? As for the idea of using the cost issue to persuade Mr. Yang, Ruin Miner would not even think about it. A boss who spent who knows how much money to buy a constant temperature swimming pool that few employees use until now, asking him about money is somewhat self-humiliating. Ruin Miner swallowed the words in her heart and said, then, boss, you make the decision. More than 20 minutes later, the two came to an internet cafe inside Kyanda Plaza. Yang Ruoqian stood at the door of the internet cafe, looking at the large and small restaurants and entertainment venues in the shopping center, and was very satisfied. How about this? I will buy this internet cafe and transform it into your training room. How about it? Ah. Ruin Miner's eyes widened. But, the rental cost. This is a shop. Exclamation mark. It's a shop in a shopping mall in the downtown area. What kind of operation is it to transform it into a training room instead of doing business? Don't worry about the rent, just focus on playing your video games, e-sports. Yang Ruoqian had so much monthly balance that he couldn't spend it, so he didn't care about it at all. This internet cafe is not small, it's just right for a training room. Let me talk about the plan, and you see if there is anything I need to add. First of all, it's soundproofing. There are so many people outside, and the noise will affect your training, so the soundproofing equipment must be good. The second is a door lock. After all, it's in a shopping mall, and there are shops everywhere nearby. It is inevitable that passers-by or old customers of the internet cafe will not know the situation and push the door in, affecting training. So the door must be locked, otherwise it will definitely affect training. Yes, in professional terms, it's called closed training. As for the security issue, it is also easy to solve. The lock does not have to be a physical lock. You can also ask a door guard to stand at the door of the internet cafe to stop anyone who wants to enter the internet cafe to provide business. Then there are places to relax, all of which are modeled after our company headquarters. There are bars, board game tables, massage rooms, none of them can be missing. The hands and eyes of esports players are very important, and the effect of massage chairs is probably not very good, so it is best to assign a masser to each of you in the massage room. We also need to take the coach's situation into consideration. We must set up a separate room for the coaching team and arrange all professional things. I don't understand this very well, so you can draw up a plan and ask the company to reimburse you directly. Also, many internet addicted teenagers are different from you. They don't like to study, and this is absolutely not allowed. While playing games, we must not forget to cultivate our sentiments and cannot completely abandon them. Therefore, I plan to set up a book corner. When you have nothing to do, take your teammates to read books and learn other skills. After all, in the esports industry, the players are too competitive. Although I believe you will succeed, we must also be prepared to retreat. As for you, I have arranged a public relations job position for you after retirement, but what about your teammates? So for their future, we must let them read more. Finally, in order to maintain their competitive state and physical health, if your teammates have any habits such as smoking, drinking, and chewing betel nuts, they must quit. After saying this, Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with his plan. A group of internet addicted teenagers with only a few dollars in their pockets suddenly came to the colorful world with a high salary with no responsibility guarantee. Can they still focus on esports? Their interest suddenly became a tool for making money. How long can their enthusiasm last? The bar, board games, massage, and so on are all right beside them, within reach, and there is no supervision. Can they resist the temptation? Or how long can they resist it? These temptations can't tempt the company's employees with strong self-control, so can't they tempt a group of internet addicted teenagers? Force them to study, force them to quit smoking and drinking. This kind of grievance, can young and energetic young people withstand it? Not everyone can have Ruin Minor self-control. Ruin Minor was stunned by what she heard. Is there anything to add to this plan? Exclamation mark. In her opinion, there was really nothing to add to Mr. Yang's plan, because the whole plan was simply a mess, and it was not a big deal to just start over. Closed training? When did the definition of closed training become to lock the trainees in a room with a bunch of entertainment equipment, and then lock them out of the supervisor's sight? Quit smoking, drinking, and betel nuts. If they really have this perseverance and determination, why do they still play games? There are also books to study. For those who are in the esports industry, they are considered cultured if they can write their names in a square shape and they still read books. There are too many points to complain about. Ruin Minor organized her words for several seconds, but she couldn't find a breakthrough. However, Yang Ruoqian didn't give Ruin Minor too much time to think. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yang Ruoqian just took it as a tacit agreement. You agree too, right? Then let's do it. After saying that, Yang Ruoqian walked into the internet cafe. At a glance, there were many people in the internet cafe, but the vacancy rate was also very high. 20. Is this your first time here? The man who looked like a network administrator looked up happily when he saw the two guests. Are you interested in opening a membership card? It's free, and you can get it for free with the first deposit of more than 300. No, we are not here to surf the internet. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. Give me the contact information of the owner of your internet cafe. I want to buy this shop. Hearing this, the joy on the network administrator's face instantly turned into surprise. He stood up directly, with some disbelief in his tone. You are serious? You want to buy this shop? Ah, yes. Yang Ruoqian didn't understand why the network administrator was suddenly so excited and could only nod. Any questions? I'm the owner of this internet cafe. This sir. Please come in. The network administrator didn't even care about the business. He stood up directly and couldn't wait to say, let me tell you, my business is very profitable. You take over. If you take it over, you will definitely make a profit. Look at this location, look at the flow of people, and look at the equipment in our internet cafe. It's like a sack full of money. As for our store, we have a lot of old customers. You don't have to worry about the source of customers. If I hadn't had some problems in my hometown recently and had to rush back there, I would not be willing to sell this store. listening to the endless chatter of the internet cafe owner and network administrator, even Ruoqian Miner, a layman in business, almost rolled her eyes. If it was really that profitable, just post the transfer information online, and there would be many people scrambling to buy it. How could there be any problem selling it? If it was really as good as he said, it would be nothing to hire 2 network administrators for a few thousand yuan a month. Why would you sit in such a noisy environment for several hours? It's all for cost reduction and efficiency improvement. It is a very unwise thing to open an internet cafe in such a shopping mall. In today's world, where PCs are gradually becoming popular in thousands of households, the threshold for internet access is getting lower and lower, and the cost is getting lower and lower. Internet cafes are gradually becoming a sunset industry. The shops in shopping malls are very expensive, and the rental costs are high. The hourly internet fee is destined to be higher than other places. But what kind of customer group is the internet cafe facing? People who occasionally hang out with friends to play games together may not care much about the internet fee for a few hours, but most people who often go to internet cafes are eager to spend every penny. How could they choose an internet cafe built in a commercial center with a low cost effectiveness? If you want to go the high-end route, the cost and risk will be even greater. First of all, the environment must be good and the seats cannot be too crowded, which further amplifies the disadvantage of rental costs. Secondly, if you go the high-end route, the computer configuration must be kept up to date at all times. Processors, graphics cards, monitors, etc. all need to be updated every 2 years at most. And the cost of a set of high-end equipment is at least 15,000 yuan. Old equipment can only be put on the second-hand market and sold slowly. How many sets of equipment does an internet cafe have? How terrible is the cost? If the equipment is not updated, how can this internet cafe be high-end? And why should consumers buy it? Besides, even if the internet cafe owner grits his teeth and really spends a lot of money to build a high-end internet cafe, consumers may not necessarily buy it. This internet cafe named Kuiguang Internet Cafe is now facing such a dilemma. That's why the owner of the internet cafe is eager to have someone take over as soon as possible. Okay, no need to say more. Yang Ruoqian interrupted the internet cafe owner's enthusiastic introduction. I will call my lawyer over later, and we will just go by the market price, whatever it is. Okay, that's great. The internet cafe owner was overjoyed. He talked so much nonsense just to make the other party not lower the price so hard so that he would lose less. Going by the market price, he was already overjoyed. Okay, then you wait a moment. We will sign the transfer contract in a while. 2 days later, at the entrance of Kuiguang Internet Cafe, several people dressed as students were talking and laughing. Let's play some games tonight. This internet cafe nearby is not bad. Okay. Just when several people wanted to enter the internet cafe, the young lady standing at the door stopped them. Sir, I'm sorry, we don't provide internet access here. The leading boy glanced at the sign and asked in a strange tone, isn't this an internet cafe? Yes, this is Kuiguang Internet Cafe. The young lady still maintained a decent smile and answered the boy's questions patiently and gently. The boy was silent for a moment. Well, internet cafes and internet bars are similar. So you are temporarily closed and upgrading your equipment? No, sir. The lady said seriously, we will no longer provide internet services in the future. You closed down. The boy looked at the lady, his tone even weirder. Closed down, and you even sent someone to notify me? It's not closed down, it's just that it will no longer provide internet services in the future. So, an internet cafe that has not closed down will no longer provide internet services in the future, right? Yes. Do you have any other questions? If an internet cafe does not provide internet services, what other services can it provide? No services. Then can I get a refund for the internet fee I recharged before? Sir, although our internet cafe has not changed its name, it has been transferred, and the current owner is no longer the original owner. The lady showed a regretful expression on her face. You mean you can't get a refund? The boy pursed his lips, as if he was used to this kind of thing. He didn't get too entangled, and turned around to leave. The young lady's regretful expression instantly turned back into a decent smile. Sir, I mean you can withdraw. The boy The esports training hall is opening in full swing, and the recruitment of personnel is entirely handed over to Ruoqian miner Yang Ruoqian, who personally completed the initial construction, no longer worried about this team that was bound to fail. He returned to the company and took a leisurely walk around the office area. Generally speaking, if a big leader is inspecting the company, the employees will definitely be trembling with fear and work hard to try to show themselves well in front of the leader. However, in Kuiguang Company, everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. Work hard to show yourself. General Manager Yang will only suddenly appear behind the employees, interrupt the employees' work progress, and remind them that they are overusing their eyes, and it is time to take a break. The more people who seem to be working hard, the more they will be taken care of by General Manager Yang. In order not to be forced to rest and affect the progress of the day's work, generally when General Manager Yang is inspecting, the employees will try their best to pretend to be slacking off. Yang Ruoqian looked at the employees' work attitude and nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he saw Yan Guang, who looked haggard, walking out from the direction of the toilet with a brand new toilet plunger in his hand. Oh, I almost forgot there was such a person in the company. How is it? Yang Ruoqian came over and said hello casually. How is the video recording? Hope is still in the state of creating a new folder. It's almost done. It's almost done. Yan Guang thought that the leader was not satisfied with his creative progress, and he shuddered all over and said repeatedly, "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, it will be ready soon, and it will be finished soon." As he said that, he turned around again and rushed into the toilet. Looking at the toilet plunger in his hand, his face was distorted, as if he was about to make a decision that went against his ancestors. A 5,000-word chapter. There will be more in the evening. The monthly ticket is over 100 again, and I owe 2 chapters. Why do I feel like I can't pay it back? Chapter 118. Pasta is to be mixed with number 40 to concrete. In order to record this damn video of the toilet plunger, Yan Guang racked his brains and even conducted a real test in the toilet. But no matter how long he tried to make it, he couldn't continue. When he talked about 13 minutes just for such a product evaluation, his entire video account stopped updating for more than 20 days. It is hard not to understand that it was a deliberate difficulty from the leader. Sure enough, just as he guessed, this 9,600 yuan salary is not easy to earn. If the video is not released, not to mention how much the salary will be deducted, there will be a big question mark whether he can keep his job next month. For this reason, Yan Guang didn't even do his main job as a spy. No, the boss of the company has personally urged me to post the video. If I delay it any further, I will definitely not get any good results. Even if it's hard water, I must get this video out within this week. Thinking of this, Yan Guang turned on the video recording and continued to shoot the previous content. Yan Guang held the toilet plunger, his face calm, and introduced it seriously. The above is a basic function of this toilet plunger. I believe everyone has a comprehensive understanding of it. But why do I want to review this product that looks not much different from other toilet plungers? After saying this, Yan Guang took a deep breath and began to say seriously, although some people think that pasta should be mixed with number 40 to concrete because of the length of the screw, it can easily affect the torque of the excavator. You know, when you smash it in, it will produce a large amount of high energy protein in an instant, commonly known as UFO, which will seriously affect the economic development and even cause certain nuclear pollution to the entire Pacific Ocean and charges. Besides, according to the Pythagorean theorem, you can easily infer that artificially bred Constantine can capture wild trigonometric functions. So this, well, no matter whether the cross-section of Kuiguang is radioactive or whether Planck's nth power contains sediment, it will not affect the reunion of Warmut and Wilkin in Antarctica. After finishing this paragraph in a long breath, Yan Guang took a deep breath again, his expression still serious. But I don't agree with this view. I think you should add 95 grade gasoline to pizza and add it to the bottom third of the test tube. This is so that the Lagrange point can find its own Tropic of Cancer in Einstein's maths energy equation. Yan Guang began to talk nonsense with a beaming face, just like a patient who just climbed over the fence. There was really nothing to say. Yan Guang, who was forced to his wits' end, came up with such a trick. After a boring 13-minute introduction to toilet plungers, he directly poured water and talked nonsense in the last 7 minutes. Then in the last 30 seconds of the video, it returned to normal content. According to his idea, no one could survive a 13-minute introduction to toilet plungers, including his own leaders. They just wanted to check the video, and they probably couldn't watch it after watching it for a few minutes. Even if there is a boss who is very picky and wants to watch the back, after watching the previous content, he restored the video content to normal in the last 30 seconds. As long as nothing unexpected happens, no one will be able to detect his trick of filling the video in the middle. As long as the boss can't find my trick, at least he can't deduct my salary for not making the video according to his requirements. As for such a video, you can imagine how bleak the playback volume will be. Anyway, it's a video made according to the boss's requirements. Even if the playback volume is low, they can't directly fire me. At most, they will deduct my salary. Yan Guang comforted himself in his heart, put away the recording equipment, and took out his mobile phone. After so many days in the company, it's time to do the work of a spy. To be honest, Yan Guang's impression of Kuiguang Company is still quite good over the past few days. Whether it is the various benefits or the working atmosphere and environment, it makes people linger. At least it is much better than any company he has been in. It would feel pretty good if he could be a normal employee in this company. Unfortunately, with my level, I'm afraid I'll be fired next month. The maximum creative incentive income for this toilet plunger review video is no more than 50 yuan. And Yan Guang has only made such a video this month. According to the contract, only 20% of the 50 yuan belongs to the company. The company only gets 10 yuan, but has to pay the employee a salary of 9,600. As long as the leader is still sane, he will definitely not fail to send the employee a letter of dismissal. It is certain that I will be fired next month. Taking some photos, exposing the black material of Kuiguang Company, and getting a salary of 3,000 yuan is the only thing he can do now. Apart from helping you food do some dirty and tiring work, I don't seem to have any other value. Now the only problem is that it is a bit difficult to find the black material of Kuiguang Company. Several leaders are basically elusive, and they don't give lectures. Even if they talk, they are mostly urging employees to get off work quickly. Needless to say, the working environment is so bad that you can't find any black spots even with a lantern. I thought that the employee code of conduct could be used as a black spot, but after a look, well, if I take a photo and post it online, I will definitely be said to be hired by Kuiguang Company. Not to mention the labor contract, a contract with a high base salary and high commission. Even Yan Guang himself felt a little sorry for the company, not to mention the netizens. Then try your luck in the back kitchen of the employee cafeteria. Although the employee meals look very luxurious, it is normal for things like back kitchens to be unclean. Many well-known large chain brand restaurants, large company cafeterias and even school cafeterias have been exposed to hygiene problems in the back kitchens, and Kuiguang Company may not be an exception. If there is no problem with the back kitchen of the employee cafeteria, then think of other ways. Putting down the toilet plunger and debugging his camera app, Yan Guang suppressed the panic in his heart and quietly left the toilet. After looking around and finding that the leaders and other employees were working at their workstations, Yan Guang tiptoed to the employee cafeteria. The cleaning lady was taking a break, the two chefs were having a massage in the massage room, and the 75-year-old security guard was not looking at this place. Good opportunity. Yan Guang had secretly figured out the layout of the cafeteria a few days ago. He was familiar with the place at this time. He raised his mobile phone, turned on the video function, and walked towards the back kitchen of the employee cafeteria while recording. He pushed open the heavy metal door and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The back kitchen was spotless, and all the pots and pans were neatly arranged without any oil stains or dirt. The kitchen utensils were all made of high-grade stainless steel and sparkled. In the glass freezer, all kinds of fresh ingredients were classified by type and color, without any odor or deterioration. Various certificates and signs of food safety and hygiene management were hung on the wall, and there was a large screen showing the temperature and humidity of the kitchen. Yan Guang felt like he had walked into the kitchen of a 5-star hotel, not an ordinary company cafeteria. He could never have imagined that Kuiguang Company even did the back kitchen so perfectly, which was simply speechless. He took his phone and tried to find some black spots to shoot, but found that what he shot were all the advantages of Kuiguang Company. How is this possible? Yan Guang was panicked. He knew that he had failed again this time. He quickly put away his phone and prepared to leave the kitchen. In fact, in his heart, he had already developed a deep resistance to the task of discrediting Kuiguang Company. Why should such a company be slandered? Why should it be abused on the internet? And it was slandered by a company like Yufu. Just then, he heard a crisp click. There was a burst of brisk footsteps behind him. Yan Guang felt himself tremble, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Someone came in at this time. What should I do? Exclamation mark. The fact that I took pictures must have been discovered. What excuse should I use to explain my motives, and will others believe my excuse? Well, new colleague, you are also taking pictures of the cafeteria? What a coincidence. Ruan Miner's voice came from behind. Have you finished taking pictures? I just want to take some too. Just when Yan Guang thought he was caught red-handed, he saw Ruan Miner coming up from the side, holding a mobile phone in her hand, snapping at the kitchen. What's going on? Exclamation mark. Yan Guang was stunned. In the short 20 days since he entered Kuiguang as a spy, his understanding of this world has been constantly refreshed. After taking a few photos, Ruan Miner posted them on WeChat so openly and then sent a voice message to the phone. Dad, did you see it? This is the kitchen of the company cafeteria. I said that the job I'm looking for now is very reliable. Why don't you believe it? Our boss recently gave me a very important project. I don't want to go back to do business with you. Don't worry, I'm an adult. After sending 3 voice messages in a row, Ruan Miner turned around and gave Yan Guang an apologetic smile, then walked into the warehouse where snacks were stored and took a bag of potato chips away. As if she was afraid that Yan Guang would misunderstand, Ruan Miner also explained, Sister Wen asked me to bring this to her, not that I want to eat it. If you want to eat it, you can take it yourself. These are all allowed by General Manager Yang. After that, Ruan Miner, who ran around during working hours and took a bag of potato chips with her, walked out of the kitchen so openly. Walked out. Yan Guang looked at the video on his mobile phone that had not stopped recording, and for the first time he suddenly felt that he was really a piece of shit. Discrediting a company that refuses employees to work overtime, attacking a company that has such good welfare benefits and always considers employees. Let these enthusiastic and kind employees all fall into the storm of public opinion. Just because of 3,000 a month, such a cheap reason? Today's 10,000 words are updated. Chapter 119 Spy? I'm a spy sent by Kuiguang to you mansion. Updated. Yan Guang looked at his colleague leaving, recalled how busy he had been for nearly a month, and realized that he almost fell into a trance. It's not that he couldn't find any black material about Kuiguang Company, but that there was no black material about Kuiguang Company. At least from his personal experience over the past 20 days, it is not an exaggeration to say that this company's welfare benefits and care for its employees are very benevolent. In fact, if he really wanted to take the risk of breaking the law and committing a crime, it would not be impossible to fabricate some black material out of nothing. Just find some dead cockroaches and dead mice, sneak them into the kitchen when no one is paying attention, and then record a video and take a photo to post on the internet with some sensational copy. However, forcibly discrediting such a company has violated his original intention. But, if I just live my life in Kuiguang with a clear conscience, Yufu will definitely not agree. They will definitely tell Mr. Yang that I'm a spy. I guess I will have to face a lawsuit then. If I resign without saying anything, Zheng Weineng will probably not let me go. At least in the media industry, I can't continue to make it. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what kind of person Zheng Weineng is. Forget it, don't think too much. I can make it one day at a time. I'll talk about the future later. Yan Guang deleted the secretly taken photos, videos, and recordings one by one, and stored the evidence that he had secretly kept in Yufu in different cloud drives. After making all the preparations, Yan Guang walked out of the kitchen, imitated Ruan Miner, pretended to be relaxed, and returned to his workstation in a proper manner. Sure enough, no one cast a puzzled look. Everyone was busy with their own things. Yang Guang suppressed his uneasiness, turned on his computer, uploaded the content he had just filmed to his mobile phone, and made the final refinement, matching the cover, adding a copy, checking the typos in the subtitles, etc. Time came to the afternoon. The details are almost done, except for this spam content in the middle. I hope the boss won't find out. Yang Guang made up his mind and finally clicked the upload button. Manuscript under review. A few days later, it was the end of the month. As New Year's Day and the new year approached, the atmosphere of the company was gradually filled with joy. In the company's office area, 3 veteran cadres were discussing their next anchor recruitment plan in front of everyone. Shoyuki, who almost single-handedly made his anchor famous by discrediting General Manager Yang and the company, was in the limelight at this time and told Wang Zikin and Wen Lianji about his next plan. Because he always gets some confidential information, he seems to know more about Mr. Yang than the average person. After committing a big taboo last month, he was not demoted or even scolded. In the minds of most employees, Shoyuki is Mr. Yang's absolute confidant. He is also one of his most capable men. Not long ago, it was said that Shoyuki also fought for a completely independent anchor recruitment quota per month from Mr. Yang. The current discussion of the 3 giants is centered around this independent recruitment quota. I returned home this month and thought about it, and I felt that what President Yang said to us before had another meaning. Shoyuki sat at the table and talked freely. Although Durulin has become very popular, the matter of smearing the company is only once enough. When Lianji held potato chips in her hand, threw them into her mouth one by one, and asked incoherently, "So does President Yang have any other meaning?" Yes. After Shoyuki succeeded once, his self-confidence expanded rapidly. Think about it. We analyzed the boss's first sentence before and guessed that he wanted us to be capitalists, but this is only the second layer, and the boss is on the third layer. What you said, I suddenly want to eat 1,000-layer cake. When Lianji poured the last bit of potato chips into his mouth and asked, "Then, what does President Yang really mean?" Think about it. What is a capitalist? It is profit seeking. So President Yang means for us to change our profit model. After all, we can't go far relying solely on rewards. There will always be a day when the audience will get tired of it. Shoyuki analyzed in an orderly manner. Wang Zikin, who was in charge of operations, frowned. "Do you mean to put ads in the live broadcast room? But putting ads also requires excellent live broadcast content as a foundation." "No, you misunderstood. Mr. Yang means to directly use ads as live broadcast content." Shoyuki's expression was unfathomable. The live broadcast content is to evaluate a product. In this way, we can not only get advertising fees, but also don't have to spend a lot of effort to find live broadcast materials. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Lianji asked in confusion, "Won't this cause disgust among the audience? Even if you put an ad in the corner of the live broadcast room, you will be criticized. Will you be criticized to death if you directly bring the product introduction to the live broadcast room?" So, the boss also emphasized the word real in the back, which means that we must pay attention to product quality, never accept those fraudulent advertisements, and must build a good reputation. Shoyuki felt more and more that he had grasped Yang Ruoqian's idea. "Everyone, we have to change our thinking. We don't want to be anchors, but a platform that can shake up traditional e-commerce." A platform that shakes up traditional e-commerce? Exclamation mark. All the employees turned their eyes to him. It turned out that Mr. Yang had such a grand and ambitious goal in mind. Think about it. A host who personally reviews a product, tries it out himself, and can even try it out purposefully, based on the audience's requests. Isn't this much more impactful than the graphic advertisements of traditional e-commerce? While our attention is still focused on a small individual host, what is the boss thinking about? How to use new tracks and new models to challenge those e-commerce platforms that have dominated the market for a long time. E-commerce platforms have partially replaced traditional sales channels, so what we have to do is to replace traditional e-commerce platforms. By then, we will be the first in the world, and it will be just around the corner for us to become a giant, and our status will at least be on par with Alibaba. Pattern. This is the boss's pattern. Now I completely understand that the last time the boss was unhappy was definitely not because the company was discredited. He doesn't care about that at all. The reason he was unhappy was that our thinking did not break away from the host circle, and we were still thinking about internal competition instead of making a new cake. Wang Zikin was shocked by the grand blueprint described by Xiaoyuki, and she also completely understood Mr. Yang's lofty pursuit. So this is what Mr. Yang meant. What are one or two popular hosts to Mr. Yang? His goal is to be one of the top 500 companies in the world. When Lian's eyes were so bright that she didn't even bother to eat her snacks. What should we name our project? Let's call it Live Streaming with Goods. Live Streaming with Goods. What a good name. Concise and to the point. Then let's try Live Streaming with Goods with our next anchor. That's the old rules. I'll find the anchor candidate. Xiaoyuki will be responsible for publicity. Sister Wang, you should be under more pressure to be in charge of operations. This kind of thing must be very expensive in the early stages. Don't worry, Mr. Yang is so powerful, it's just a waste of money. At this time, the company's employees were shocked by Mr. Yang's great plan, and they were excitedly whispering to each other, discussing the future of the company and the future of Live Streaming with Goods. Except for Yang Guang, who was always worried about being found by his leader. As he expected, after the video was sent out, the number of views in a few days was only 1 or 2,000, and the completion rate was also an astonishing 0%. This means that only more than 2,000 people have watched his video reviewing the toilet plunger, and no one has finished watching the video. The income from the video creation incentive is even worse than the 50 yuan he expected. To date, the income is only 10 yuan. After working in the company for a whole month, he has come up with such a thing. It will definitely not end well. It depends on when the boss will get angry. The sound of high heels came from the finance department. The new finance girl took the salary slips and distributed them to the employees one by one. This month's salary has been paid. Everyone check if there are any problems. If there are any problems, report them as soon as possible. As she said, the employees' mobile phones began to receive information about the salary arrival of their bank cards. Kuiguang Company is really good. The salary for the current month is paid in the same month. It's a pity that I don't know how much money I, who is almost useless to the company, can actually get in the end. Can it be 2,000? Yang Guang glanced at his phone nervously, and then he was stunned. Your card with the last number XXXX received 12,608.00 yuan from ICBC at 17:52 on December 31st, remitted from another bank, and the balance is 13,257.84 yuan. The other party's account name, Jinhei Kuiguang. 12,608 yuan? Exclamation mark. What does this money mean? What's going on? Yang Guang quickly opened his salary slip, which only had 4 simple items. Basic salary of 9,600 yuan, commission of 8 yuan, and housing and transportation allowance of 3,000 yuan. Not a penny of salary was deducted. Even if the revenue he brought to the company this month was only 10 yuan, the company still paid the basic salary as usual, and gave him 80% commission as usual. Exclamation mark. Moreover, it was almost time to get off work, and the expected scene of the leader coming over to lecture him in anger did not happen. Looking at the balance in his bank card and Mr. Yang, who began to urge employees to get off work quickly and go home to celebrate New Year's Day, Yang Guang's last line of defense was completely broken. Spy? I defected right on the spot. From now on, I'm the most loyal double agent sent by Kuiguang Company to you for group. Happy New Year to President Yang. After saying a simple blessing to Yang Ruoqian, who seemed to be extremely happy, Yang Guang spent a huge amount of money to take a taxi home for the first time. He couldn't wait to turn on his computer, open the video making software, and start importing the shameful transactions between himself and Yufu into the video. I still owe 1 chapter. I feel like I'm about to pay it off. There will be updates in the evening. Chapter 120 Debt Free. 2016. The sound of fireworks outside the window was endless, but Yang Ruoqian had no time to care about it, because the importance of anything was not as important as the settlement of the system bonus. Under Yang Ruoqian's high-frequency supervision of refreshing every 5 seconds, the real number of fans of video blogger Yan Guang was fixed at 41,005, and the bonus amount was locked at 5 million. What does this mean? This means that Yang Ruoqian's debt can finally be paid off. What Yang Ruoqian did in his previous life took a full 10 years to do, but he only took half a year to complete in this life. Although there were constant twists and turns in the middle, the result was always good. From then on, every penny earned belonged to him. The goal of paying off the debt was completed, and the next goal was to achieve financial freedom. As for how big the company would be, what new path would be created, and what field would become a giant, Yang Ruoqian no longer had hope for such things. I believe that his employees would not have such unrealistic ideas. 18-line artist training system host, Yang Ruoqian. The company currently has 6 artists: Gaonayan, Huang Rushi, Ruan Minor, Song Lixin, Du Rulin, Yan Guang. Among them, there are 4 big stars, 1 small star, and 1 big loser. The total bonus amount is 5,007,000 yuan. Rewards have been issued. Company funds 20,060,238.82, 5 million monthly quota, 5,007,000 star awards, company profits and surpluses. Note, the monthly quota cannot be used to repay loans, and all company funds cannot be transferred to the host's personal account in any form. The host company's cash flow exceeds 20 million yuan, proving that the host is a qualified boss. The system now allows a host to give himself a monthly after-tax salary of no more than 2,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for training 2 big loser level artists and successfully receiving 2 high bonuses. As the number of artists under the host gradually increases, the system will conduct the first data integration and upgrade to version 2.0. Stay tuned. The 4-stage expansion tasks will be announced after the system upgrade is completed. Thank you for using the 1.1 version system. System upgrade. If it weren't for the fear of being regarded as a mental patient by Chang Ziking next door, Yang Ruoqian would have laughed out loud. His life has been getting better and better recently. Not only did he have Yan Guang as a long-term meal ticket, he also paid off his loan, got a guaranteed monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, and was about to get an upgraded system. Although 2,000 doesn't seem like much, it means a good start. Moreover, Chang Ziking can also receive housing subsidies from her salary, which are transferred to her through rent. After tinkering back and forth, the guaranteed monthly income is at least 3,500 yuan. Yang Ruoqian simply calculated that, after paying off the principal and interest of the 10 million loan, he would still have at least 10,000 yuan in savings, a long-lost positive asset. And this time, there was no sudden occurrence of some damn angina pectoris, which sent him back to the period of bankruptcy. People who are in a good mood sleep more comfortably. Yang Ruoqian fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as he touched the pillow. In his dream, he saw himself successfully earning 10 million a month with the help of the 2.0 system, reaching the peak of his life, and worrying about how to reasonably allocate time to different entertainment projects every day. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. Before the dream was over, a knock on the door woke Yang Ruoqian up. Chang Ziking's familiar voice came from the door. Yang Ruoqian, open the door quickly. Why are you sleeping in the new year? Yang Ruoqian woke up at once and returned from the life of earning 10 million a month in his dream to the days of only 10,000 in savings in reality. Don't rush, don't rush. Yang Ruoqian reluctantly got off the bed. What time are you getting up? The winter quilt seemed to have a magic that attracted people firmly to the bed, and they couldn't get out without dawdling for more than 10 or 20 minutes. But after all, it was cold, and people were waiting outside, so Yang Ruoqian could only get up reluctantly and open the door for Chang Ziking. You. Yang Ruoqian just finished one word, and the rest of the words were a bit difficult to utter. Chang Ziking outside the door, wearing the winter JK school uniform bought at the Shancheng comic exhibition before, with a pleated skirt and thick stockings. Compared with the previous office professional attire, the whole person seemed to be 5 or 6 years younger, as if he had just met in the freshman year. You, what are you doing? Yang Ruoqian didn't quite understand. Do you have any special activities for New Year's Day? Chang Ziking went into the house, sat on the sofa, and said unhappily, I finally have a holiday today. Why don't you go out and have some fun? Go out and have some fun. Oh, it's not impossible. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the weather outside. Although it was winter, it was still sunny. Where do you want to go to have fun? Why are you dressed like this? Don't you like comic exhibitions very much? Didn't you see that there is a comic exhibition nearby today? The expression on Chang Ziking's face didn't reveal what she was thinking. She took a cup of hot water and drank it naturally. It's a good holiday, let's go and have a look. Okay. That is, when did he really like comic exhibitions? The last Shancheng comic exhibition was just curiosity, and by the way, it was true that I thought it was fun, but I couldn't say I liked it very much. However, Yang Ruoqian didn't refuse Chang Ziking's invitation. Anyway, the debt was paid off, the bonus was in hand, and Yang Ruoqian, who had a huge sum of 10,000 yuan in hand, also had the confidence to go out and spend money. Feeling Yang Ruoqian's good mood, Chang Ziking was more certain that he liked the comic exhibition, so she urged him, then rinse your mouth quickly and change your clothes quickly. After dawdling for more than 10 minutes, Chang Ziking dragged Yang Ruoqian, who was not fully awake, out of the house, looking a little impatient. The two took a car to the comic exhibition square and saw all kinds of cosplayers at a glance. Some were anime characters, some were game characters, some were film and television characters, and some were original characters. There was also a stage not far away. After all, it was not the first time to visit, so Yang Ruoqian felt less fresh, but he was still curious about the situation around the stage. The person singing on the stage was a good-looking young man, but apart from his appearance, the rest of the things seemed a little hard to describe. Whether it was the lyrics, the song or the singing skills, Yang Ruoqian found it difficult to find a suitable compliment to describe it. This can be seen from the fact that passers-by subconsciously avoided the stage. What is even more noticeable is that, in addition to the young man singing on the stage, there is also a young woman standing in the audience, about 17 meters tall, who is a few years older than Yang Ruoqian. Apart from her long hair, she gives people the impression of being sweet. However, from her posture and sharp eyes, it can be seen that this girl has the momentum of being in a superior position for a long time. What are you looking at? Chang Ziking suddenly asked, with some unhappiness in her tone. It's ugly, don't you think? Yang Ruoqian came back to his senses. Why dare to sing in a place like this with this level? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Although he said so, Yang Ruoqian still remembered the appearance of these two people. If there is a chance in the future, he can recruit these two people into the company. With their abilities, they can definitely make a lot of money from the system. Chengai Group. Yeah, remember it. What does it have to do with you, whether someone sings badly or not? Chang Ziking still looked unhappy. Let's go. Okay, let's go. So, Yang Ruoqian was led by Chang Ziking to walk around the comic exhibition, looking at various booths, while listening to her constantly introducing her favorite works and characters. Although Yang Ruoqian had seen a lot of these things when he was in college, for him, after all, they were memories from more than 10 years ago. Many things were at most an impression, and it was hard to say how much he remembered. But looking at the girl who was talking non-stop and seemed very excited, Yang Ruoqian sighed softly, still pretending to be serious, nodding occasionally expressing his feelings and praising her vision. Although he was not particularly passionate about these things, since Chang Ziking liked them, it was not impossible to be a supporting audience. The two of them wandered around the comic exhibition for most of the day, from the morning to the afternoon after lunch, and Yang Ruoqian also saw Chang Ziking's enthusiasm and professionalism. It seems that this girl really likes comic exhibitions. It's just that I didn't see much in the past few years of college in the past 10 years of work. Maybe it's because I was too busy with studies and work, so I gave up my hobbies. Chang Ziking glanced at Yang Ruoqian, who nodded repeatedly and was quite satisfied with her performance. After she came back from Shancheng, she had been cramming the relevant knowledge about comic exhibitions and animation. She did her best to package herself as a nerd who was proficient in this field. God knows how much energy she has spent to develop from a complete layman to someone who can talk freely at comic exhibitions now. The level of seriousness is comparable to rushing to write a thesis in college. But as long as Yang Ruoqian likes it. Finally, at dusk, the two people who were not very interested in comic exhibitions returned to the car with smiles on their faces. On the way, the man and woman near the stage had not left yet. You could even hear the woman scolding the young man in a cold voice and the young man apologizing repeatedly. "Mr. Cheng, I'm sorry." But at this time, each of them had their own thoughts. The two people who pretended to be exhausted didn't have any extra thoughts to pay attention to the two people. They got in the car and went home and had a quick dinner. Of course, on a day like this, it was impossible for Chang Ziking to cook in person. The two of them found a restaurant that was open on New Year's Day and ordered a few dishes to take away. Crystal shrimp, 8 treasure duck, cumin lamb chops, and a portion of seasonal vegetables. The portion was a little large and the price was not cheap, but for Yang Ruoqian, who had a huge sum of 10,000 yuan in his pocket, it was nothing. This meal looked no different from before, but for some reason, the atmosphere in the living room was a little different from before. Perhaps it was the winter cold that squeezed in through the crack in the door, bringing a little chill to the warm house. As the last lamb chop bone was thrown into the slag dish, the two people who had been chatting all day miraculously fell into a brief silence. After a while, Chang Ziking was the first to break the awkward silence. "Did you have fun today?" She took a deep breath, leaned back in the chair, crossed her legs, and asked casually. Anyway, she was exhausted. Yang Ruoqian, who was also exhausted, did not hesitate and nodded. "I'm very happy." Then, "By the way, I bought something for you." Yang Ruoqian, who had been looking for an opportunity to speak, finally got the chance. "Take a look and see if you like it." As he spoke, he carefully took out a painting from his bag. In the painting were the hazy figures of two people, and below was a row of lights connected in the shape of constellations. The painting was exquisitely made, and the picture was beautiful. It didn't feel cheap, nor did it fall into the cliché. It was obvious that she had put a lot of thought into it. An unprecedented emotion flashed in Chang Ziking's eyes, and her voice was almost uncontrollable surprise. "When did you buy it?" "I didn't even know." "Did you buy it today?" Looking at Chang Ziking's reaction, Yang Ruoqian felt a little relieved. He had never bought a gift before, so he was afraid of buying the wrong one. But now it seems that the effect seems to be okay. Yang Ruoqian cleared his throat. "During lunch, I went to the bathroom. That's when I went." "No wonder." Chang Ziking let out a long "oh." Although her tone was not obvious, every little movement of her fingers showed that she couldn't let go of the painting. "I thought something was wrong with you, but it turns out you have some small thoughts. We have known each other for so many years. This is the first time you give me a gift, right?" Yang Ruoqian subconsciously found an excuse for his behavior. "You have been with me for so long. It's normal to give me a small gift." After saying this, the living room fell into silence again. Today's silence seems to come a little too often. Yang Ruoqian thought so. Seeing that Chang Ziking broke the silence just now, Yang Ruoqian thought for a while and spoke first. "It's quite late, then I'll go back first." As he said that, he stood up and wanted to leave. Chang Ziking put the painting away and interrupted. "I think it's still quite early." For some reason, there was a rare sense of ease in her voice, as if she had solved a difficult problem in her heart. "Ah." Yang Ruoqian didn't understand. "Huh? Yang Ruoqian, what do you think we did today?" Although Chang Ziking was still wearing the young and beautiful JK clothes, her whole state seemed to have returned to the time when she was working in the company. "What? Visiting comic exhibitions?" Yang Ruoqian was stunned. Chang Ziking, who was used to being angry, was surprisingly calm this time. She directly blurted out all the words that she had hidden in her heart in the past. "Then you are really blind. Can't you see that I'm pursuing you?" Yang Ruoqian, who was suddenly hit on the head by this sentence with a lot of information, trembled all over. "Ah." Seeing Yang Ruoqian's reaction, the last trace of nervousness in Chang Ziking's heart completely disappeared. She rushed to Yang Ruoqian, grabbed his collar and said, "You don't really think I like visiting those crappy comic exhibitions, do you? You don't really think that a few glasses of beer can make me drunk, do you? Huh. Yang Ruoqian didn't stand firmly and was pushed to the wall by Chang Ziking, who was a head shorter than him. The two of them were in a very intimate position, and the atmosphere was basically set. Ah, so you don't like comic conventions either? Actually, I don't like them either. I always thought you liked them, but it turns out we were both pretending. Haha. Yang Ruoqian laughed dryly. Chang Ziking was so angry that she stretched out her hand and pinched him. I told you to. The new author is not good at writing daily life, but in order to pave the way for the next plot of entering the entertainment industry, I have to write it. Please forgive me, readers. I'm very sorry. Chapter 121. Too much joy leads to sorrow. The pleasant and relaxing holiday passed quickly, and the days of working and making money came again. The atmosphere in the office was as relaxed and happy as ever, and the few days of vacation did not make the company's employees become estranged. How was your vacation? When Lion G grabbed the 1000-layer cake board from the breakfast shop and ate it with relish, I went to Tansao these days and had a big meal. Shaoyuki laughed disdainfully. I'm different from you degenerate guys. I took advantage of the boss's inattention and preliminarily found candidates for live streaming in the past 2 days. I guarantee that I can quickly grab the market and give the boss a big surprise. He has lost count of how many times he has surprised his college classmates, but it will definitely not be the last time. With the help of his genius businessman Shaoyuki, Kuiguang Group will surely become bigger and stronger and soar into the sky. Shaoyuki is looking forward to how wonderful the expression on his father's face will be when Kuiguang Group leaves his father's broken listed company far behind one day. Anyway, he is not short of money, just for fun. Of course, I believe that on that day, Yang Ruoqian will definitely not forget his great achievements. Wang Zikin did not share her New Year's Day journey. She looked at the data on the computer with a strange tone. Did you see that the revenue of the video blogger named Yang Guang, who was personally recruited by President Yang last month, seems to be a little bit poor? A little bit poor. How bad is it? When Lion G licked her 5 fingers clean and asked curiously. Curious, but not much worried. Generally speaking, other employees will not ask about people recruited by President Yang himself, because either they will become popular or they are a pawn in President Yang's grand layout. Even if they want to manage, they can't, and they may even cause trouble. Let's take a step back and say that even if something unexpected really happened, with the company's strong financial strength and the many anchors with strong money making ability under their hands, what can they do, even if they don't become popular? Wang Zikin still frowned slightly. He only posted one video in a whole month, and it was a toilet review video, which was a full 20 minutes long. The most important thing is that the video only made 10 yuan. Shaoyuki immediately showed a relaxed smile on his face. The boss must have other arrangements, and we don't care. In a month, the video made 10 yuan, which was obviously intentional. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that Mr. Yang made a mistake, at most the anchor he recruited was mediocre, and it is impossible for him to make such a huge mistake of making 10 yuan a month. It should be, but why didn't I see him today? Maybe there was a traffic jam or he asked for leave. It's normal. What about the other anchors in the company? How are their data? They are all very stable. Basically all of them can be called top streamers. Recently, there is a program that invites Huan Rush's dance troupe to participate. I heard it is a very popular program. The dance troupe's fans are expected to exceed 10 million. It can be said to be the signature of our company. The LOL team called Jutang that Ruan Minor temporarily formed should not be underestimated. I heard that on January 2nd, they directly swept all the teams and entered the secondary league, which surprised many people. Although the attention to the secondary league is not high, there are not many female players in the esports industry. Zio Ruan is petite and cute, and she is also very good at playing. The number of fans has increased. Wow. Just as the employees were discussing enthusiastically, a ding sound came from the elevator. Yang Ruoqian walked into the company in high spirits, and it seemed that he was carrying a gust of wind when he walked. The employees immediately stopped talking and began to greet the boss. Good morning, President Yang. Happy New Year, President Yang. Hey, why didn't I see President Chang today? Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. She was not feeling well today, so she took a day off. How about you guys? How was your New Year's Day? Will there be any new prospects in the new year? Pretty good. I slept for a long time at home. I went on a trip with my parents, and there were so many people. I told them not to go, but it's a pity that the old people didn't listen. Taking a vacation is more tiring than going to work. To be honest, I feel that working in the company is indeed easier than going home on vacation. I get a headache when I think about cooking and washing dishes. It's incomparable to the employee cafeteria. Yang Ruoqian saw that the employees were in good condition recently and nodded with satisfaction. The recent work is good. Keep it up. His life has been so smooth recently that even those employees who often stabbed him in the back seem to be much more pleasing to the eye. Although the employees always tried their best to increase the number of fans of the anchor and tried their best to hinder their dream of getting rich, in the end, didn't Yang Ruoqian still succeed in taking advantage of the loophole twice and earning a full 10 million yuan, directly paying off all the loans? He believed that, as long as this trend continued, he would definitely make more money in the future. There was no need to make further efforts. As long as Yang Guang could maintain his current state, it would be enough to post a garbage video every month. In this way, as long as Yang Ruoqian played around and fished, he would soon accumulate an astonishing amount of wealth. By then, it would be no problem to improve his life, travel around the world on a luxurious tour, and hold a grand wedding. The only problem was that Yang Ruoqian didn't know how the system would be upgraded. What would be the difference between the 2.0 version of the system and the 1.1 version of the system? Now that the company has more and more artists, the recruitment quota has been raised to 2 per month. It is indeed a bit too troublesome to calculate the number of fans of each anchor individually according to the first generation version. Yang Ruoqian pushed open the door of the office and sat at his desk. Let's take a look at my money printing, the status of the employees. A New Year's Day, just a few days, there will definitely be no problems. Unfortunately, just when he wanted to check Yang Guang's data, the system popped up a maintenance reminder. The system is being upgraded, and the detailed data of the company's artists is not supported yet. Please wait until the system is upgraded before trying again. Okay. Yang Ruoqian shrugged his shoulders, turned on his computer and Steam, and prepared to play the newly released Stardew Valley with Chang Ziking, who stayed at home. In his previous life, this game was only released at the end of February this year, but after being reborn, the whole world has changed slightly, and it is normal for this game to be released a month earlier. Just when Yang Ruoqian picked up the phone and was about to call Chang Ziking, Lu Shuiwen's slightly surprised voice suddenly came from the door. Mr. Yang, are you free? Good news. Huh? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian now has a subconscious alert reaction to the good news from his employees. Because often news that is good news for employees is definitely a bolt from the blue for him. New Year's Day just passed, and I just had a great career and love life. Can you guys be quiet for a while and stop messing with me? Yang Ruoqian put down his phone silently, keeping a steady tone. Come in, don't be in a hurry, talk slowly. No hurry. Yang Ruoqian is so anxious now. Lu Shuiwen hurried into the office and said excitedly, Boss Yang, Yan Guang resigned today. Oh, it turned out that an employee resigned. Fortunately it wasn't some popular anchor. Wait, Yan Guang resigned? Exclamation mark. Huh? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. The only person in the company who could make him a lot of money, who he had finally found, resigned without a word? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian, who just wanted to play badly for a few months to achieve financial freedom, collapsed. What's going on? Is it because the salary is too low, the treatment is not good, the commute is inconvenient, the food is not to his taste, or he has encountered unfair treatment in the workplace? Impossible. These things basically don't exist in Kuiguang Company. Could it be that something happened suddenly at home and he had to resign? Yang Ruoqian's heart was in turmoil, but he had to pretend to be unfathomable on his face. Good news? Lu Shuiwen nodded vigorously, with admiration in her eyes. Boss Yang, you are really amazing. You have smashed another conspiracy of the Yufu Guild. Smash the conspiracy of the Yufu group. Again. What does this have to do with that? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian smiled uglier than crying. Ahaha, routine operation, routine operation. As he said that, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone, found Yan Guang's ID on a long video platform, and saw his latest video dynamic. The title is Real Name Exposure of the Dirty Practices of Unfair Competition of Certain Companies. The cover is a headshot of Yan Guang holding his ID in one hand. The number of views of the entire video has reached an astonishing 3 million. Yang Ruoqian controlled his urge to faint on the spot, put on headphones, clicked on the video, and watched the entire video content. I accuse you food group. Evidence. This is the working environment and salary of Kuiguang. I have resigned from Kuiguang, not for any vested interests. You food group's reputation was already very bad, and Kuiguang group had always given people a good impression. This video immediately added fuel to the flames, directly triggering a joint attack from netizens. Some victims cursed you food group, some received a 20 yuan red envelope, and submitted a resume to Kuiguang company to testify. Some praised Yan Guang for returning to the right path. And of course there were also people who praised Kuiguang company and even threatened to switch to it. After watching this video in the comments section below the video, Yang Ruoqian felt his mind go blank. It's over. It's all over. Not only did the money printing machine go away, but it also made Kuiguang group completely popular. Yan Guang treated you well. Why did you stab me in the back? Do you have a clear conscience? It's okay. After a brief moment of despair, Yang Ruoqian came to his senses. This kind of exposure video, at most, can only have a high number of views for a single video, which is not very helpful for the number of fans of the video blogger itself. Yan Guang, although you cheated me, I still decided to let bygones be bygones and recruit you back to the company. After all, in this world, there are many mediocre people who are popular for a while, and geniuses who can't become popular are really scarce. However, when Yang Ruoqian cast his eyes on the number showing the number of Yan Guang's fans, he was dumbfounded again. Today's 10,000 word update is presented. By the way, thank you to Sabi Shushan for the reward. The boss spent the money. Recommend a light-hearted and cheerful daily article. Fishing, making money, and teasing the first love. To be kidnapped as a wife. The male protagonist is reborn, and he is a little bit black-bellied. Chapter 122, all the top stars? Added. Yan Guang's fans have exceeded 200,000. Even if Yang Ruoqian recruits him back to the company now, according to the calculation method of the old system, the maximum bonus per month is only 50,000. Moreover, once the fans start to soar, 200,000 will never be the limit. This is really a case of extreme joy leading to sorrow. But after all, Ruoqian is still standing in front of the desk with a happy face. Yang Ruoqian can only force a smile and start to look through Yan Guang's other videos. Yan Guang definitely released more than just this video exposing the dirty deeds of the Yu Mansion. He must have done something else. Under Ruoqian's expectant eyes, Yang Ruoqian exited the video that Yan Guang recently released and started to look through his past submissions. Perhaps because a high-profile video has driven the number of views of other videos, the number of viewers of the review videos that originally had no improvement has increased significantly. But, the video with the most prominent number of views is actually the video reviewing the toilet plunger! Each of the other review videos had at most 1,300 more views, but the video reviewing the toilet plunger was the only one whose views were beginning to approach the video of the self-declared UFO spy. The video reviewing the toilet plunger. Wasn't that the task assigned to Yan Guang? What the hell? Are the netizens nowadays so full that they have nothing to do, that they can watch a review of a toilet plunger with great interest for 20 minutes? Could it be that they think their appetite is too big when they eat, so they watch the review to reduce their appetite? Impossible. After releasing the video, Yang Ruoqian watched the review video carefully for 7 or 8 minutes to avoid any accidents, and only ignored it after confirming that there was no problem. In order to prevent Yan Guang from doing something ruthless at the end of the video, after forcing himself to watch the toilet plunger review for 10 minutes, Yang Ruoqian even deliberately scrolled to the end of the video. I had clearly conducted a strict review. What did he do? Why did his fans increase so quickly? Yang Ruoqian tried to control his expression. In silence and shock, he opened the video that he had already watched once again. As soon as he clicked on the video, he saw a screen full of bullet comments rushing in, and the content on them was all the same. The main film is at 1304. The main film is at 1304. Seeing these similar bullet comments, Yang Ruoqian immediately had a bad premonition. In this 20-minute video, Yang Ruoqian only checked the first 10 minutes and the last few seconds at double speed. Because it was too boring, Yang Ruoqian just dragged the progress bar to quickly go through the content in the middle. The progress bar was in a muted state when dragging, but Yang Ruoqian saw that there was nothing wrong with the screen. Yan Guang had a serious look on his face from beginning to end, so he relaxed his vigilance. But judging from the content of the barrage, the problem appeared exactly after 13 minutes and 4 seconds. It appeared exactly in the content where he dragged the progress bar. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Ruoqian immediately began to doubt his life. What the hell is this? No, in order to cope with the inspection of the leaders, have the employees now become so inward looking? The first 13 minutes and the end are filled with garbage content, and the most exciting part is hidden in a corner, where no one will find it. What is the purpose of doing this? Deliberately against me? And which audience is so bored that they can bear to watch the content of the first 13 minutes? Exclamation mark. If you really have nothing to do, you can watch TV series, movies, and play games. If you can't do it, you can sleep. What's the point of watching a toilet plunger review? Is it to satisfy some of your own hidden hobbies? Yang Ruoqian desperately dragged the progress bar to 1304 and saw rounds of barrages coming. Thank you, headquarters. Here I come. Welcome back. I came here specially to observe the founder of the nonsense style. Douyin users come here because of his reputation. Yang Ruoqian lightly pressed the screen, clearing away the flying comments and watching Yan Guang's video attentively. Yan Guang stood in the toilet, holding the toilet plunger with a serious expression, and began his journey of nonsense that integrated his life's knowledge. He talked non-stop and eloquently, and he actually talked nonsense for 6 minutes in a row. He put together some words that sounded quite important without any rules, but he was very sure, if it were another occasion, if he turned on the sound, Yang Ruoqian would really think he was talking about something serious. The comment area below the video was even more chaotic. All kinds of nonsense filled the comment area. But there are 50 million kangaroos in kangaroo country. If all of them are used to attack a certain country, each person in that country will have to fight to kangaroos alone. You don't care about the people of that country at all. You only care about yourself. I don't agree with your point of view. I think Lao Tan's pickled cabbage beef noodles should be served with kidney stones. You are right, but a certain game is a brand new open world adventure game independently developed by a certain company. No wonder the video has so many views. It turns out that it has triggered a new trend on the internet. Or in other words, Yan Guang accidentally created a bad joke that can be played for a long time. There is even a fixed template for this bad joke. As long as netizens put a bunch of irrelevant things into it, the text that is finally typed out will be like the text that has been translated by a certain song 20 times, which is funny to look at. It turns out that this is the reason why Yan Guang's fans have increased sharply. Yang Ruoqian was about to exit the video software, but his subconscious felt that something was wrong. Not enough, still not enough. Such a meme and an exposure video can indeed bring a lot of popularity in a short period of time, but their problems are very similar. They cannot be replicated. If you play memes too much, it will become boring. Exposing UFO can only be exposed once at most. The content of these two videos is not sustainable at all. It stands to reason that the number of fans should not increase so much. There must be other factors. Swiping his finger to the right, Yang Ruoqian once again came to Yan Guang's personal homepage and began to look for clues. Soon, he noticed that between the video exposing UFO and the toilet plunger review video, there was a personal account of Yan Guang. Although the number of views was not as exaggerated as those of the two videos, it still stood out among the thousands or tens of thousands of videos. I guess the problem lies here. Yang Ruoqian clicked in and saw Yan Guang sitting in a shabby room and began to talk about his future video plans. The general content is that he lost his job because of exposing the UFO incident. Other companies dared not hire him, and he was too ashamed to return to Kuiguang, so he simply found two like-minded people and planned to do some frontline undercover content, specifically targeting the catering industry. For example, they picked some franchise stores or chain stores with a very bad reputation, applied for the back kitchen, took some real photos and videos, and saw if they were really as dirty and messy as the public said. Similarly, they would also pick some restaurants with a good reputation and apply for the back kitchen to see if they really put food hygiene and safety first as advertised. Such content has an adventurous element and pokes the pain points in the hearts of many consumers. It resonated with many people at once, and the number of fans rose up. Very good. It seems that the fans can't drop anymore. The last bit of fantasy in Yang Ruoqian's heart was shattered, and he quietly exited the video, and even his hands were shaking. The money printing machine that he had finally found was completely scrapped after only 1 month. UFO Guild, you really deserve to die. Pay me 5 million. Yang Ruoqian roared in his heart. Although the 2 times he got 5 million from the system were all thanks to UFO, Yang Ruoqian was not a fool and knew that this company was definitely not a good one. They could even do such a thing as sending people to their own company as undercovers. I must be more cautious in the future. Forget it, the 5 million money printing machine is gone. Anyway, the debt has been paid off now. Ruoqian's team should have been built, and a monthly bonus of 500,000 is barely acceptable. Ruoqian stood for a long time, watching the movement of President Yang's hands, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional in her heart. Sure enough, in this dangerous business environment, completely healthy competition does not exist, but President Yang silently took it all on himself, and didn't tell his employees about these things. What a terrifying behemoth Yu Mansion is. Mr. Yang has thwarted their plot twice. You can imagine how much pressure he is under. Mr. Yang's hands are even shaking. It can be seen that, although Kuiguang is winning, and will continue to win, Mr. Yang is shielding them from the ups and downs outside. In order to help Mr. Yang solve his problems, Ruoqian decided to tell him another good news. Mr. Yang, there is another good news. This time our company is having a double happiness. Yang Ruoqian, who had just recovered from his shock, staggered and almost fell off his chair. And, there is another good news? Double happiness? This is a double whammy, right? Exclamation mark. Ruoqian looked at Mr. Yang's happy expression and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Ruoqian's team has been shortlisted for the secondary league, and it has swept the shortlist, attracting a lot of attention. Although the audience does not know that she is the Ruoqian of Sharklev, the fans of both sides have exceeded 2 million. Congratulations. Congratulations to Mr. Yang. You have a really good vision. The fans have exceeded 2 million. Shortlisted for the secondary league. Ruoqian, didn't you even stumble in the city level invitational tournament? Why did you start killing as soon as you entered the professional league? Can you be a person who is consistent in your appearance and heart? Stop playing me. Very good. Now even the hope of earning 500,000 yuan a month is gone. In just one New Year's Day, Yan Guang, who I recruited with great effort, and the esports teams that I had high hopes for, have exploded one after another and all became top tier. Lu, I get it. Go back to work. Yang Ruoqian managed to restore his complexion to normal and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. You all did a great job. I'm very satisfied. Seeing that her comfort had worked, Ruoqian laughed. Boss Yang, we will continue to work hard. After that, she proudly left the president's office. Only Yang Ruoqian was left at the desk, facing the computer with a blank face. The entire company now has no anchor who can make money for him. After half a year of hard work, the company has returned to the starting point, and even because of the problem of too good reputation, it is not as good as the starting point. Do I have to start over again? Just when Yang Ruoqian was completely desperate, the voice of the system suddenly came to his ears. System 2.0 upgrade completed. The monthly ticket has increased by 100, and I owe another chapter. I will pay it back tomorrow. Today is still a 10,000 word update, but it will be a little later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 is so good, I don't have to start over. 7,000 chapters. When young Ruoqian was already desperate, the familiar voice of the system was like a timely help. For the first time, he felt that the cold voice of the system was so kind. Can the 2.0 version of the system save his life? Young Ruoqian really didn't want to start struggling again. Check the system upgrade content. Artist Training System 2.0. Host, Yang Ruoqian. Company funds 20,060,238.82. 5 million monthly quota. 5,007,000 star awards. Company profits and surpluses. Company funds can only be transferred to the host's personal account in the form of wages, with a monthly limit of 2,000. The host has successfully proved himself to be an excellent artist trainer through his impressive performance. Among the 8 artists, only one failed to become popular. However, if you want to grow into an entertainment giant, it is not enough to rely solely on accumulating fans. The host needs to consider the issue of traffic monetization while accumulating fans for its artists. This is the long-term way for the company to operate. In order to help the host company achieve high profits as soon as possible, encourage the host to make bold attempts and simplify the increasing number of artist businesses. The system has been upgraded as follows. The company's monthly quota has been increased to 10 million per month so that the host can better operate its artists. The profits and losses of all artists will be integrated, and the system will only calculate the total profits and losses brought by all artists and surrounding projects of the company, and will no longer calculate the number of fans of a certain artist separately. The personal bonus settlement cycle has been changed to quarterly settlement. The settlement method has been changed from the number of fans to the amount of profit and loss brought by the artist's project to the company. When there is a profit, the host can get a commission of 1,000th of the profit. When there is a loss, both the host and the company can get a full subsidy for the loss. Seeing this, Yang Ruoqian was excited. Look at the meaning of this 2.0 version. The system no longer calculates the number of fans. Now it only looks at the profit and loss of the artist. In other words, if all artists make a profit of 10 million in total, Yang Ruoqian can get a basic salary of 2,000 plus a commission of 10,000 from the system. If all the artists lose 10 million yuan in total, Yang Ruoqian can get a basic salary of 2,000 yuan plus a subsidy of 10 million yuan. What's the point of taking a commission? Just eat up the system's subsidy until death. And the profits are not calculated separately, but integrated together. In other words, Yang Ruoqian no longer has to worry about the data of individual artists. Even if there is a troublemaker who always makes money for the company, other loss-making projects can fill the gap of this profitable project. Well, this 2.0 version of the system is easier to use than the 1.1 version at a glance. Of course, given the nature of the system, there will definitely be more prohibited items. Yang Ruoqian continued to read on. Notes: investment in all projects not related to artists is prohibited. The host cannot transfer any of its own businesses and subsidiaries for free. Unfair competition behavior such as hiring water troops, companies spending money to give gifts to their anchors, etc. are all violations. Unreasonable salary quotas cannot be given to artists. All violations of the 1.0 version of the system are still valid. Sure enough, just like the 1.0 version, any crooked ways will not work. After all the precautions were displayed, all the system panels disappeared, leaving only the last option panel. The above are all the updates of version 2.0. Would you like to upgrade the version? Note: after the system is upgraded, the version cannot be rolled back. If the host refuses this upgrade, the system will always remain at version 1.1, and there will be no subsequent version changes. Yang Ruoqian didn't even think about it, and chose to upgrade directly. Each of the 8 anchors recruited by the company over the past 6 months has left him with an indelible impression, and they always become popular unexpectedly in various ways. Even if you do your best to remedy the situation, it is often like suppressing one problem, but causing another to float up. After a lot of hassles, nothing is gained. the only two profitable anchors. One gained fans after being poached by Yufu, and the other ascended after resigning. It is impossible to maintain stable and long-term profits. Of course, the reason why Yang Ruoqian chose to upgrade the system is not only psychological trauma, but also considerations for business upgrades. If you choose not to upgrade the system, each of the 6 anchors who remain in the company can only provide a bonus of 5,000 to 500 yuan at most, and it is extremely difficult to reduce the number of fans. Even if you form an esports team, there are more than a dozen people to dilute the fans, and you can only make tens of millions of yuan in the end. The so-called maximum bonus of 50 million is purely a mirage, which is out of reach. Instead of trying to catch the moon in the water, it is better to upgrade the system and open up new ways of playing. It is not easy to reduce the fans of these old employees. If you increase investment in them, reduce efficiency and increase costs, is it difficult to lose a lot of money? How much can the 1.0 version of the system earn? If you work hard and are lucky enough to cultivate a big loser, you can only make 5 million at most, and it is unsustainable. The number of fans of an artist will always increase slowly, as long as it is not operated maliciously. In the long run, the bonus will become less and less. Besides, with the current fame and reputation of Kuiguang Company, any anchor or artist who joins will have a wave of traffic, and the chance of making big money is getting slimmer and slimmer. But it's different when it comes to losses. With losses, you can spend money with just a flick of your finger. The company now has 20 million in funds. As long as it can lose all of it, the subsidy will be full. A full 20 million. Even if the people under him can make some money back, at most they will just make a little less. It's not easy to make money these days, so is it hard to lose money? Didn't I die suddenly because I was crazy about losing money and worked hard to make money to pay off my debts? I don't have the ability to make money, but when it comes to losing money, Yang Ruoqian can proudly say that he has rich experience. Moreover, after the system upgrade, Yang Ruoqian and his Kuiguang group will be qualified to really start entering the entertainment industry. Compared with the entertainment industry, the extent of money burning in the live broadcast industry is just for fun. If you want to lose money, you have to look at the entertainment industry. And with the upgrade of the system, this money can be lost more and more. Yang Ruoqian's original haze in his heart was swept away, and the uncomfortable feeling of being stabbed in the back by Yan Guan disappeared. The future suddenly became bright. When his prospects were the bleakest, it was still the system that could save him from the water and fire. The system upgrade is complete. Welcome to the host to use the new 2.0 version. Now release a 4-stage company expansion task, build or purchase an office building that belongs only to the company, Kuiguang building. Note that projects not related to the company's artists will not be included in the profit and loss settlement of commissions or subsidies. This task is not time limited. It's just not to take advantage of loopholes. It doesn't matter. There are too many projects related to the entertainment industry, and there are countless ways to lose money, so there is no need to take advantage of loopholes. Yang Ruoqian, who rekindled his fighting spirit, turned off steam, forgot that he just wanted to play games with Chang Ziking, and began to work on a detailed plan to enter the entertainment industry. The first step, of course, is to build a team first. He didn't know enough about the entertainment industry, but it didn't matter. He could hire a professional consultant who knew the profit model of the entertainment industry, reject all the consultant's opinions, and then hand it over to an outsider to carry out the operation. In this way, not only can the loss be a mess, but the two people can also be counted as operating costs, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. The current Kuiguang group can only be regarded as an agency at most, responsible for operating and packaging artists. Many other affairs and activities still have to cooperate with other companies. For example, singers under Kuiguang have to cooperate with record companies, and actors under Kuiguang have to find production companies to cooperate with, and so on. There are two choices in front of Yang Ruoqian. The first is to train singers and actors by yourself, and then open a record company and production company business by yourself, and produce and sell by yourself. Or just train artists and cooperate with other companies for other matters. The two models have their own advantages. If you produce and sell by yourself, the investment will be greater and the possibility of loss will be greater. But at the same time, if you accidentally make a project, the profit level is estimated to be scary. The system only allows the company to operate normally, and Yang Ruoqian himself is a layman. If he accidentally recruits some professionals and makes the business flourish, it will be really finished. I don't know how many projects will lose money to offset this profit point. So the benefits of the second model are revealed as long as Yang Ruoqian finds a company with poor management or poor production to cooperate with its own artists. All accidents can be avoided. Moreover, choosing the second situation can also build relationships with various people in the circle. After making a decision, Yang Ruoqian opened his mailbox and first sent an email to all backstage employees. The content was probably that, because the company was in good operating condition, it was about to officially enter the traditional entertainment industry. Of course, the content was also inevitable to fill the employees with poisonous chicken soup and fake chicken blood. Although the system has changed, the core has not changed. Yang Ruoqian's expectations for employees are still to slack off if they can, enjoy if they can, and do whatever they want except not working. Yang Ruoqian, who graduated from a prestigious university, did not do badly in the Chinese language test. After the idea matured, he immediately opened the Word document and began to type passionately. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Ruoqian silently grabbed the mouse, selected all the dozens of words he had written, and deleted them all. Then he used his already small balance to buy a 1-month membership for Wenku and found a standard template article on it. After replacing the key content with one click, Yang Ruoqian gave this mass email a title called The Company's Future Development and Prospects for the Entertainment Industry and Expectations for Employees. After checking the typos and dates, Yang Ruoqian sent the letter to all employees. After sending out chicken soup, the next thing is to think about who to recruit and what company to cooperate with. After all, this is the first time in 2 lifetimes to get involved in the entertainment industry. Yang Ruoqian still has to keep a close eye on it. As for the live broadcast project, Yang Ruoqian can only set a general direction and then completely hand it over to his subordinates. In summary, 12 words: spend a lot of money, do small things, and do the wrong things. As long as it is a normal operation, it's fine, but it doesn't say that the money should be spent on the blade. The operation of other companies is to spend a lot of money to buy traffic, buy hot searches, increase popularity, and do big data precision delivery. Yang Ruoqian could have changed his mindset. For example, he could have spent a lot of money to put Ruin Miners videos in the user group that doesn't play League of Legends, and spent a lot of money to put Ruoqian in the beauty zone. This would be considered a positive operation, and it would not be judged as a violation, and the push effect would not be very significant, a pure waste of money. The current plan is to recruit 2 more people, a professional operator and an amateur agent. Well, send the requirements to Ruoqian. Thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian suddenly flashed back to the memories of the past few days. In the comic exhibition, the song was terrible, the singing was terrible, the lyrics were terrible, but the guy sang with great confidence. At that time, he remembered, what was the name of the company? It seemed to be called Shanghai Media. The arrangement was bad, the lyrics were bad, and the ability to select singers was also poor. Although Yang Ruoqian did not want to recruit a singer as the first artist candidate, all the above factors showed that Shanghai Media was a very unreliable company. It felt that such an unreliable company seemed to have the potential to become a partner of Kuiguang Group. The more Yang Ruoqian thought about it, the more he felt that something was right. However, adhering to the principle of prudence, he still opened the browser and searched for the basic information of the company. Well, it's an internet company with good financial strength and healthy business. It's also a listed company. It seems to be quite famous. I'm ignorant. After looking down, Yang Ruoqian was suddenly surprised. It turns out that you haven't been involved in the entertainment industry before. Did you expand your business to the entertainment industry recently? The actual controller is called Cheng Fei. Is that the cosplayer before? Yang Ruoqian still remembers that the singer called the young girl General Cheng, which was obviously facing the leader. He doesn't look like a reliable boss. He should be a rich second generation who inherited the family business or started his own business with a large amount of initial capital. No wonder Kuiguang Media is doing so badly. It turns out that he has just entered this industry and has an unreliable boss. Yang Ruoqian was overjoyed. This kind of company that suddenly develops across industries will inevitably fall into management chaos, unfamiliar business, low efficiency and so on. Especially for a large enterprise with three-dimensional management and complex structure, the problem will be more serious and slower to solve. Judging from the performance of the little singer, Kuiguang Media is probably at this stage. In addition, if you have a boss who is just playing around, who will lose money if you don't, not bad, not bad. I'll see how to contact them. Yang Ruoqian instinctively wanted to call his director and assistant Chang Ziking and tell her to do something, but suddenly remembered that she was still on vacation at home and didn't come to work at all. Forget it, the settlement time has become 1/4 anyway, so it doesn't matter if these 2 days come. Let's wait until she comes to work. Let's settle the new agent and operation matters in the next 2 days. At the same time, inside Kuiguang Media, in a spacious office, the tall Cheng Fei wore a white dress and her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, but her eyes were very sharp. In front of her, there were several employees who bowed their heads and were obediently scolded. I asked you to train a singer for me, and this is your answer? Look at the lyrics. I asked a junior high school student to write better than this. And that kid's singing skills, where did you find him? Even if you go to a KTV and grab someone to sing, he won't sing so badly. 3 million. I approved a full 3 million in funds, but now I can't even find a qualified singer. If I hadn't been visiting the comic exhibition that day and happened to meet the singer under the company, how long would you have wanted to fish in troubled waters? Cheng Fei's anger had a reason. As a rich second generation with a family background similar to Shaoyuki, Cheng Fei's personality and Shaoyuki's can almost be said to be two extremes. Shaoyuki is a pure fun person. Whether he is playing badly or working hard, he only adheres to one principle in everything he does: just be happy. But Cheng Fei is different. She finally got a large amount of initial capital for starting a business from her father and resolutely stepped into the entertainment industry that the company had not yet set foot in, just to prove her strength. But now that the first project has turned out like this, how can she have the face to contact her father? Although 3 million is nothing compared to her more than 9-digit startup capital, this first project has suffered a Waterloo, which is embarrassing for anyone. The project leader wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to muddle through. Boss Cheng, you have just entered the entertainment industry and many things are still unclear. This can't be rushed. Give us another 2 months, we promise. I don't know many things, but my ears are not deaf. Cheng Fei sneered and sat on the chair. 2 more months. I only give you 2 hours. The person in charge was shocked. You have to give me 2 weeks no matter what. 2 hours. What can you do? You misunderstood what I meant. What I meant is that you, a few good for nothings, have to pack up your things within 2 hours, collect your salary for the past few months from the finance department, and get out. Cheng Fei's tone was still cold. I was scared to death. It turned out that I was not asked to find a new singer within 2 hours. No. Get out? The person in charge stared at the woman who was sitting in the upper seat. She had delicate features, an oval face, and looked quite gentle. He couldn't believe that such heartless words could come out of her mouth. He felt that he could still save himself. Boss Cheng, Cheng Fei, who could no longer bear it, slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Get out. All of you get out. If you don't get out, I will ask the security guards to ask you to get out." The person in charge finally left the office in a hurry. After scolding, Cheng Fei took 2 deep breaths. He had to form a new team, and there must be no more trouble this time. Moreover, it would be better to find another agency to cooperate with. The singers selected in Shanghai were really too unreliable. My father has really tried so hard to make me give up. Cheng Fei finally calmed down and shook her head in the chair. He gave me a large amount of startup capital, but he also contacted most of the famous brokerage companies and asked them not to cooperate with me. Is he determined to throw money into the water rather than let me touch the entertainment industry? I want to. You can block the big brokerage companies, but can you block the small ones? Cheng Fei turned on the computer and began to search for small and medium-sized brokerage companies in Jinhei. The artists of this company have a bad reputation. Forget it. What the hell? They are so embarrassed to come out to film with such quality. They deserve to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Can you stop singing? It hurts my eyes. Hiss. So this is a brokerage company. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was a nursing home. After screening for a while, Cheng Fei became more and more dissatisfied. What kind of monsters are the people from small brokerage companies? Suddenly, a very ugly and perfunctory company homepage caught Cheng Fei's attention. Kuiguang Group. The weather in Pengcheng in early winter is very good, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze. This is especially true for Lin Ko, the former anchor agent manager of Youfu. Standing on the street, Lin Ko's mood is as comfortable as the weather. After several months of wrangling, he finally got N+1 compensation from his old employer. Although the process was full of twists and turns, he finally got the money. This was the fruit of victory after several months of hard bargaining. You are really cruel, Youfu. In the breeze, Lin Ko lifted his collar, with a little hatred in his voice. Isn't it just a loss of money? Why do you target me like this? He couldn't help but think of Zheng Wei's sinister and cunning face. But I heard that Youfu has also suffered retribution recently. In order to suppress competitors and engage in vicious competition, they sent spies to rival companies, but the spies themselves exposed it with an attitude of almost dying together. This incident caused an uproar, and countless anchors and employees who were disgusted by Youfu jumped out one after another. For a while, they were criticized by thousands of people, and were busy with public relations all day long, refuting rumors here, spending money there, clarifying here, and drawing a clear line with temporary workers there. Youfu became the target of public criticism, and was surrounded by enemies. The overwhelmed Zheng Weineng finally had no time to care about a small fish like Lin Ko. He decisively transferred the compensation, and then transferred the precious legal and public relations personnel to deal with the current crisis. According to the news from former colleagues, Youfu Group did not have a good New Year's Day because of this incident. The impact was so bad that it even affected their entertainment industry projects. As the director, Zheng Weineng himself was called to the board of directors and scolded. If it were not for his past contributions, it would not be impossible to change the leader on the spot. Lin Ko is in such a good mood now. Not only did he get his compensation, but he also gloated over Youfu's misfortune. Hey, it's almost the spring festival. Where can I find a job? Originally, it was not easy for him to find a job after being fired by a large group like Youfu and holding a grudge. Other companies probably wouldn't dare to hire him after a little background check. But now Youfu's reputation has seriously declined. Even if the public relations team handles it urgently, it is unlikely to eliminate the negative impact in a short period of time. Being fired by Youfu can be Lin Ko's advantage for a short time. I must find a new job during this time. Thinking of this, Lin Ko took out his car keys and got into his car. The housing prices in Pengcheng are too shocking. After working for so many years, he still hasn't made up his mind to buy a house with a loan. He only bought a car priced at about 100,000 yuan. Now it seems that it is a very wise choice. If I had a mortgage, I would have to stop paying it in the next few months, and even if I got the N+1 compensation later, it would not help. After driving back to the house he rented and eating a bowl of noodles with sauerkraut, Lin Ko took out his mobile phone and casually opened an online recruitment platform. In fact, for an elite like him, generally speaking, he would not look for a job on the internet. But Lin Ko himself likes to think more, so he still logged into his account with the idea of trying his luck and eating. The next second, his eyes were stunned, because big data directly pushed a very familiar company to him. Kuiguang Group. Lin Ko fell silent. When he was still working at Youfu Group, this small company headquartered in Jinhei had repeatedly opposed Youfu and even deliberately set a trap for him. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the culprit for his loss of his job. But after all, he was the one who provoked them and was tricked in return. Lin Ko was convinced of his defeat. Should I submit a resume to Kuiguang Company? It's not that Lin Ko has any good feelings for this small company, but he really hates Yufu. Yufu not only disgusted him for nearly half a year, but also smeared his image in many peer companies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been running around for so long and still couldn't find a suitable job. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just don't know if Kuiguang Company will take me in. Just when he was hesitating, Lin Ko received a new email on his mobile phone. Lin Ko looked down and saw that the title and content of the email were very simple and direct. Hello, Mr. Lin. We have received your resume and now sincerely invite you to our company for an interview. This company is a newly opened MCN in the neighboring Yangcheng, but the capital tycoon behind it is well funded and has a wide network of contacts and is in urgent need of talents. A guaranteed monthly salary of 22,000 yuan was offered, and the commission is negotiable. Now that I'm invited to an interview, the position is basically set in stone, and the only uncertain factor is the salary and benefits. If the Yufu had not been busy cleaning up recently and had no time to keep an eye on me, this interview invitation would never have fallen into Lin Ko's hands. Now, there are two choices in front of Lin Ko. The first job is in the next city in the same province, with high salary and benefits, and a bright future. The second job is to go far away to Jinhei, work with a boss who used to be at odds with me, and even run into a former subordinate who was fired by me. The salary and benefits are uncertain, but it is likely that they will not be better than those in Yangcheng. How to choose? Even a child would do such a simple multiple choice question. We are all adults. Why should we choose to give up the immediate interests in front of us, just to get angry with others? Lin Ko didn't hesitate for a second, and directly opened his phone, decisively rejected the interview invitation from Yangcheng MCN next door, and then sent his resume to Kuiguang Company. Yufu, right? I will never reconcile with you. If I don't get rid of this anger in this life, I will write my name backwards. Thanks to the reward from Hammer is done, and the countless monthly tickets, and thank you boss. Today's 10,000 word update is presented. Chapter 124, The Anti-Moon Mansion Devil, Online, Additional Update. Wednesday, in the President's Office of Kuiguang Group, Yang Ruoqian was browsing the recruitment information he had posted, screening out those who seemed less reliable from the numerous resumes. Now that the company has become somewhat famous, the people who come to submit resumes have become more powerful. Oh, it's troublesome. The operator who needs professional knowledge to eliminate the correct answers for Yang Ruoqian has been preliminarily decided, but an unreliable agent cannot be found, no matter how hard he tries. Ever since Yang Guang exposed the company's welfare benefits and salary levels, Yang Ruoqian's life has been getting worse day by day. Among the job application resumes, there are more than a dozen senior employees who want to switch from giant companies. Although they are generally older and seem to want to switch to a small company for retirement, this is enough to show that Kuiguang Company is now more attractive to job seekers. In addition to these old employees, among the fresh college graduates who come to apply for the job, the number of graduate students from prestigious universities is also increasing at a visible rate. It's not easy to find someone who can take advantage of the situation among so many excellent applicants. I'm afraid I can't do any online recruitment in the future. I have to do offline social recruitment. While complaining and scrolling down, suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. This call can only be made from the company's internal machines, and external calls need to be transferred at least once at the front desk. So there is an employee who wants to find me. Yang Ruoqian hid the webpage and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Yang. The voice of the girl who replaced Lu Shuiwen as the front desk came. Just now a call came in, saying that they want to make an appointment with you, or the company's senior executives. They said they are from Chengaiyu Media. Do you accept this appointment? Chengaiyu Media? Yang Ruoqian was stunned. Isn't that the perfect partner he was looking for before? Strong strength, sufficient funds, and can even create a singer who can even run away when singing. He also said that he would see how to contact Chang Ziking when she returns to work after her leave, but they came to him by themselves. Yang Ruoqian certainly would not refuse a good thing that came to his door. He nodded and asked, "What's the name of the person who called?" The girl at the front desk replied, "Cheng Fei, the chairman and CEO of Chengaiyu Media." It turned out that this rich second generation called in person. Generally speaking, shouldn't such a large enterprise have a team, and the leader is only responsible for setting the direction or finalizing the project, and other things are handed over to the subordinates to complete, while let the boss do it himself. Yang Ruoqian was a little confused for a while. Could it be that Cheng Fei is also like himself, a commander without troops? No. After the business gradually expanded, Yang Ruoqian also handed over many businesses to his subordinates. Yang Ruoqian didn't know that Cheng Fei directly disbanded the entire management team because of the setback of the first project. Although he currently has strong funds and many employees working under him, the only one who is qualified to be picked out for a meeting with Yang Ruoqian is Cheng Fei himself. He is definitely a prodigal son who is just playing around. Yang Ruoqian confirmed his guess again and muttered, "This kind of prodigal son will squander tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars." As the saying goes, we are not afraid of the second generation of rich people living a life of luxury, but we are afraid that they will be unable to think straight and start their own business. If you follow this kind of second generation of rich people to invest, you can lose tens of millions of dollars at the very least. The girl at the front desk didn't hear Yang Ruoqian's mumblings clearly and asked in a somewhat strange way, "Mr. Yang, what did you say?" "Nothing, just answer her phone." "Okay, Mr. Yang, please wait." After a busy tone, the voice of the receiver suddenly became clear. "Hello, Mr. Yang, I'm Cheng Fei from Chengaiyu Media." A familiar voice came, steady and calm. "I have read the information of your company and think that your development prospects are very good. I would like to discuss a cooperation with you. How about it?" Yang Ruoqian thought for a while and asked tentatively, "What kind of cooperation is it? Do you want to invest in our company?" The woman's voice on the other end was a little higher. "Can I?" "Sorry, no." Yang Ruoqian refused decisively. "If a company like mine, which aims to lose money, recruits a partner, the board of directors will probably never have a peaceful day. I'm afraid they will beat their brains out." "Oh, okay." There was not much disappointment in Cheng Fei's voice. "The cooperation I just mentioned is with your artists. Recently, there is a web drama project. We can't find suitable actors. I think your company is good and want you to be in charge of this." Chengaiyu Media is a company under Chengaiyu Holdings. In order to make Cheng Fei fail, the help she got from her father was limited to funds. In other aspects, not only was there no help, but she was always secretly tripped up. Although she had strong funds, Cheng Fei really wanted to make a project in the entertainment industry, so she didn't blindly believe in a small or medium-sized agency at the beginning, nor did she invest in high-cost movies at the beginning. On the contrary, she carefully calculated every investment and never squandered any money. Just like the shabby singer before, 3 million funds were not much for Chengaiyu Media, but only 300,000 or 400,000 were burned in total, and the project was decisively cut off. The same is true for the cooperation with Kuiguang Company now. Let's start with web dramas with low investment and low entry barriers, test the strength of Kuiguang Company, and then consider whether to continue cooperation. Shooting web dramas, no problem. Yang Ruoqian agreed directly. "When can we discuss in detail?" "The day after tomorrow at 3 p.m. in Kayanda Plaza opposite your company. Find a coffee shop." "Okay." Cheng Fei said again. "Leave each other contact information. It's also convenient to contact. My mobile number is 139xxxxxxxxx. WeChat is the same." "Okay, I'll add you. My mobile number is 132xxxxxxxxx. Remember to pass the verification." After speaking, Yang Ruoqian hung up the phone and added Cheng Fei's WeChat, feeling so good. Of course, he could understand why such a rich second generation chose web drama as his first project. He is rich and not stupid. How could he make a big fuss with a completely unfamiliar company at the beginning? But who says that web dramas can't be made at a high cost? Buy an expensive and bad script, buy some flashy photography equipment and find a temporary photographer to shoot, and then crazily stuff the crew with the actors who failed to win, carefully selected by Yang Ruoqian. In this way, a lot of money was spent on public relations, and the quality of the web series was still not high. It was obvious that the loss was huge. If Cheng Fei did not agree, then Yang Ruoqian would directly bring in funds and sign something similar to a gambling agreement with her. No matter how bad the film was, Chengdu Media would make a profit. In short, Yang Ruoqian's plan was very simple. Chengdu was only responsible for ensuring that this web series could be successfully approved and released, and everything else was handled by Kuiguang, and they just had to sit and wait for the money. The production company would definitely not have any objections after taking the money. The second generation rich just wanted to have fun and experience the addiction of successful entrepreneurship. With such conditions in front of her, there was no fear that she would not agree. As for more detailed plans, such as the content of the script, the intensity of publicity, etc., we would talk about it during the interview. Yes, my plan is really good. Yang Ruoqian, who had escaped from the pain of gaining fans, smiled with satisfaction. I have to quickly recruit amateur actors and agents in the next 2 days. The action that put the company in a loss cannot be delayed. The web series should be launched as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian turned his eyes to the computer again and began to screen the applicants who might meet the requirements from the resumes. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar name. Lin Kao? Hiss, didn't this guy work at UFO before? Why did he suddenly want to switch to his company? After experiencing the last spy incident, Yang Ruoqian became more vigilant towards people who had worked at UFO. Is he plotting something again? Coincidentally, Cheng Fei's WeChat verification was passed at this time. Yang Ruoqian thought about it, unlocked the screen, and sent his questions to Cheng Fei. Boss Cheng, I want to ask you to help me check someone and see if there is any problem. His name is Lin Kao, a host agent manager who resigned from UFO. The second generation of rich people have a wide network of contacts and many resources, so it should be easy to check this kind of information. Half an hour later, Cheng Fei sent a reply. I just asked someone to ask, this Lin Kao should be fired because of poor performance and offending the leader. He has been resigned for almost half a year, and you are asking now? Resigned for half a year? Fired for offending someone? The timeline is wrong. It is unlikely to be a conspiracy of UFO. However, what attracted Yang Ruoqian's attention the most were the 4 words poor performance. The agent manager of a large group like UFO, who has countless resources, can actually get a poor performance evaluation in the host industry? Then let Lin Kao cross the industry to the entertainment industry. Wouldn't he be even more at a loss? Thinking that his first 5 million was also thanks to this guy, Yang Ruoqian finally decided on the final candidate for the agent. This is his most ideal employee. Pengcheng, Baoan International Airport. Lin Kao dragged his luggage to board the plane while making a phone call. I have consigned the car to you. Remember to transfer the money to my card as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Lin, no later than tomorrow. As soon as possible. Lin Kao said, hung up the phone, and boarded the plane. A few hours later, he appeared downstairs of Shengjing Haoyuan. Zio you told me that Zheng Weineng is working on some online drama plan recently, wanting the anchor to take a new path and open up new markets, and illusionally trying to restore his reputation and performance in the board of directors. After all, Lin Kao is still a qualified leader, and his old subordinates have a good impression of him, so they often pass on some first-hand information. I'm going to fight you today. I'm also filming an online drama, and I'll see if I can't beat you to death. After a vicious curse, Lin Kao tidied his clothes, registered, and pressed the button for the 24th floor in the elevator. No more to come. Spread the flowers. Chapter 125 Former Leaders and Former Employees. When Lin Kao sent his resume to Kuiguang, he didn't even write his expected salary. Anyway, judging from the video of the video blogger named Yan Guang, the benefits of this company are pretty good. He only has one thing to do now, to disgust UFO, a black-hearted company. The elevator door opened, and Lin Kao was about to step in, when he suddenly saw a petite girl walking towards him. I'm sorry. Ruan Minor didn't realize there was someone in the elevator, and hurriedly apologized, but she fell silent before she finished her words. It's okay. Lin Kao, who was eager to find a job, also subconsciously said a polite word, but he also fell silent before he finished his words. The two people who were both from UFO and had a direct relationship between superiors and subordinates just looked at each other in silence and were embarrassed. Especially Lin Ko. He was originally very successful and he scolded Ruoqian Minor when he fired her. But now, he himself has been fired and his former subordinates are living a much better life than him. The most important thing is that the two will still have to work in the same company in the future. Anyone who changes will have to be embarrassed to deduct 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. If it weren't for the obsession of disgusting UFO, Lin Ko almost wanted to turn around and leave the company directly. A few seconds later, it was Ruoqian Minor who broke the silence first. She scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Ahaha, brother Lin, you are here too? Hahaha, yes, I am. Lin Ko laughed dryly. This place is good, very good. After 2 meaningless words, the 2 people at the elevator entrance fell into silence again. Old employees should say something when they meet old employees, but the 2 of them really have nothing to say. After more than 10 seconds, Ruoqian Minor finally couldn't help it. Then, can you come out of the elevator? My hand is weak from pressing the door opening button. This Lin Ko blocked the elevator door like a door god. Ruoqian Minor couldn't get in. If she released the door opening button, her old boss would be caught in the door. It was really a dilemma. Moreover, she and her teammates had agreed on a training time. If she delayed it any longer, she would be late. Oh, but, Lin Ko woke up, as if from a dream, and hurried out of the elevator to help Ruoqian Minor press the door opening button. After thinking for a while, he added sincerely, well, I'm sorry about the past. Ruoqian Minor was slightly stunned, then smiled and shook her head. It's okay, it's all work, and we all have to eat. At that time, her performance was indeed not good, and all the salary she received was counted into Lin Ko's negative performance. It was normal for her to be fired. Lin Ko did not delay her salary. At most he just scolded her a few times, and Ruoqian Minor actually didn't take it to heart. Bang! The sound of the elevator door closing came, which finally eased Lin Ko's embarrassment. Now I can go for the interview. After registering the information, Lin Ko walked all the way to the president's office. Looking at the scenery along the way, Lin Ko realized why the employees of Kuiguang Company had a mediocre reaction when they came to visit and study. Compared with Kuiguang's, UFO's broken stuff can only be said to be a small witch compared to a big witch. At that time, he was actually quite proud to show off, which was really embarrassing. But it's okay, Lin Ko lost the face of UFO Group, not his own face. Now he is about to become a glorious employee of Kuiguang. In fact, he has made a small contribution. Boss Yang, can I come in? Come in. Lin Ko pinched his briefcase and pushed the door open. Although it was not as awkward as meeting Ruoqian Minor, he had met Yang Ruoqian once before. Now that they met again, the status was reversed, and Lin Ko was still a little nervous. Boss Yang, hello. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. It's not the first time we meet, there's no need to be so unfamiliar. Lin Ko nodded stiffly. Oh, okay. You have read the content of the work, right? Yang Ruoqian was holding his mobile phone and flipping through it very seriously. He seemed a little absent-minded when he spoke. Do you have any comments to make? No comments. Lin Ko was full of fighting spirit. As long as he could go against UFO, he would have no comments. Okay, take a look at the labor contract. Sign it if you have no doubts about the salary and benefits. Yang Ruoqian took out the labor contract and looked at Lin Ko with an expectant look. Every time the employees signed the labor contract, the surprised expression was a source of Yang Ruoqian's happiness. In the past, Yang Ruoqian wanted to use high salaries without responsibility to make employees lazy, but now the system has been upgraded to version 2.0. Giving employees high salaries can not only make them lazy, but also increase the company's costs. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Yang Ruoqian, who had always been successful, was disappointed this time. Because Lin Ko didn't even look at the content of the labor contract, he signed and sealed it in one go. Boss Yang, it's signed. Yang Ruoqian was silent for a moment. Don't you want to see the content of the contract? Signed it just now. After all, he is an old worker from a big company. How can he not even have the most basic vigilance? Aren't you afraid of signing a cheating contract? It's okay. It's enough that Boss Yang is willing to give me this job opportunity. Lin Ko put down the pen and used the tricks he used to fool employees before. I'm still young, and work can't always be for money, but also for experience and ideals. It's even more disgusting to the Yu family. Yang Ruoqian got goosebumps all over his body and quickly changed the subject. Do you know what your job is? Lin Ko had already done his homework in this regard. Yes, I will select and manage artists for you. Although he used to be an agent who managed anchors and now moved to the entertainment industry, he believed that with his hard work and talent, he could also be competent for this position. Not bad. After Yang Ruoqian found that Lin Ko didn't care about the content of the contract at all, he felt bored and continued to poke at his phone with his head down. He casually said, "Your direct leader is Wen Lion Ji, but you should follow me during this period and I will take you to do a project." Yes, Mr. Yang. Lin Ko was very happy to join Kuiguang's team. His revenge plan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Before entering Kuiguang Company, Lin Ko's idea was just to disgust Zheng Weileng. Although Yan Guang's spy video was widely circulated, Lin Ko, who had been in the live broadcast circle for a long time, found it difficult to believe such things completely and felt that there was still some hype in it. Until he personally came to Jinhae City and came to Kuiguang's building. 2/3 of this is entertainment venues, and 1/3 is the layout of office space, which is enough to show the strength, ability and pattern of General Manager Yang. Don't look at it as just an insignificant agency and MCN company now. If it develops steadily for more than 10 or 20 years at this momentum, it will definitely become one of the giants in the entertainment industry. By then, as General Manager Yang's first hero in the entertainment industry, will it be difficult to get a senior executive casually? When that day comes, Lin Ko's plan to retaliate against Zheng Wei can be implemented. Yang Ruoqian frowned, kept dragging the screen down, and said to Lin Ko perfunctorily, "Then you will go to the front desk to get an employee code of conduct later, and come to work tomorrow, and you must abide by the rules and regulations." It was a very rigorous working atmosphere. Lin Ko, who had been a manager of a large company, nodded to show his understanding, and then tentatively said, "General Manager Yang, I have a small suggestion. Can I say it?" "Suggestion? Tell me." Yang Ruoqian still lowered his head. Thinking about Zheng Wen's upcoming web drama, Lin Ko would naturally not miss this opportunity to smuggle in his own goods. Seeing Yufu making money was more painful than losing money himself. "Boss Yang, I suggest that we try to start with a web drama as our first project," Lin Ko whispered, and then secretly observed Boss Yang's expression. Yang Ruoqian is now desperately looking for those old novels on the online novel platform that no one cares about, are exaggerated and have outdated themes. He plans to negotiate with the platform and the author, spend as much money as possible to buy the copyright of a certain rubbish novel, adapt it into a web drama script, and then get a few amateur actors to shoot it with blurry picture quality. The fact that no one cares about the novel proves that the market does not recognize this novel. Even if it is adapted into a drama, it is unlikely that many people will watch it. A bad script, non-professional actors, and mediocre pictures, these three elements combined together, this web drama will definitely flop. Chingayu Media, seeing this kind of script and this kind of cast, probably won't put in too much effort to promote it. In this way, all investments will go down the drain, and it is so easy to lose money. Originally, Yang Ruoqian wanted to use words and deeds to deeply implant the concept of street flopping into Lin Ko's mind, but he didn't expect that this person was so good at it. He just came into contact with the entertainment industry and his ideas coincided with his own. This agent must have some talent for street flopping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked in UFO for so long, and he wouldn't have been able to train a top anchor, even though he had so many resources. Not bad. Why? Yang Ruoqian nodded and continued to ask. Lin Ko poured out all the information he knew without hesitation, because I got the news from my old subordinates that UFO also plans to shoot a web drama. They have a professional team and professional analysis. We just need to follow their pace, and then make some improvements, play to our strengths, and avoid our weaknesses, and find a strong partner. Following the trend like this, and the time is so close, it will definitely cause an uproar. When the time comes, hype it up, and the heat will rise. Yang Ruoqian listened, and the look in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yufu is also going to shoot a web drama? Great. Not only was Kuiguang's drama a terrible one, but Yufu company also produced a high quality drama that attracted a lot of attention at the same time. This web drama is bound to fail. As Fallen KO's suggestions, to learn more from Yufu's content, play to its strengths, and avoid its weaknesses, and hype it up afterwards. Yang Ruoqian threw it behind his head. The overall direction of your web drama is fine, but the detailed ideas are still at a relatively elementary stage. Yang Ruoqian shook his head at Lin Ko. Lin Ko, you still need to read and learn more. There are still 4,000 words to come in the evening. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.